This battle froze all living things in inexpressible horror. It seemed as if the sky itself had descended to the earth, painted in mournful dark colors. The rocky terrain where the massacre took place was covered with the bodies of dead monsters and people. Everything was mixed together in one heap. Scaly dragons, human remains were burning in the fire, which moved from body to body in cheerful tongues. From the highest cliff, stones danced in the air from magical attacks, and a soft blue glow reached into the sky. The blood of the fallen flowed in streams from the demon's huge, forked blade. The monster was pleased with itself, the last human remained. The demon seemed to be made of the blazing flame that was his very being, a grin playing on his face as his clawed hand reached out to the man, sensing his imminent victory. The demon, without even getting close to the victim, with one movement plunged the sword straight into the man's chest, knocking the victim off his feet. But the weapon the man desperately clutched in his hand had long since shattered into pieces. Blood gushed from the young warrior's mouth, and he coughed violently, trying to breathe air through his punctured lungs. The guy, with the last of his strength, rose up on one knee, leaning on the broken sword, and opened his right eye, as if he wanted to destroy the demon with one glance. This world has come to an end. It has been a year since people have been defeated in the war with demons. The human race has remained in the minority in this battle. Violent fires and monsters that amazed the imagination with their incredible size and power destroyed entire cities. The surviving humans became vessels for the birth of monsters. They were buried in layers of webs, like the corpses of tiny insects. But as the last survivor of the resistance, the blonde, stately warrior continued to fight until he met the main demon. From head to toe, clad in hellish armor, with his horned wings folded behind his back, he stared fixedly at the man bowing before him. The warrior knew the one who mortally wounded him. It was Tartaros, the Demon King. Tartaros looked mockingly at the dying man, as if he had just noticed that he was in pain and offered his help. A yellow light shone on the outstretched claw, and a tangible spell of prolonging life force appeared. It snaked around the boy's body, giving him short moments of rest, as the demon wanted to chat a little with his toy. Tartaros initially addressed the warrior impersonally, but then remembered his name, Jafir. The king turned around, clasping his hands behind his back, and told him that Jafir was the first one to bother him so persistently and praised him for his perseverance. They say that he who fights without a chance of victory is foolish. With these words, Tartaros walked past the gritting-toothed youth, continuing that those who surrendered, fearing the enemy's strength, are not wise. Eyes blazing with hellish fire, darted towards the man, cutting off the idea that such people were fools. Tartaros bared his teeth. He was incredibly angry when he saw such a weak and impatient trash. Jafir, the strongest of people, should understand him. The grin faded from the demon's face as he looked down again to offer the boy a daring deal to switch sides with Tartaros. Together they could leave this filthy land, conquer others, including the abode of enemies with the help of their combined strength. With these words, the demon again extended his hand to Jafir. For a moment there was silence, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the heavy breathing of the man. He let out a long breath, looked down, and asked if Tartaros would really accept him into their ranks. The demon chuckled, the corner of his mouth twitching upward, once again confirming his intention. Jafir licked the blood from his cracked lip and smiled, saying that it sounded good, but it flashed through his mind that this was complete nonsense. The guy was mortally wounded in this battle. The insidious demon could not help but know that the man could no longer be saved, but he still offers to conquer something together, saying that he will give him a chance. Isn't this a trick of a heartless monster who just wants to see a desperate young man beg him like a coward? And how can Jafir beg his enemy who took away his friends and loved ones? With these thoughts, the guy extended his trembling hand to the other man's palm, as if he was ready to do anything for the sake of his life. With each slowly dragging second, the disgusting grin on Tartaros's face grew wider. Jafir's face, someone complained about the guy's nasty character, but the woman asked not to swear, because that's what he would have done. The warrior smiled, however. He never listens to anyone, so he will simply cast one funny spell. His hand stopped shaking and instantly covered the remaining distance to the demon's palm, clinging to it with a death grip. Tartaros, not expecting such a sharp maneuver from the weakened man, stepped back in amazement. Swallowing the blood rising to his lips, the boy said that if he did it with his own hand, The force beyond his capabilities would simply tear the human body apart. The handshake glowed blue, and Jafir glared at the devil Tartaros. That was his response to the offer. With his other hand, the young man showed the monster the middle finger and loudly sent him on the same long journey that drunken workers in the city tavern sent each other on in times of peace. If Jafir had found the strength to laugh, he would have been laughing at Tartaros's defenseless, childlike face, staring in surprise at his and the man's palms, from which an incredibly bright light was now emanating. The warrior could only stretch his lips into a caustic grin, while tears flowed from his eyes due to the glow. The demon's body burned brighter than ever, like the largest and most solemn funeral pyre, and then burst into flames and exploded. The fire became so large that it stretched for kilometers, and the charred silhouette of Tartaros, which could not move, was barely discernible in it. The monster opened its yellow eyes in shock, looking ahead. Covered in soot, he saw how his hand, which had recently been clutching someone else's palm, became charred and separated from his body. He still stood frozen, motionless, with his mouth slightly open. The fangs clicked loudly, the eyes grew even wider, and only one thought swarmed in the head. What happened to the hand? Time sped up again as Tartaros realized what had happened, his face twisting into a grimace of incredible anger. A deafening cry was heard from the demon, who had been so insidiously deceived by man. He sank helplessly onto the hot ground, unable to do anything. Tartaros burned and charred, leaving only membranous, thin threads of its once majestic wings. With all the curses known to the monster, he cursed this rotten little man Jafir, who dared to deceive him. Let this freak's mother give birth to him again. With a furious cry, Tartaros swung his fist and slammed it into the stone block with all his might. The blow was decisive, and the demon's charred body crumbled into many pieces. And so ended the battle of the last man who could not avenge his loved ones. He burned, unable to protect everyone as he had promised. Everything ended in a shameful defeat. And everything should have been exactly like this, but the fading consciousness returned to the deceased again. Jafir was able to feel his own finger movements. He opened his eyes sharply and cried out in surprise, finding himself whole, lying on the cold floor in some bright space. Thoughts raced through his head about how this could have happened to him, to the one who burned alive in that nightmarish battle. Jafir sat up and began to feel himself, noticing distantly that even his armor was intact, and his body did not feel a single wound that he had received in the fight with the demons. The warrior had no idea where he was, and there was no one to ask. He sat all alone in a beautiful, majestic hall with high ceilings, huge columns, and 3 statues. The figures depicted gods. Did this mean that the guy ended up in some kind of temple? Was there such a building nearby? My gaze fell on the inscription that was located under the central statue. Jafir narrowed his eyes, reading the symbols carved into the stone several times. He smiled wryly when he finally managed to let what he had read into his confused thoughts. Clearly, the afterlife. Suddenly, a strange voice resounded in his head, objecting to him. This is not the afterlife, but the lower level of the pantheon, the abode of the gods. In the opening opposite the warrior, from which a bright blue light emanated, a large clot of energy appeared, resembling a portal. From there, a fair-haired woman in white robes fluttered out, her huge snow-white wings behind her back losing several feathers, which softly landed on the stone floor. She opened her eyes, and framed by perfectly white eyelashes, the woman's gaze was as innocent as that of a newborn child. Jafir remembered the main rule: don't trust anyone, and immediately instinctively reached behind his back with his right hand to grab his sword. But everything did not go according to plan. He realized with concern that the weapon was not being summoned. The palm grabbed onto emptiness. The man had nothing to defend himself with in case of an attack. The woman, flapping her 2 pairs of wings for the last time, told Jafir that he had nothing to be surprised about. She, the eldest angel Mercedes, had come to convey to him the will of the god. The warrior is dead, and following procedure, the angel is obliged to send him straight to the underworld. But everything was not so simple. Due to persistent requests from several gods, the 3 supreme gods decided to send Jafir into the past. The warrior's thick white eyebrows drew together as he asked Mercedes what it meant. The woman explained that he would be sent back in time with all his memories, meaning that the boy had a chance to change the outcome of the battle. And although he will return to the past along with his memories, Jafir will not have all of his acquired skills, magic, and endurance. Mercedes' face was expressionless as she added dispassionately that the young man had once already become the one who had climbed to the top of the human pyramid. Jafir narrowed his eyes warily when he heard that it wouldn't be difficult for him to restore everything again. He still couldn't understand whether he was in a dream, since Tartaros, as far as he knew, did not possess the art of illusion, or whether this was the euphoria of death. The guy exhaled heavily, placing his hands on his hips, thinking about what the angel had said. Straightening up, Jafir asked why they decided to give him such a chance. Mercedes raised her hand, agreeing that it was hard to believe, but she could provide evidence that would help. The guy waved his hand, interrupting the angel. Let's say he would believe, but he just had no idea yet what he should do. After all, in this world you always have to pay for everything. It turns out that the gods need something, so he is given such a unique chance. When demons were killing people by the thousands, people prayed with all their hearts. The gods cut off contact with the world, did not answer prayers, and did not accept offerings. Moreover, they took away the powers of the priests, who could fight by borrowing the power of the gods. Thus, the human army, having lost its defensive and healing skills, was instantly defeated. Jafir wasn't going to believe the angel's sweet words, because the gods abandoned the human race as soon as they realized they wouldn't get anything more on Earth. Such calculating freaks couldn't just give us a chance. As if having overheard the man's thoughts, the angel obediently lowered her eyes, saying that she would convey to him the will of the gods. Blue eyes looked straight at the guy, suddenly flashing dangerously. Mercedes' body, forming the speech of many gods, they demanded more bread and circuses from man. Jafir's face darkened in rage. How dare those bastards? The young man's eyes fixed on the woman's figure, and he asked again, hoping that he had imagined it. Mercedes easily informed that the gods who had turned their attention to the boy felt sorry for his life, because it was rare to meet a person who would so firmly go to the end when only death lay ahead of him. Jafir's temples bulged with anger as soon as he heard how the battle with numerous monsters, which he had waged for 5 long years, seemed very interesting to the gods. Many gods would be upset if everything ended too quickly, so they watched the man. He must remember that closer to the end, he was luckier more and more often. Mercedes had barely managed to report that the gods were helping the warrior until he had to pay for something, when a bright stream of light flew at the angel. She silently took a step to the side, dodging the attack of the maddened Jafir. The columns in the hall collapsed from his furious force. The warrior cursed foully at the angel. Well, it turns out the gods were having fun. The guy lost his dearly loved ones in that battle, and he still feels their touch on his skin. They fought the monsters so desperately because they wanted only one thing, to live. And now the gods are saying that they found it interesting and fun? Jafir screamed furiously, clenching his fist to summon another round of magic spells. Did the gods really think he was fighting to amuse them? Was this really a puppet show? Mercedes, with an unreadable expression, held out her palm with a divine spell, pointing it at the guy. The tangible figure of the spell rose up, and from there appeared the foot of a giant, chained in gold. Jafir felt an inhuman force pressing down on him, pulling him towards the floor. He couldn't stand it for even a second before his knees buckled under the weight. The giant moved his foot and crushed Jafir like a disobedient bug. Mercedes extended her hand again, slightly lifting her foot off the ground, and at the same time the broken slabs moved apart. Coming closer to the kneeling boy, she quietly asked him to be polite, because the gods were watching them. Mercedes leaned toward Jafir, resting her hands on her knees, and told the warrior, who was shaking with tension, that it seemed he had not understood her thought. When the gods said, "Interesting," they meant only one guy, and were not at all interested in humans as a race. Angel lifted Jafir's chin, and he grinned in disgust. A strange light of madness lit up her eyes, which frightened the warrior for a moment, but Mercedes said that if he proves his worth, he will get what he wants. It could be something personally for him, or for all people. It doesn't matter. The young man understood that he had no way out, not a single option to change his fate, and in impotent anger he froze under the giant's weight. After all, as the angel said, you always have to pay for everything. The woman wanted to add one more thing and snapped her fingers. The giant's leg disappeared, allowing the man to breathe deeply again. It turns out that there was a god among them who persistently asked to return the guy to the past for another reason. Jafir raised his head sharply, vaguely guessing whose hateful name he was about to hear. Walls exploded and furniture flew from Tartaros's devilish rage. While one of his arms was bandaged, the second demon threw pieces of columns at the workers who processed divine requests. So much did Tartaros not want to wait for a chance to deal with a human. Everything around him was ablaze with anger. A demon who had acquired more than 10 worlds was knocked out because of some young man. Enough jokes. He urgently needed to make sure that all this did not happen. Jafir dropped his hands helplessly, sitting on the stone, and looked at this depressing picture. Because the angel showed in the magic mirror what the demon was doing. The devil Tartaros, the god of destruction who destroyed 10 worlds, his goal is to destroy all worlds. Until this moment, he has never lost. He is a warrior who has never been wounded. Mercedes, as if with some reproach, turned to the guy saying that he had ruined his track record. He had hurt his pride so much. Jafir cursed under his breath. Was this really the only reason this crazy bastard was destroying the Pantheon right now? It turns out that the devil wants to fight man again in order to achieve a clear victory. The angel, humbly folding her palms in front of her, looked slyly at the guy, asking what his thoughts were on this matter. Of Jafir's lips twitched, and a laugh escaped his mouth. The warrior clenched his fist, the leather of his gloves creaking as it stretched in the silence of the room. It was such an obvious question. Standing up, Jafir smiled openly. If the devil wants to die, he will have to fulfill his request. Mercedes began the ritual, placing the man in an enchanted circle. She announced that the point of arrival would be random, that Jafir would have enough time to recover his strength, and that the gods wanted to give him a gift. The young man would be able to test it immediately upon arrival. Looking somewhere ahead, Jafir thought, even though these gods are disgusting, there is still a chance, and he can use it to take revenge not only on Tartaros, but on all the gods who abandoned humanity. So, the location has been chosen. The constellation has been confirmed for space-time movement. Confirmation has been received. Still emotionless, Mercedes glanced at Jafir and wished him luck, expressing the hope that he would find it interesting. She recited a prayer, and the rune circle multiplied, shone brightly in space and quickly began to spin, Jafir gradually disappearing in this glow. At first, there was emptiness. A little later, the guy began to hear voices, and then, opening his eyes, he saw male silhouettes. Jafir blinked, and the next moment he saw several shirtless men more clearly. They cursed foully, frightened that the guy was not breathing. And again, there was the saving darkness, but someone began to persistently call him newbie, shake him, and demand that he wake up. Jafir suddenly opened his eyes. Water poured onto my head, and my wet hair again blocked my entire view. Finally, Jafir woke up, finding himself in a cave, surrounded by men with strange tattoos on their shoulders. The one who poured water on him seemed to be glad of his awakening, assuring his comrades that he did not kill the guy who had just woken up. A scarred face with a stupid smile looked at the former warrior, splashing the last drops of water from the wineskin on his head. He looked around at those present, long-forgotten images floating from his memory, reminding him of the distinctly familiar faces of the guys who were looking at him with barely concealed malice and wide, evil smiles. My gaze stopped on a strange tattoo on the chest of the guy opposite, a cross with a circle around it right in the middle. That was the very same brand. Finally, he remembered, and covering his face with his hand, he coughed loudly, bursting into laughter, causing the men to be perplexed. Why did he return exactly 10 years back to his 20 years? His comrades kept their mocking glances at the guy. One of them had a pickaxe in his hands. Jafir returned to the time when he served in the temple as a slave. A man appeared not far from them, shining a flashlight on the way. He was the leader of the group, and rudely asked what was going on, then ordered them to end their rest and return to their workstations. Jafir was still sitting on the cold ground when, apparently, the leader of the group of men cast a frontal glance at him, cursed, and threatened to kill him if he interfered again. The former warrior fearlessly turned his head, asking again what his comrade had blurted out. The man, who had managed to move away, was about to attack the blonde again with his fists, but his friends pulled him away, while Jafir indifferently rubbed his face with his hands. He didn't even want to worry about such scum. He looked around in surprise when he heard a thin, childish groan nearby. The child weakly thanked the guy for standing up for him, but he had no memory of how exactly Jafir had helped this child. Shrugging, the former warrior grabbed his spare pickaxe and trudged further down the tunnel, leaving the small stranger sitting on the floor. Perplexed, It would take the boy some time to adjust. It was harder to walk in old, torn boots than in his usual armor. After taking a few steps, the young man suddenly remembered another of Mercedes's words. She had promised him a gift from the gods. An image of an angel appeared before my eyes, who said that the gift could be used if I said the phrase, "Open a special advantage." Jafir hid behind a large rock, waiting until the child, heavily dragging a pickaxe behind him, went further into the tunnel to the others. After waiting a few more seconds, Jafir, trying to speak as quietly as possible, said the necessary words. A bright yellow glow appeared where he stood, engulfing his body like a snake. Realizing what was about to happen, the former warrior straightened up abruptly. He certainly hadn't expected this. A sly smile played on the guy's lips, anticipating something unusual, crazy. His gaze resembled the expression on the face of a gold prospector. Here it is, the treasure that belongs only to him. When the former warrior set to work, the other slaves were so amazed by his skills that they even stopped digging the rock. They talked to each other, discussing the newcomer. Perhaps he was a miner. The boy's speed of work was especially noted. The pick in his strong hands rose and fell so quickly that sometimes it was impossible to discern the sequence of movements. After some time, several bags were filled to the brim with black pieces of coal. Those same men, having seen enough, went to another part of the tunnel, one dreaming that Jafir was in their team, the second cursing that now they would have to work just as painstakingly. But the guy, while working hard, was occupied with completely different thoughts. He still could not believe what he had received for free in such circumstances. In his mind, he kept returning to those happy moments when he discovered the special advantage. After the main phrase, Jafir's head split in pain. He grabbed his forehead, realizing that all the information instantly appeared in his mind. The guy's eyes widened in shock. This was something different, unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was a repository of all his best skills: lightsaber, iron wall, rebirth, and that was just a small selection, including those he didn't have before. Jafir even laughed nervously. How could these stingy gods just give him such treasures? The guy was brought out of his thoughts by the menacing cry of the same worker who had been shouting at the workers at the beginning. He noticed that the slave was standing by the wall of the tunnel, staring at one point. The man angrily walked towards the former warrior, shouting that he had ordered everyone to return to work. He was a head shorter than Jafir, and yet, feeling himself unpunished, he threatened the blonde with lashes on his first day of work. The whip itself he was clutching in his hand. The warrior turned his head, recognizing the person shouting. It was the head of the mining brigade. He grabbed the whip and cursed the slaves, calling them stupid bastards who never understood each other well. The man, with a bestial expression on his face, swung the whip with all his might, shouting that he would now teach the boy to listen. A loud whistle was heard, but the weapon did not fall on the slave's body. He caught the end of the whip with his bare hands, without moving. The boss froze in place. Raising his head, he peered into the worker's face, amazed that the guy was able to catch the whip in his hand. To his great surprise, the worker handed him the end, bowing respectfully and asking for forgiveness, promising to return to work immediately. While the boss, like a big fish, opened and closed his mouth, Jafir left him and went to his workplace, silently examining his palm. Thanks to his past combat experience, the young man saw every tiny movement of the gun. But there wasn't even a scratch left on him. The palm with which he had grabbed the whip was unharmed. Only the bandages wrapped around his hand were torn. Special ability number 1, the skill Iron Wall. Significantly increases defensive skills. Completely absorbs damage below the owner's own defense level. Guarantees high endurance. Jafir realized with satisfaction that he didn't feel tired at all. He could have worked like that all day long. The pickaxe clanged as it hit the hard rock. Although the conditions were poor, this skill was quite useful if used correctly. The boy was thinking while working that he had received only 9 special abilities, and if he also took into account his knowledge of the future, he would be able to quickly regain his strength. With these thoughts, he threw sacks filled to the brim with coal in front of the man keeping records. Jafir continued to add more and more bags to this pile. Considering that there were more than 10 of them, the man stuttered as he praised the boy for a job well done. At the end of the working day, all the slaves gathered in the square, where the boss announced their rating. F came in first place, and Jafir was a member of this team. Hearing a delighted squeak next to him, he realized that he was in the same team as the baby. B was in second place. Its offenders looked angrily at the winners, wondering how they managed to take first place. Third place went to the H team. Its members began to dance with joy. But the remaining E team, which took the last place, was not so lucky. Its members burst into tears, falling to their knees. The boss explained that, according to the mine rules, the money and food of the last team are distributed among the first, second, and third places. Jafir glanced at the group of unfortunates whose property would soon be distributed to strangers. The chief ordered to pray to the great goddess Arya, and all the slaves present instantly fell to their knees, raising their hands to the heavens, and began to praise the goddess, asking her for salvation with their eternal light. Jafir, watching this mass madness, continued to stand calmly, mentally blaspheming in the most indecent forms.
You got feeling in the floor, boys. Hey. Listen. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. Saying you believed in everything I paid, sharing secrets in the back door, smoke, helping at the promises we made. But when you stormed and tore my branches, you were ghosting fixes in the sun, breaking to my downfall with their glasses, holding what we had just for fun. Fake friends say, like vapor in the morning, clear as the light. I see their shame. I was breaking while they toasted to the story, using my crafts to carve their names. But my heart keeps turning pain into a chorus. I rise again from every flame. Let the fire burn the mask right off their faces. I'm walk out king from the embers of my name, from the embers of my name. I've been wrestling with the mirror, asking, was it Lee who wore the lie? Did I barter all my boundaries just to keep a handful by my side? They were cheering when I stumbled, calling my confession just again. But I found a quiet kindness in forgiving who I was back in. From faith and faith, like vapor in the morning, clear as the light. I see their shame. I was breaking while they toasted to the story, using my crafts to carve their lamb from the embers. Oh, from the embers of my day.
On the continent, among the three great deities, the goddess of light Arya, who was depicted as a beautiful warrior clad from head to toe in armor, was the most worshipped, and she was also the largest creditor. Almost everyone who lived here had lost their home to the monsters, so all the slaves, groaning from the weight of a day spent in the mines, dreamed of getting to bed as soon as possible. Or, like Jafir, they were adventurers. But after the temple saved them from death, they fell into slavery to pay off a huge debt for treatment. It all boiled down to the fact that while a person was branded as a slave, he would not be able to move freely, because if he went beyond the boundaries without permission, the person's heart would quickly stop. Jafir understood that he needed to pay off what he owed as quickly as possible and regain his freedom. Tartaros wouldn't get off so easily this time. The guy, wandering wherever his eyes looked, clenched his teeth in anger. Remembering the devil, he would take revenge, no matter what. Before my eyes flashed the touch of thin hands, so familiar to the point of pain, so familiar to the point of mental anguish. How the beautiful face moves away from him, begging for help, unable to reach. Finally, having resigned herself, the beautiful eyes opposite fill with tears, and a gentle smile freezes on her lips. Jafir, his eyes clouded by his own tears, extended his hand in response, as if in a fog. Her chest becomes so painful and heavy that she has to cover it with her hand to keep her heart from breaking out. His Alteo, he will be able to protect her. His feet led Jafir to the square. A church worker in a long white and gold robe stood at the entrance, pointing somewhere in the direction where he could visit a store or confess. There, townspeople and slaves gathered to drink beer and eat baked potatoes after exhausting work. The former warrior glanced at the local prices. A mug of beer cost 80 silver coins. Looking into one of the shops where the locals were eagerly buying mugs of beer and sausages, Jafir thought that he hadn't seen such idiotic prices for a long time. He was brought out of his reverie by the same familiar childish voice. The child from the mine was offering to treat Uncle Jafir to some beer. He looked back and asked rather rudely if his colleague had a lot of money. There were several silver coins in the little hand. The baby squeaked that he had just received the coins, although he wouldn't be able to buy anything expensive. The child pressed the coins to his chest, reminding him that Jafir had protected him in the mine, and that thanks to him, their team had taken first place. The boy looked down, smiled, and added that the team was full of weaklings, and they usually finished last, so you could say he got money for the first time. Jafir looked at the boy carefully, his head bowed, and immediately understood why he was being beaten like that. After all, if even one miner from a group falls ill and is unable to work, the efficiency of the entire team drops sharply. By sabotaging even one team in this way, the team that includes the offender is automatically promoted to a higher position. Jafir turned around and waved his hand dismissively, replying that he wouldn't eat the child dry. The boy mumbled something in response, but the young man thought he was doing it on purpose, to soften his heart, to stop pestering him with all this nonsense. It was just a nuisance. The former warrior approached another shop, where a friendly salesman was polishing beer glasses, greeting a potential customer. Without responding to the greeting, Jafir asked if the shop sold a restorative potion, causing the man to become slightly confused. Scratching the back of his bald head under his kerchief, his expression immediately changed, asking the newcomer if he had any money. 1 gold coin for a glass, 4 for a bottle, but if the slave doesn't howl in pain, then it would be better for him to endure it. Without answering, the guy poured several coins onto the counter. 1.5 gold coins. Smiling, Jafir said that he would borrow the rest and ask the seller for a receipt, which he was about to sign. His words shocked the boy standing behind him. He, sweating and stuttering, tried to call his uncle to reason. Seeing how the seller quickly put his stamp on the receipt with Jafir's signature, the child rightly asked if he had gone crazy. While the young man emptied another bottle of potion, the little boy screamed and explained to Jafir what would happen if he couldn't pay his debts. He had no stable income, he couldn't go into the red, and the interest on the additional loan was terribly high. Throwing his head back for another sip, the blonde glanced sideways at the boy, assuring him that he would also pay off the unfortunate interest. Restorative is a popular product that restores stamina. If you drink a large amount of it, you can get a hidden effect, an increase in magical energy, and the former warrior knew about it. But even after drinking 10 bottles, the effectiveness remains low. But not in the case when a person has a special ability. The skill, Secret of Hermes, it improves the effectiveness of any potions. Jafir understood that he wouldn't earn much money in the mine, even if he worked as hard as he could. He shouldn't expect a good reward. The last empty bottle clinked loudly as the boy dropped it into the pile with the others. The potion really helped. With each workout, the boy improved his physical strength. There was a need to find a way out of this situation in an unconventional way. So the blonde man went to the mine director and reported that he had heard a howl in the mine itself. He received this news with alarm, and then Jafir asked him to inform the hunters about it so that he could lead them to the place where he heard the sounds. The answer to the question, what to do, was, money can be earned in the dungeon. Monsters are creatures born from the magical flow. Many of them are aggressive and pose a great threat to people. And although these creatures suffered great damage over all the years of war, their appearance became a help for humanity. Magical crystals and stones inside the monsters' bodies, as well as skin and bones, served as excellent material for creating weapons and armor. Therefore, monsters quickly came to be seen as a valuable resource. Every cave inhabited by these reptiles conceals both great danger and great profit. After some time, guests did indeed arrive to see the mine director. 3 of the best monster hunters, tall young men in armor and long robes, walked along the ground, carrying heavy weapons in their hands. Hunters are slaves with martial skills, selected specifically to deal with monster problems. The price for their work is as high as the risk of the hunt, and the success of the mission often comes with an additional fee. Folding his arms across his chest, Jafir thought resentfully about why an adventurer like him had been assigned to the miners. When he went to the bank where he usually took out a loan for the potion, he was rudely refused a loan. When asked whether the daily limit had been exceeded, the man lamented that Jafir's rank was too low and that he would not receive another penny. When the blonde man was thinking about whether he should take money from someone, a church worker, who had heard the entire conversation well, ran up to him. She, smiling sweetly, offered the guy a line of credit if he sold his internal organs, since the temple buys these organs for scientific research. The girl had all the documents with her, which Jafir began to carefully examine. The operation was scheduled for next week, and if he returned the proceeds, he could cancel the operation. The creditor twirled his finger at his temple as he watched the two of them. Handing the man a paper, Jafir ordered that he bring the restorative with all the money. The seller, carrying boxes of bottles, angrily muttered that he didn't care about the madman's future fate. The church worker folded her hands in a prayerful gesture and sighed in admiration, almost calling the guy crazy, but came to her senses in time and called him a real man. When the last empty bottle fell to the floor with a clang, the girl gasped in shock. She had never seen so many containers of restorative in her life. The blonde smiled with satisfaction, feeling with his whole being that he was truly ready. The sound of a spear tip hitting the asphalt was heard next to him. Straightening up, Jafir saw a hunter greeting him, who asked if he was the guy who would accompany them. The blonde smiled and nodded, glad that the hunters had arrived just in time. The guy, the head of the reconnaissance group, introduced himself. His name was Goth, and the other 2 were Dale and Marco. Jafir shook the outstretched hand, saying that he didn't have night vision skills, but he could use a magical pulse. And he also expressed hope that their small team would work well together. Night vision is a skill that allows you to see in complete darkness. The magical pulse sharpens perception through the energy released. These skills are necessary if one wants to penetrate the lair of monsters unnoticed. Gott, adjusting his helmet, thought that the price for the night vision potion was substantial, and then suggested out loud that they move out if everyone was ready. Gott and Dale walked forward, the latter not missing the chance to laugh at the miner who uses a magical pulse, Marco, with a sledgehammer over his shoulder, roughly ordered Jafir to take the luggage. The blonde listened indifferently to how Dale couldn't calm down, mocking the slave, who apparently thought he was going to crush the lair with them. But Goth immediately asked him to shut up. Jafir, everything would fall into place later, especially since he doesn't know 2 of them, but he definitely knows one of them. He was transferred to the hunters a month after the cave was cleared, and 2 people died under its arches that time. The guy smiled. It seemed like he had figured out how he could use these guys. Gott, breathing heavily, stepped onto the last stone of the forest staircase. He exhaled heavily, leaning on a long spear. The rest of the hunters and Jafir followed behind the man. At the entrance to the cave, they were met by several figures in cloaks with deep hoods. One of them, wearing a mask on his face and flashing glasses, called himself a support group and asked everyone to stretch their hands forward. The man began tying a special rope around the wrist of each participant in the expedition. Jafir, who was puzzled by such care, got such a rope. The man showed his wrist, which had 4 of the same magical bracelets. If something happens to the hunters, the bracelets on his hand will break, and the support group will be able to immediately request help from headquarters. When the hunters entered the cave with the blonde man, the man shouted out his hope that he wouldn't have to call anyone. so they should concentrate and do their job properly. As an escort, Jafir went ahead of the entire group of hunters. No one objected, and everyone continued walking in complete silence. The footsteps of people echoed loudly in the silence of the long cave tunnel. After some time, a flashing light appeared at the end of the tunnel, and the shadows on the walls began to dance. Someone's paw, scratching the stones on the ground with long claws, took a step forward. Two monsters with human habits walked along the passage, holding torches and long daggers in their paws, and they themselves were dressed in torn loincloths. One of them, with its mouth open, stared at the wall, into which a pebble had flown from somewhere on the side. Both monsters stared at the lying stone, turning their heads like animals and baring their teeth. Behind their backs, hunters appeared like shadows. Goth immediately jumped up to one of the monsters, grabbed it by the mouth, and ran his sword across its throat. The main task of the reconnaissance group is to detect monsters and collect information about the lair. Dale dealt with the second monster, plunging his sword into its head. Then, smiling, sheathing the weapon, he examined the corpses of the creatures. Based on the collected data, a cleanup team is formed, which eliminates all evil spirits. This is the standard sequence of such missions. Jafir pointed in the right direction and was the first to climb into the narrow space of the cave, seeing a small recess there in which he could rest. The hunters assumed that the monsters they encountered were those that survived the last time. God said was another lair, on the other side of the mine entrance, and last week, teams A and B cleared it out. Dale assumed the surviving monsters had dug a tunnel and were hiding in it. As expected, the reconnaissance team had good skills, so an inspired Goth began drawing a diagram in the sand with a dagger, turning to Dale and Marco. Raising his visor, he smiled, offering to deal with the monsters themselves. If the scouts decided they could handle the cleanup on their own, they would engage in battle without orders. The guys' mouths dropped open in surprise. They didn't expect everything to happen so quickly. Frowning, Dale told the commander that they could simply scout out the situation and not put themselves in danger. He continued that it was too risky. What if there was a whole group of monsters lurking there, and there were only 3 of them? Goth corrected him. There were 4 of them. All they needed was to capture the kobold. Dale nervously pointed his finger at Jafir, exclaiming that the commander must be joking. They were really going to fight this porter? Marco patted him on the shoulder, urging him to calm down, then turned to the commander, suggesting that they first listen to his plan and only then decide on anything. Goth glanced at the other hunters with a sly look and smiled. He turned to Jafir, asking him to get something from his bag, and he nodded, fulfilling the request. When the porter took out several branches with red berries and placed them on the ground, the hunter explained that these were the fruits and leaves of the actinidia. Dale covered his face with his hand and gagged as the blonde man began to crush berries in a wooden bowl with a mortar. This would produce the scent of a cobalt female in heat. The smell, according to Goth, is quite strong. The creatures can smell it from more than 100 meters away. Indeed, at the other end of the cave, the cobalt stopped and began to sniff attentively, forgetting about everything else in the world. As the foul smell filled his nostrils, thick saliva flowed from the monster's mouth, and he licked his lips carnivorously. Goth, smiling slyly, covered his mouth with his hand, waved a bowl of crushed berries through the air, spreading the aroma. A kobold, maddened by lust, was rushing towards them from the tunnel at full speed. Finally approaching, he howled in surprise when his limbs touched not the solid ground, but small branches. Thus, the group of hunters managed to trick the beast into a trap. The kobold barked like an offended dog and fell into a deep hole. There he said goodbye to life, because the bottom was covered with thick and sharp wooden stakes, on which the rest of the monster's brethren were already impaled. Goth smiled triumphantly at his comrades, because he said that everything would work out, and they praised the commander's decision. The man beamed with self-satisfaction, and when asked when he'd come up with this, he replied that it was all life experience. Jafir watched him silently, as it was he who had given the hunter the idea. In his past life, after the boy was transferred to the hunters, he was on the same team with Goth. He sought recognition from other hunters, but he never got the chance, until he met a former warrior. Goth froze with a water skin in his hands, asking Jafir in surprise if the road to the cave was clear. Even before the commander had carried out his supposed plan, the porter called him over to tell him something. The blonde admitted that he had already gone down to the place where the monsters were supposed to be, and there was a small lair of surviving kobolds there. The hunter was surprised, asking if the ordinary miner was too self-confident. But he replied that before coming here, he was responsible for reconnaissance in his team. Jafir's forte is to find secret paths. Gott scratched his chin thinking, if the newbie says that they can handle it just the four of them, then maybe they should try following his plan. The blonde replied that the decision would be up to the commander, but he thought it was definitely worth a try. Gott, turning his back to the guy, smiled slightly. This place could bring them good money. It would be a shame to share with others. The hunter thought that this Jafir was not as useless as he seemed. Incidentally, Actinidia is not easy to find, but their carrier is well-trained and seems to be well-versed in monster hunting. The hunter's smile widened as he realized how much pleasure he was getting from knowing he was superior, since Jafir had left the decision up to his superior. The man decided that as commander, he would put in a good word for the boy, and he would quickly be transferred to the hunters. Calling the blonde to him, Goth handed him the dagger. He thanked her, clutching the weapon tightly in his hands. Goth winked at the guy, deciding that everything the newbie did, he did on purpose to look in the best light in front of him. However, what difference does it make in any case? His aspiration is commendable, and the hunter did not consider himself a complete scum. He should not have to worry about some lair of kobolds. Having thrust his spear into the monster's neck, he was determined to take from this cave everything it could give. Sharply pulling the tip out of the kobold's flesh, Gott loudly announced that they had dealt with most of the creatures. Marco, deftly handling the kobolds with his hammer, was openly having fun. He didn't think it would be so easy and fun. His boss was examining a small blue stone. It was a pity that there were so few of them. Jafir had just emerged from a narrow passage he had been examining for monsters and reported that it was clear. Gott was about to give another order when suddenly Dale's voice was heard. In one of the still unexplored passages, right at the entrance, he noticed something. The guy crouched down to get a better look at the find. A pile of small bones. Or maybe they were just remains. Grasping the remains of someone's paw with his fingertips, he couldn't understand what it was, and it didn't look like a wild animal. Just as he realized that these were cobalt bones, two burning red lights appeared from the depths of the cave. Then a huge clawed paw, like someone's deadly weapon, protruded from the passage. Apparently, a monster of considerable size had been hiding for a long time and immediately grabbed the man, holding him in its claws. He was so shocked that he didn't even try to free himself, while the monster's hand forced its way through, widening the passage with its own body. Gott desperately shouted his partner's name, realizing that he couldn't help him in any way. But the monster apparently changed its mind about killing and threw the man away from itself, trying to get out. Dale, like a rag doll, instantly flew in the opposite direction. He let out a strangled wheeze as he slammed hard into the hard cave wall. Marco screamed at the top of his lungs. The hammer in his hands heated up and began to glow red. A round symbol appeared on the handle, and the man ran forward, ordering the others to take cover behind him. He grimaced at the realization of how wrong he had been. He thought that it was all over. What was hidden there? The hunter quickly explained that the symbol on his weapon was a magical shield that could stop even the orc chieftain. This monster should not be able to break through the defense. Marco didn't expect at all that the monster's long, pointed tail would emerge from the passage and knock him off his feet along with his vaunted shield. The blow caused blood to gush from the man's mouth, and he began to cough violently. How could it be that his shield couldn't withstand it? The bright blue tail continued to wriggle like a whip, striking the man with more and more blows. Gott looked at this in horror, shouting the name of his colleague. Stunned by the shock that had overwhelmed him, the hunter realized who the tail belonged to. Meanwhile, having finished with Marco, the monster's limb switched to Goth. He looked at the approaching death with his huge eyes, as if in slow motion. A new batch of hot human blood gushed onto the walls of the cave, and a loud and drawn-out cry of horror and pain was heard. Meanwhile, the support group at the entrance to the cave seemed to be going according to plan. But finally, the man in glasses noticed his wrist and cursed in shock. His magic bracelets. If something happened to the group of hunters, they would break right on his arm. So why the hell did 3 of them break at once now? He turned around in horror, sweat pouring down his face under the mask. What was going on there? Meanwhile, the hunter's blood was soaking the ground in their shelter. The Goth, whose torn bracelet hung from his wrist and whose armor was in great tatters, whimpered like a child, clutching his wounded and bloody shoulder. He, covered in sweat and blood, barely found the strength to raise his head. In front of him, without a single scratch and without a gun, stood their porter, Jafir, in a fighting stance, covering the commander with his body. No one knew that he was using the Iron Wall skill. It increased defensive functions, completely absorbed damage below the owner's own defense level, and guaranteed high endurance. However, raising his hand and looking closely at his wrist, the guy realized that the monster had broken through his defense even with the Iron Wall. Jafir, he cursed under his breath. He wasn't even a year old yet, and I thought it wouldn't be easy with this monster. The creature used the sharp tip of its tail to crawl towards Dale's unconscious body. The monster grabbed the bloody hunter tightly around the waist and lifted him off the ground. It was unclear whether the man had died or whether life was still glimmering within him, because no sound came from him. By this time, a huge monster with a strong body and a head with several pairs of eyes and huge teeth had completely cleared the passage to the hunter's shelter. Jafir watched him carefully, without moving. It was the predator, a creature that pretends to be the offspring of other monsters, using its pheromones to grow up and quickly consume its parents. Jafir turned sharply to Goth, asking only out of politeness to borrow his spear, grabbed the weapon. The man hysterically asked what he was going to do. The guy expertly twirled the spear in his hands. Then, straightening up to his full height, he straightened his arm, moving the gun to the side in front of the monster. His mouth immediately stretched into a sly smile. The blonde was about to warm up a little. He spoke softly to the monster, creating a small smoke symbol on his palm. He was going to grant it one last wish. A second later, a small ball could be seen in place of the smoke. Jafir was already smiling openly, asking how exactly the predator wanted to die. It was her. Special ability number 3, but it is still unclear what exactly its characteristics are. A magical silhouette of a key, decorated with wings on top, appeared on Jafir's bandaged palm. It was a silver key. It opened the door to a forgotten castle. The user could at any time and in any place put and take out various kinds of objects stored in the silver room. At the moment, the key is in the left hand. The next moment, the guy carried 2 objects out of the room, which now rested in his palm. He immediately threw them right on the floor in front of the astonished Goth. It was an ordinary-looking rag, and the herb, Dragon's Heart, a natural tonic that has the effect of calming the state of mind. The former warrior unwound part of the bandage from his hand in order to attach the spear shaft to his hand. Then Jafir asked Goth to step back. He wrapped the end of the bandage tighter around his palm and the handle to make sure everything was secure. The guy took a deep breath and thrust his spear forward, declaring that now the most interesting part would begin. Goth jumped back, shocked, asking what he meant. Seeing the enraged predator rushing straight towards them, the hunter shouted, asking the guy what he was thinking, since he wasn't even a fighter. Having applied the rag thrown to him to the wound, Goth, gritting his teeth, thought that, even if he had to die here, he would not hide like a cowardly dog behind the miner's back. He froze abruptly as the space around him seemed to explode and turn a dark, bloody color. The monster opened its wide mouth and, flashing countless fangs, roared, leaning on its hind legs. The skill Fear paralyzes the enemy, gripping them with fear. This is exactly the trap that Goth found himself in. He fell to the ground, trying to crawl as far away as possible. The hunter trembled like an autumn leaf and remembered the story the elder had told him long ago. The small town perished in suffering. Houses burned. People and their property burned alive. Men with only pitchforks in their hands tried to protect their families while they did not know where to run, because there was only fire all around. Several years ago, a nearby village was attacked by an adult predator who took the lives of small people with one blow of his tail. He grabbed their bodies in his huge paws, immediately eating their limbs, spraying blood everywhere. The villagers watched everything that was happening without even blinking their eyes, and all because their bodies were completely consumed by fear. People watched their loved ones die, unable to even close their eyes. They could only cry silently. And there was nothing to be done. All that was left was to wait for one's turn to go to one's forefather. How late Goth remembered this, frozen on the floor in a pool of his own comrade's blood. As tears streamed from his eyes, the hunter did not immediately realize that the scenario in his head was different from what he remembered. His vision was clouded with horror, and the man heard only stinging sounds, not understanding what he was even looking at. Finally, he began to discern the silhouettes of the miner's hands, who was skillfully wielding his own hunting spear. Jafir was right at the creature's mouth and fearlessly attacked it, trying to get into its very throat. When the monster got tired of dodging, he was probably planning to make the main attack. The cave was filled with a disgusting screech, cutting the ears. The blonde jumped back to buy himself time, then, gaining speed, crossed the space separating him and the predator in a few leaps. The dragon heart, which he managed to chew and spit out the chewed stalk right on the run, really gave the warrior that promised state of mind, freeing him from fear and anxiety in front of the predator. Moreover, the guy had special ability number 2, the Secret of Hermes. It improves the effectiveness of any secret medicines by 500%. As he ran, Jafir thought about the fact that out of his 9 special abilities, he only had 1 weapon, and that it took up an incredible amount of mana, so there was no point in even thinking about using it now. The left hand darted through the air, summoning bottles of green liquid from the silver room. Jafir poured the potent poison of the poisonous King Fade, Varial, onto the tip of the spear. He so inopportunely recalled their last conversation in the castle near the warm fireplace. When Jafir asked the man if he would really so easily reveal to him the recipe that he had studied his whole life. Fade, folding his arms across his chest, shook his head, replying that the world would soon end anyway. There was no point in hiding anything. They would all rot eventually anyway. It was better to use them together. The king added that he still wanted the warrior to use it, if with the help of his poison, there would be at least 1 less creature, thereby saving at least someone. Taking aim, the blonde ran up to the predator and pointed the poisoned tip of the spear at him. A Fade appeared before my eyes, whose left side of his face was a solid scar, and because of this, his crooked smile looked even more creepy. He said that he could not wish for more. The spear pierced the skin between the monster's ribs, spraying green poison around. After spinning the weapon a few times, Jafir, gritting his teeth, jerked it out of the predator, leaving a huge cut from which the monster's black blood began to spurt out like a fountain. Throwing his ugly head back, he let out a heart-rending squeal, sticking out his long tongue. The monster screamed and growled, shaking its head and tail in incredible pain, because the deadly poison Varial, made from the most common herbs, enters the blood vessels, spreads throughout the body, and destroys internal organs. And of course, it causes hellish pain. After all, the poisonous king was quite the sadist. The traitor still couldn't die and was still trying to hit his attacker with his tail. There were 3 minutes left before the poison spread throughout his body, and the blonde needed to hold out until then. Jafir kept raining down new blows on the monster, now with the tip, now with the other, no less sharp tip of the spear. But at some point, luck turned against the guy, and the predator, dodging, waved his long, dodgy tail. The warrior was thrown back against the wall by a sharp and precise blow, holding his weapon tightly in his hands. The monster stood at the other end of the cave on all fours, its back turned to the man from its own blow. Jafir let out a strangled cry as he hit the hard stone hard, nearly damaging his spine. His vision immediately went dark, but as soon as the guy came to his senses, he froze in horror. With his mouth wide open, the predator ran towards him with all his might, intending to swallow him on the spot. But the blonde wasn't going to give in so easily. With a sly smile, he threw a whole bottle of that very poison into the monster's mouth. Jafir deftly jumped to the side, and the monster, not expecting such a maneuver, buried its muzzle right into the stone wall, biting off pieces from it. Jumping back, the guy managed to look back. The predator was pulled back, a fountain of blood was gushing from the monster's throat. He roared again from the pain that tore through him, sticking out his tongue, trying to breathe in at least a little air, but Fade's poison was merciless. The blonde counted down the seconds until the predator's death. 2 minutes left, although no, already 1. To escape, he jumped across a small area of the cave. Jafir understood perfectly well that with his current skills, it would be difficult to evade this creature. Therefore, after 1 minute has passed, he either tries to survive until the predator dies, or he would have to gather all the strength he had into one decisive and final blow. The former warrior deftly dodged the slowly dying monster, whose tail continued to actively thrash from side to side. The guy suddenly grabbed the tip of the monster's tail with both hands. The next moment, the predator, spraying blood and squealing, threw the man up, still waving his long appendage. Clutching the creature tightly, Jafir even began to pray to all the gods he knew, He only had to endure a little longer. Finally, he realized that the decisive moment had come, and he let go of his hands. As he fell, Jafir raised his spear above himself, its long tip pointing downwards. He chose the most opportune moment when he was hanging right above the monster's head and was now about to plunge the weapon right into its crown. Approaching the coveted point, the guy, without holding back his emotions, let out a warlike cry. A second passed, and the poisonous tip entered one of the many pairs of the predator's eyes. The warrior noticed from a distance that it was entering the slimy flesh as if it were butter. Now, Jafir knew he had to hold on tighter than ever, because the creature roared and threw its head back, trying to throw off this bug that was causing it so much pain. The traitor shook his head so hard that Jafir ducked, letting go of the handle of his spear. It caught on a hanging stone and broke in half, the tip still remaining in the stranger's eye. The guy caught the second sharp part and positioned it comfortably in his hand. He ducked down again and thrust it into the predator's other eye, wishing him to choke. The next step was the dagger that Goth had kindly given him. Jafir quickly pulled it out of its sheath. Muttering that this was another gift for the monster, the guy took aim. The knife deftly sank into the third eye, crushing it and causing it to splash out with scarlet liquid. The monster screamed in pain, the predator's entire body shaking in excruciating convulsions. Stones from the blows of the huge body fell from the walls and ceiling, almost blocking the passage into the cave. Jafir stubbornly held on with his hands as his body bounced in the air along with the monster. The man's nails dug into the vile flesh. The guy did everything to save himself. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer and slid off the head, hanging with his whole body, holding only the hilt of the sword, which remained in the monster's eye. The blade slowly sank under his weight, sinking into the mess. Pulling himself up, Jafir deftly pulled out a dagger and struck the monster again. Returning 10 years ago, he lost everything that could have made him better than this monster. He had no strength or magical energy, so he had to prepare like this. Restorative. He remembered its properties well, and the hidden effect of drinking a large amount. And the fact is that even if you drink a dozen bottles, it will not have any effect. You must have the special ability, Secret of Hermes. Jafir did everything he could to acquire the magic that would allow him to crush the predator's skull. The warrior raised his fist over the monster's head, and the man's entire body was illuminated by a soft blue light. He was able to use the magic power management technique. The fist, touching the spear, sent out a special discharge, electricity fueled by magic. Such a blow, with a bright flash and destructive power, fell on the top of the predator's head. It pierced his entire body, all the way to the ground, destroying even the stone floor of the cave. After a few seconds, Goth, who was sitting on his knees, began to chuckle nervously. He remembered with insane pain how he wanted to put in a good word for the miner so that he would be transferred to the hunters. I thought he was just showing off in front of his superiors to appease them. How he considered himself the best, and that he shouldn't worry about some lair of kobolds. How he screwed up. This guy will quickly gain recognition from other hunters and rise to the top without his help. But now Jafir is a simple miner and cannot go down into the dungeon without permission. If he needed a ticket here, that ticket was Goth. Meanwhile, the warrior, without having received a single wound in the battle, approached the hunter, not taking his eyes off him. They needed to chat. Several miles away, in the forest illuminated by the midday sun, heavy, painful sighs could be heard. Several men lay on the ground, one dead with a cleaver in his head, the second beaten to the point of blood. He still had the strength to sit. A tall, strong man with a pointed mace on a chain in his hands was advancing on him. The man crawled away from him, denied any involvement in anything, and said it was a misunderstanding. The church worker, the big man, grinned and began to twirl his mace, holding onto the chain, saying that they had entered the temple together. Behind him walked slowly figures in cloaks and with swords in their hands. The unfortunate man called someone by name, turned to Sahak, asking him to believe him. Tears began to flow from the man's eyes. He sobbed and begged, insisting that he did not worship the devil. The warrior standing behind the big guy with a cross on his forehead grinned terribly, his eyes flashing with madness, and immediately ordered the unfortunate man to be killed. The big man didn't need to be asked twice. It was obvious that killing gave him incredible pleasure, because with a bloodthirsty smile, he brought his mace down hard on the victim's head. Finally, the devil worshippers were finished off. The bodies lay under the treetops hiding their crushed heads in their shadows. Suddenly, one of the dead men began to tremble strangely. His mouth began to move, and a beetle began to slowly crawl out from there, its whole body wriggling. A few seconds passed before the creature emerged. It turned out to be a long centipede with a red symbol on its small head. Before the insect could crawl away, the man in the cloak cut it with a magic sword, causing the centipede to explode in the air. The fighter pulled the sword aside. It was all ablaze with red fire. He, flashing a mad look and licking his dagger, hissed that the insect had already appeared, and he knew for sure that the dead man was a follower of the devil. In the beautifully furnished office, a chandelier sparkled brightly, the rays of the sun shimmering beautifully in its drop-shaped details. An authoritative voice at the table addressed Sahak, who was kneeling, asking if it was one of the seven, whether the probability of what was happening was not too low. He had been promised to catch one worm, but in the end, they had destroyed 7 members of the group. The owner of the voice was confronted with parts of a centipede floating in a jar of liquid, and he was told that the protest was so serious that they had even burned down the straw houses. Sahak, still kneeling, addressed Inquisitor Matthias, who was seated at the table. Now that he had removed his hood, one could see his wheat-colored hair and the same cross that was applied to the slaves. He said that the Inquisitor had heard of their methods, and it must be assumed that the rest of the group had already been converted. Yellow eyes flashed dangerously as the man announced that there was only a month left until the raid, and if they didn't destroy the heretics hiding in the temple soon, they would soon have to pay for them with their own lives. Matthias was silent, deep in thought. He was carefully examining the centipede floating in the jar. Finally, he spoke, promising to shut up the group of hunters. But in return, the man wanted to see the exact result, and let only Sahak, the confidant of the Inquisition, try to let them down. He bowed and bared his teeth, saying that he would do everything as ordered. Meanwhile, in the city's Human Resources Department, where Gott brought Jeffer, a girl, a worker in a white uniform, sat at the table and pointed to the necessary papers and to the commander of the reconnaissance group, Mr. Gott. First, he needed to fill out an application to hire this person, in which case it was necessary to state his name and designation. The hunter replied that Jeffer, who had started working as a miner this week, was standing next to him. The girl replied that she understood and asked to wait 1 second. A little later, she said, smiling sweetly, that if a hunter wants to hire someone from another department, then that person becomes a member of his group, and if the hired person's mistakes lead to a decrease in the performance of the entire group, this could negatively affect his personal evaluation in the HR department. When the worker asked Gott if he agreed to these conditions, the man smiled broadly and nodded. He agreed, absolutely. The man glanced sideways at Jafir. If this guy worked properly, he could take credit for all his achievements. Deep down, Gott was only pursuing his own benefit. He was incredibly happy that, whatever one might say, do what you do, and come what may. The hunter couldn't even imagine that he would get such a chance. Just last night in the dungeon, the man was shocked by what he heard from the one who defeated the terrible monster. Jafir, who was calmly examining the corpse of the predator, if he was sure that he should pretend that nothing had happened, that he had not killed the monster. Goth was silent for a few seconds, digesting what he heard, then asked the guy if he was going to take the monster's bodies. Jafir replied that he would only leave the predator and the kobolds. The miner also cast a sly glance at the hunter and asked him to report that this place was only a lair of the kobolds. Monster corpses, magic stones, and items found in dungeons are all inaccessible to the temple's slaves. After all, everything that the slaves found becomes the property of the temple itself. And so it was, and always will be. The only thing a slave in a hunting group can have is a reward for clearing and bonuses depending on the value of the trophy. So Jafir, rapping his knuckles on the predator, said that he could make a good profit if he took this carcass to the broker. Gott, still pressing a rag on the wound, exclaimed that this was impossible. Didn't the guy know that there was a support group waiting outside for just such cases, with whom the hunters had already spoken, and that special people would come here to collect the trophies? Jafir smiled and replied that he knew about it, but what difference did it make? He placed his left hand, the back of which still bore the drawing of the key, on the predator's corpse. Streams of white-blue light burst from the palm. The magic of the key took effect to take the item into the silver room. There was a product, but now it's gone. With these words, the huge carcass evaporated from the cave, as if it had never been there. The hunter couldn't believe his eyes. He saw with his own eyes how expanded the subspace, which is usually clogged with a couple of things, could be. And then this. Such a large creature disappeared, and not even a trace of blood remained. When the silence that had returned dragged on, Jafir spoke the name of the senior hunter. Clenching his left hand into a fist, erasing the remnants of magic, the guy turned his head to the man sitting on the floor and asked if he wanted a promotion. While their small team sat outside the HR department door, Gott leaned his elbows on his knees, swaying slightly from side to side, and thought hard. There were 3 more dungeons to get to. The reward for clearing them could be split between the group members, and the monster corpses could be kept for themselves. Clearing dungeons every quarter and the overall number of battles can greatly increase the chance of promotion, even if the dungeons are ordinary cobalt layers. And since his group is a reconnaissance group, the hunters had very few battles. Goth stuck around in one place for 3 years. The man imagined a bright future. If a skilled hunter joined the group, they would enter the dungeon first and take everything inside without outside interference. As a small group, they would destroy several dungeons, and Goth's reputation as a commander would greatly increase. The man thoughtfully rested his chin on his clasped fingers, thinking that he needed a promotion, and Jafir needed money, and this was a great deal. He just needed to hide it poorly, that's all. Jafir was also silent, his arms folded across his chest, lost in his thoughts. He had decided that he would be able to cover all his debts once he sold the Predator at a good price. And, to be honest, he would like to leave the temple as soon as possible. But he still had some business here. The warrior remembered well that in about a month, a large-scale raid by the Temple Knights would take place, during which they would find an item that would shake the entire continent. Jafir needs to get into the raid team by any means necessary and get his hands on that item in order to change the future. Finally, the HR employee announced that Jafir had been registered and was now a member of the hunter group, and that he was also entitled to an introductory token and needed to go to the supply department to receive basic equipment. The future hunter, accompanied by his boss, proceeded to the designated department. They had to cross a long, busy street. The men walked silently along the cobblestones, and Jafir thought about how he hadn't been able to join the raiding party last time, as he had only been promoted to the rank of member of the hunting party after the list of those participating in the raid had been announced. Since about 20 people would be taken from the group of hunters, the guy would have to try hard to get into the raid group. He even had a plan, but Jafir didn't know when exactly he could start implementing it. Gott stopped and pointed to the line in the supply department for his companion. Jafir should go there, and the hunter himself should go to the infirmary to report that Dale and Marco were undergoing treatment. Just as the man was about to add that they could take some things with them, both noticed a group of church people heading towards them. Suddenly, for Jafir, Goth grabbed him by the top of his head, forcing him to lower his head down, bowing to the men. The footsteps of a small crowd were heard, and the noise in the street died down. A group of people in long black robes and hoods, among whom was a half-naked giant with a mace in his hand, walked past the crowd bowing before them. Sakak walked in front of the entire group, the long hem of his cloak fluttering in the wind. He just passed by Jafir, who obediently lowered his head. The man's eyes suddenly widened, and he himself didn't understand why he was so excited. The cloaks passed forward, and the hunters raised their heads. Goth sighed with relief. He explained to Jafir that these people were the Inquisitor of Heresy's authorized agents. They were slaves who were directly subordinate to the Inquisitor. But these are not simple slaves. It is better to treat them like nobles. Under the pretext of searching for heresy, these bastards have the right to kill ordinary slaves without warning. There are rumors of people being cut down just because they accidentally pushed the Inquisitor's authorized representatives with their shoulder. The craziest of them is Sahak, nicknamed Mad Dog. They say that he started working for the Inquisitor only out of a thirst to kill. If he notices someone, he will go to the end and bite their throat. So Jafir should have kept this in mind. Suddenly, the entire group, which had managed to move far away, stopped, and Sahak, without turning around, shouted something. A second later, the dog turned around sharply, glaring at Goth and his companion. Beads of sweat immediately ran down the man's forehead, and his heart tried to burst out of his chest. Had they really heard him? Sahak kept approaching them, and as he walked, he began to speak, and he dismissively asked for forgiveness, saying that he had become interested in something. Approaching Jafir, he pointed his finger at the guy who was dressed in miner's rags. The Heresy Inquisitor's confidant removed his hood and introduced himself, then asked the miner to state his name and rank. Jafir narrowed his eyes, looking fearlessly at Sahak. Got stuttered as he named his companion, explaining that he had just joined his group and that if there were any problems, he, as the commander. Mad Dog didn't let him finish, rudely cutting him off mid-sentence. His face instantly lit up with such anger, as if he was ready to incinerate everyone around him with just one glance. The man ordered the hunter to shut up, since he was not talking to him. It seemed to Goto that the figure of the man in front of him had stretched out, that this slave was ready to tear him to pieces for opening his mouth inappropriately. The hunter felt his entire body freeze, and his breathing became ragged, as if he saw before him not a man, but a predator. What kind of deadly energy was this? Right before the eyes of a crowd of thousands, the leader of the hunting party, who had not been touched by a finger, staggered as if from a blow. Sahak kept his gaze fixed on Jafir, and when he remained standing with his back straight and proud, he was convinced of his suspicions. Even when the guy was just standing there, it was immediately clear that he was not as simple as he might seem at first glance. Others would hardly notice such a thing, but the Inquisitor's confidant had no equal in the acuteness of his senses. This man in the tattered miner's clothes was an incomparable master, whose powerful energy, comparable in strength to a dragon, was boiling over. Even though he was wearing a miner's outfit, he had just been transferred to the hunter's group. He was originally in the miner's group. New slaves arriving at the temple for the first time are assigned a position after a skills test, testing both their physical and magical prowess. Those who can fight are given the opportunity to demonstrate their skills in action, as the hunting party is always in need of new recruits. So it turns out that this slave first worked in the church, and then he was appointed as a member of the hunting party. All this seemed suspicious and unnatural to Sahak. In the blink of an eye, the entire group of the Inquisitor's slaves disbanded. A few seconds later, without warning, they suddenly surrounded Jafir. It seems that this guy is a strong fighter, but not to the extent that the dog cannot handle him. The man decided to ask the slave a few questions. He also ordered him to answer honestly and not lie, to which Jafir smiled shakily, thinking that this freak would now regret what he said. And so, the close Inquisitor had some questions for an ordinary hunter. The man approached Jafir, a wide grin on his face. Sahak asked the boy if he had heard anything about worshippers of the demon god. Oh yes, Jafir knew about them better than anyone. The followers of the demon god are the people who worship Tartaros, his worst enemy. Traitors to humanity who will lead all people to defeat in the Great War. However, for now they are known only as heretics, hostile to the current religious order. Slowly approaching the boy, Sahak ingratiatingly explained that these people have several differences from all other people. He said that he had gained recognition for quickly spotting these differences, and thus became a subordinate of Master Matthias, the Inquisitor of Heresy. Crazy Eyes measured Jafir's figure. Dog said that his instinct told him that the guy was a dangerous type. He immediately pulled a long dagger from its sheath and extended his hand forward. Now, as the Inquisitor's executive officer, Sahak will conduct the interrogation. So let the hunter keep in mind that every word or action can be used to his disadvantage. After a few seconds of silence, Jafir asked if he had the opportunity to ask something. Another slave from the group, angered by his action, almost attacked the guy with a sword, calling him the son of a dog. But Sahak waved his hand, allowing Jafir to speak. He asked if they could change places for a warm conversation. Without taking his dagger away, the Inquisitor's confidant wondered why this was necessary. The hunter noticed with a smile that there were too many spectators gathered here on the street. Fixing his gaze on Sahak, Jafir said that he was afraid, you never know, if something indecent happened here, the executive person of the Inquisitor might find himself in a rather uncomfortable position. The dog's eyes widened in rage. How dare this freak? He chuckled, baring his teeth, noticing that the guy had a lot of confidence if he thought he could handle 5 of them on his own. Saying that the more often he meets such people, the more he feels the benefit of his work. The man took a fighting stance, ready to attack. Even the air around him became electrified with his energy. A red field in the form of a triangle with various symbols appeared on the paving stones, with Jafir in the center. 3 cloaked figures controlled the electrical charge of the field, using magical knobs on their daggers. It was a red field skill, the power of abilities located inside the ally's field. The holding time and the boost effect depends on the number of people using the skill. It was activated as a special attribute due to a lack of user understanding. Jafir narrowed his eyes. He didn't move. He only said that this was already interesting. He tensed his palms and waved them several times. The smile never left the guy's face as he assumed a fighting stance. For a moment, it seemed that Sahak was surprised. This combat technique seemed strange to him. He needed to observe first. But any thick-headed idiot could think that. The man laughed and ran, advancing straight towards Jafir. He didn't care, because inside the red field he was invincible. He pulled his hand with the dagger back, using his acceleration. Flashes appeared in the air. Just before Sahak jumped, a hunter approached him. His palms slid down, his expressionless gaze following the dog. He sharply dodged the attack. Jafir leaned forward, his palms moving with incredible speed. Another movement almost hit Sahak, passing right over his face. Jafir ran back, keeping an eye on his enemy. The man twisted and turned around, clutching the dagger in his hand. Then he covered the distance between himself and his opponent in a few leaps, putting his leg forward. Sahak was triumphant and smiled, confident of his victory. But the next moment, the crazy eyes widened in shock. He tried to knock the hunter off his feet with this technique, but he couldn't do it, because the guy's leg didn't even move, as if he was made of iron. Sahak's great regret, in those seconds that he hesitated, Jafir managed to group himself. The next moment, blows rained down on the slave as if he was being beaten not by one person, but by a huge crowd. The man threw his head back sharply, coughing and choking on his own blood. His hand involuntarily unclenched, the sword falling from his weakened fingers. The hunter took a stance and pulled his bloody fist back, looming over the man. Sahak was lying on the ground unconscious. Gott shouted, warning Jafira of danger to the right. The boy covered his head with his hand when a mace on a chain flew at him. He straightened up, glancing towards the giant who had attacked him. The hunter jumped back, still covering himself with his hand. From a distance, he saw a loutish slave swinging a mace, aiming at the guy. Jafir to him, demanding to play together. He smiled, got into a fighting stance, and mockingly shouted at the giant, very surprised that he could talk. Otherwise, it seemed that the man was just a little dog raised by that little idiot. The slave stopped smiling and, screaming furiously, threw the mace, holding onto the chain, towards Jafir. The heavy, spiked weapon made a hole in the cobblestones, and the boy managed to run to the side. People standing on the sides of the street began to fuss in fear, trying to escape the stones flying in all directions. Goth, who thought that nothing could surprise him anymore, was once again amazed by this frightening guy. Looking at the unconscious mad dog, he thought about what he had realized back in the dungeons, that Jafir was no slouch. But this time, he had so quickly taken out the Inquisitor's pawn with some strange techniques. Even now, as the big guy named Morningstar Flail slammed his mace into the ground with all his might, Jafir fought off absolutely every stone flying at him. A few seconds later, he moved his foot to the side, knocking the mace itself away. Covering his mouth with his hand, Goat smiled. He would win now. And Sahak himself, when he woke up, would burn with shame. And his pride would not allow him to report this to the higher-ups and provide an arrest warrant. Finally, the man, without even trying to hide, waved his fist, let Jafir win, and these freaks will leave him alone, and let him not dare lose. Otherwise, they'll grab him and the guy as an accomplice. A stranger in the crowd, who was standing next to the hunter, laughed and cursed, telling Goth that his friend was unlucky. Although the guy fights off all attacks like crazy, his problem started a few minutes ago. Jafir seemed unaware that Flail was feeding off the field's power, as was the chain of his weapon. The guy's outstretched arms were immediately wrapped in a magical chain. Trying to extricate himself, he only became more entangled in it. Opposite him stood a smiling giant, clutching his mace tightly. The red field gave the slave's bodies extraordinary strength. Flail bent his knee and pulled the long chain towards himself with all his strength. Jafir's feet began to slide on the cobblestones, kicking up small stones into the air. But he didn't even allow himself a second's hesitation without blinking an eye. While the boy was focusing on Flayla, a red flash appeared behind him. After all, thanks to the work of the red field, these bastards are getting stronger with every second. And as confirmation of this, a huge cut appeared on Jeffrey's back, and blood spurted out. It was Sahak who woke up and managed to wound the hunter with a dagger. Hissing joyfully, the man announced that the jokes were over. After wiping the alien blood from the dagger, the temple henchman said that he would make Jafir regret not asking to be thrown behind bars from the very beginning. Standing at a stance and drawing his dagger back, Sahak turned towards the boy who was still chained. The man ran towards him, using his acceleration. Approaching Jafir, he began to wield his dagger with inhuman speed, appearing in different parts of the field. The guy couldn't catch his opponent's eye while he was flying around him and laughing madly because Jafir didn't even see him. The next moment, the hunter felt a cut on his cheek. Sahak, running past, looked at him with a grin, boasting that his abilities had now increased by 80%, that no tricks would work against his incredible speed. He continued to cover the warrior's body with more and more cuts, wishing him to die in agony. Still laughing, he flew straight at Jafir. But the next second, the hunter's clenched fists fell on his head. The impact was so strong that the man was slammed into the asphalt, with many stones flying around. Sahak's mouth and his eyes rolled back in agony. Grabbing his wheat-colored hair, Jafir kneed the man in the face. He asked what kind of disgusting teamwork slaves had. Sahak's head fell back, he sprayed blood around himself, his fading consciousness wondering why neither his speed nor his red field defense were working. Finally, the man, with a shameful groan, fell face down on the damaged floor, and Jafir, with his hands tied, spat out that, due to flying like flies, the big guy had already died of boredom. The guy added that if the slave wanted to show off his speed, he could have done it in a less shameful way. Flail's voice rang out, cursing at Jafir as he pulled at the chain. He ordered the hunter to come to him and tightened the iron more and more. Jafir straightened up, attracting the big guy's attention with a shout. He strained his palms as hard as he could, asking why Flail with such a size wasn't doing anything. The guy smiled and asked if he was afraid to come closer. If his subordinates had shown such teamwork in their past life, Jafir would have finished them off long ago. He pulled the chains towards himself sharply, using a combat method of magic control, amplification. The chains were thrown upwards by such force. Flail fell on his butt, letting go of the mace. She began to knock down the remaining figures that were holding the field in a circle. When the haze cleared, Jafir stood in the street, throwing his chains aside to the astonished gaze of the crowd. Around him, temple slaves lay on the ground, barely conscious. The guy was breathing heavily, looking around at the people. Sahak, barely raising himself on his elbow, covered in wounds, asked Jafir, damn him, who he was and what his true face was. He smiled and replied that he had expected more interesting questions during the man's interrogation. But in the end, that was all he was interested in? Turning his back on the enraged henchman of the Inquisition, Jafir mockingly said that he had no right to know about this. From the tower window, hidden in the shadows, Inquisitor Matthias watched the battle. Long hair fell on the man's shoulders. He covered his mouth with his hand in astonishment. Could it be that same man who sent this guy here? Everyone present on the street could not believe their eyes. How was this even possible? Mr. Sahak lost. He lay on the ground, hissing angrily and clenching his fists. Sweat poured down in thick beads onto the damaged floor as the man sobbed. Jafir smiled when he heard Sahak's mad cries behind him, cursing him. The guy thought he was very vocal. So the first stage of the plan was completed, but the problem was that now the hunter had no idea when what had happened would reach the ears of that freak. Jafir came out to a narrow path by the water. Now the only problem was time. But something was wrong. The guy didn't notice it right away. He froze in shock. Then an incomprehensible force pinned him to the floor, forcing him to sit down. Jafir couldn't move a finger. A sharp pain and powerlessness ran through his entire body. It was a mana freeze. Mana freeze is a condition accompanied by pain and weakness, fatigue, and rapid exhaustion, which occurs when magical power is completely depleted. After using that technique, Jafir's energy was used up much faster than he expected. Was he really such a weakling 10 years ago, even with his increased magic threshold? The guy cursed because he knew what would happen in that case, the meeting he hated. A purple portal appeared in the sky, which spat out into this world a creature in a golden mask, reminiscent of a carnival mask, and in long, seemingly torn clothes. In its hand, it held golden chains that wrapped around its entire body, and at the end of them hung a beautiful-looking bell with patterns engraved on it. The creature loomed over the boy, who stood frozen as if in a bow. and introduced itself as the spirit Shylock, a member of the family of Lord Usur, the great god of debt. The slits in the mask where the eyes were glowed purple. The palm reached out to Jafir when Shylock announced that the magic power value had been set to 0, and therefore the collection of the skill Iron Wall began. The warrior gritted his teeth as the spirit's voice, seemingly piercing every cell of his body, sounding everywhere and yet nowhere at the same time, pronounced its verdict. After all, Iron Wall is more than just a skill that increases defense and endurance. Fatigue and damage received from using skills accumulate, turning into debt, and at the moment the user's magic level reaches 0, the accumulated damage returns to the user. The magic bell becomes 10 times larger and collapses on the person, crushing them and instantly killing them. Many adventurers have tried to make this skill convenient for themselves in order to descend into deeper dungeons. But in the end, they all faced bankruptcy, that is, death. The god of debt, Usura, a majestic old man on a throne wearing a carnival mask, lowered his double-edged sword, which devoured the despair of people mired in debt. Jafir was sure that the god was watching him in battle and choked on saliva from greed. And indeed, under the highest ceiling in his chambers, Usura himself was watching the battle of Jafir. The old man smiled into his thick beard, gently stroking the turtle sitting on his lap, whose shell was covered with precious sapphires. The more fatigue accumulated in the guy, the louder Usura laughed, anticipating a rich harvest. Meanwhile, the spirit, stretching out its long neck, measured the damage accumulated in the user, using a special device built into the links of the chain. The chain jingled loudly, and Shylock announced that the measurement was complete, and it was time to begin the countdown. 10. The bell fell over the kneeling Jafir, gradually increasing in size. 9. Jafir pressed his palm into the ground, his body becoming too heavy. 8. 7. He had to do something. 6. The warrior cursed under his breath. His body seemed to be glued to the ground. He could do absolutely nothing about it. 5. 4. Jafir relaxed his palm and fell with his whole body to the ground, then began to tear the bandages on his left hand with his teeth. A little earlier, he had prudently wrapped a small bottle of restorative potion there. A huge coin with the Greek letter Omega depicted on it spun in the air at the number 3. 2. Jafir felt the vile, carnivorous, and anticipatory smile of the greedy god of debts, Usur, on his skin. 1. The bell trembled on its thin chain, finally increasing in size, and he flew down like a stone, where the warrior lay sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Jafir sharply pulled the bottle cork towards himself, biting into it with his teeth, and immediately took a sip of the life-saving liquid. The presence of 1 magic point has been established. The collection countdown has been cancelled. The bell, raising a pile of dust, suddenly hovered right above the boy's figure, its edges only slightly touching the man's skin. The spirit Shylock tilted his head to the side, and in an indifferent voice, declared that the debt procedure would have to be postponed until next time. The purple portal closed silently, safely hiding the eerie figure of the spirit within. Jafir, feeling the numbness in his muscles subside, leaned back, breathing heavily, placing his hot left cheek on the cold ground. A sly smile blossomed on his lips. The guy whispered that Usura was a real fool if he thought that the man would not be ready for something like this. In fact, he was a true professional in the field of survival. Jafir lived for a whole year after the extermination of humanity, and avoiding the god's debt collection was as easy as pie. Additionally, with proper mana management, Iron Wall can be a completely safe skill with the best efficiency. Jafir lay there, as if crucified, and tried hard to remember how much this ability had cost in his past life. If he wasn't mistaken, it was around 500 gold coins. A fortune. And plus it was popular among idiots like Leroy Jenkins. The guy smiled broadly. Such a large sum was beyond his means right now. Jafir raised his hand into the air and extended his middle finger to the clouds, confident that Usura was watching him. At this moment, the enraged god roared, and with his bare hands squeezed his unfortunate turtle so hard that its shell cracked, and shreds of flesh and splashes of blood flew around. Jafir, with his head heavy, could barely open his sleepy eyes. Staring at the dim ceiling, the guy didn't immediately realize that he had been unconscious the whole time. His clouded consciousness made it difficult for him to discern where he was, and moreover, he did not recognize the room at all. Suddenly, The smiling face of a nun in white and gold robes, already familiar to him, appeared before him. She joyfully asked if the visitor had slept well, and whether he had dreamed of unicorns and butterflies. Jafir tensed up seriously as he came to his senses and realized that he was lying on a strange bed with his wrists tightly bound on both sides of his head. He looked down and noticed a bald man pushing a large wooden cart in front of the bed, containing various medical and not-so-medical instruments. Slowly turning his gaze to the nun, Jafir cautiously asked her what kind of tricks these were. The girl folded her fingers in front of her and smiled sweetly, saying that her guest must have been very surprised to see an unfamiliar ceiling. But there was no need to worry. It was her workspace. With an even sweeter smile, she reminded him that the debt repayment period had passed an hour ago. The smile suddenly turned sinister, and the eyes widened, blazing with a mad fire. The nun asked if the client had become insolent. She rushed to the cart and slowly took a long and very sharp knife from there, continuing to talk about how she heard that the guy was hanging around and doing dangerous things. Didn't Jafir think that his jokes with the bail had gone too far? The dagger's tip stopped a few centimeters from the guy's eye when the girl loudly reminded him of the accrued interest, and that in such a case, the temple would conclude that the client had no intention of paying at all. Watching how the other person's expression changed abruptly from sweet to completely crazy, Jafir involuntarily shuddered. The nun held the knife tightly in her hands, screaming and squealing, asking if the customer would pay. He completely forgot that he owed the temple, and if he uses magic now, the collection will start again. We need to come up with something urgently. Swallowing hard, Jafir quickly said that he would receive his reward for clearing the dungeon next week, and that he kindly asked him to wait until then. The nun raised the knife higher, hissing that, naturally, they would confiscate these funds. But what to do with the loan for each day? The unpaid interest, because if this was a kobold dungeon, then the client wanted to slip her 3 coins. Narrowing her eyes, the girl whispered in the same tone, "What should they do? Should they really cut out the guy's insides now?" Turning her head, she called to 2 bald, bare-chested men who were standing nearby, waiting for the command to act. One of them, without asking any unnecessary questions, immediately cut the rope on Jafir's left hand with a sharp knife. Then one man slammed the boy's hand down onto the wooden cart, while the other held his wrist tightly, about to cut off a few fingers. The nun covered her mouth with her hand and suggested starting with the fingers, since the client didn't take the temple seriously. But after a couple of severed fingers, his opinion would change. Jafir screamed desperately, asking to wait. Besides, he could not remember the right name that was on the tip of his tongue. Frowning, the nun took a deep breath and ordered her assistants to cut with all her might. The muscular man didn't bat an eye as he swung the sharpest knife. Finally, in such a stressful situation, Jafir remembered the right name. He himself did not understand how it happened, but he managed to open his mouth. It was as if time itself slowed down when the boy uttered the first syllable. Then came the second, the knife still descending. The mouth opened again for the 3rd syllable. And the last one. Jafir fell silent, and the nun fell silent too. You could see the veins on her forehead bulging as soon as the client mentioned that name. The tip of the knife touched the skin, and a girl's loud, "Stop!" rang out in the room. The nun was angry as hell, but she understood that she would no longer be able to carry out her intended threat. She pierced the hated client with her gaze and could not believe what he had just done. Moreover, seeing a smirk on his face, she stepped back in surprise, loudly asking who he even was. Her assistants froze in surprise. One of them asked his sister what had happened. Her face, darker than the storm, did not express anything good. The girl ordered the men to get out of the room. When they dared to ask again, the nun stunned the assistants with her order. There was no need to repeat it a 3rd time. Waiting for the door to close behind the assistants, she remained silent, turning her back to the prisoner. Then the girl suddenly leaned over Jafir, hitting the pillow near his head with her palm. Getting close to the client's face, she screamed, ordering him to confess how he knew the name he had said. He, still smiling, whispered how it was possible not to know such a popular person. At first, the guy called her a nun, but then mockingly corrected himself, voicing her nickname. White Rose, a broker of monsters. A nun of the Temple of Light, Anna Primrose, but her second identity is the broker, White Rose, who, thanks to connections with the inhabitants of the underworld, acts as an intermediary, conducting transactions with stolen items, equipment, and the corpses of monsters. After all professional hunters know that going on a dungeon raid with cheap weapons is the work of a madman. Watching Anna's furious face as she lay literally on Jafir, he thought about how he needed to bargain with this girl and get things for himself as quickly as possible. The guy, with a laugh in his voice, thanked Rose for showing him the way to her monastery and offered to untie his hands so they could make a deal. Turning his head, Jeffer saw that it had long since gotten dark outside and suggested talking in a more normal setting. Meanwhile, at the city hospital, there was no chance of a peaceful night's sleep. Workers had to dodge flying objects thrown at them by one particularly violent patient, of Sakak, who was bandaged from head to toe, gently telling him that he shouldn't be nervous, but needed to calm down. The smug face of the hated Jafir kept appearing before Sahak's eyes, and his last words echoed in his ears. The man sat in bed, clutching the hospital blanket tightly, growing angrier with each passing second. The image of his enemy was so vivid that the capillaries in Sahak's eyes burst with rage. He promised to tear the hunter to pieces and send him to be fed to the pigs. While he was lost in his dreams, a low, insinuating voice was heard, asking the man what kind of mess he had made in the hospital. A tall, attractive, dark-haired man stood by the bed, pushing away a glass on the floor with the toe of his shoe, and looked contemptuously at Sakak. When he was about to get out of bed to greet the guest, the brunette replied that he shouldn't get up, then smiled at the medical staff, letting them go. Turning to the patient, he quietly said that he had heard about the incident that had happened. Sahak looked down, nervously muttering that he apologized for the mistake, and that Ned shouldn't worry about what happened. The next second, a sharp dagger flew into the half-open mouth of the Inquisition's confidant, cutting the corners of his mouth. Ned, holding the weapon tightly in his hands, ignored Sahak's muffled groans, the low, dangerous voice telling him that everyone around him was telling him that there was no reason to worry. Sahak, swallowing bloody saliva, watched in shock at the slightest movement of the speaker's hand. Ned loudly stated that Mr. Matthias had clearly said, "Do not create problems that you will be ashamed of later." Sahak, who was numb from the terrible and sudden pain, hissing that he had allowed himself to be beaten in front of a gathering of slaves. The culprit, not daring to release the sharp blade from his mouth, shook slightly, not taking his eyes off. Ned jerked his dagger out of Sahak's mouth, causing him to let out a heart-rending cry of horror. As blood dripped from the cut corners of his mouth onto the sheet, Ned added that everyone had turned a blind eye to Sahak's antics, only because they had placed their hopes in him when he first discovered the devil worshipper. Ned himself had thought that this slave had a unique talent. But over the past 6 months, including his first admirer, Sahak has only found 2. The guilty man looked ahead with despair in his eyes, clutching his wounds with his palm. Ned continued to scold him, saying that even the top brass was starting to doubt him, and how much longer could they tolerate this whole circus? He found it hard to believe that someone like Sahak would make a mockery of the Inquisitor of Heresy's authorized representatives department. The blonde fell to the floor, his head hanging low, and began to beg the elder to give him just one chance. Ned, hands on hips, looked at the slave as if he were a despised bug, while he promised to do anything. Sahak extended his bandaged hands to Ned's feet when he suggested, to begin with, solving the situation using their methods. The blonde fell to his knees as the elder leaned slightly over him and ordered that the one who had disgraced him be killed. And only then could they decide what punishment to impose. Sahak looked ahead, knowing that if he couldn't do even that, he would have to take off the red uniform of the Inquisition's commission. The elder threw Sahak a bundle of cloth tied with black thread, ordering him to use what was inside. Trembling fingers barely managed to untie the knot and open the package. The man's mouth opened slightly when he saw the object. In his hands were things that belonged to a devil worshipper, a dark purple ball with white veins, and a red thing with small holes along its entire length. A simple mouth musical instrument. Raising his head, Sahak stuttered as he addressed the elder, but the elder interrupted him, explaining that the contents of the package were found in the room of the devil worshipper the blonde had caught last time. It was up to Sahak to decide whether to use these things or not. Looking closely at the slave, Ned said threateningly that now was not the time when he had a choice. The blonde was told to make a decision he would not regret. Without another word, Ned walked out of the room, slamming the door loudly, leaving Sahak sitting on the floor alone. Mad Dog Sahak himself, a public enemy of the slave hunters, killed 26 slaves in the temple in 6 months, To return now to the status of an ordinary slave would mean dying at the hands of the slave hunters. Sahak burst into mad laughter and clutched the purple ball in his hands. This is so funny. His life has just started to improve. He has just risen from that damn bottom. It couldn't end like this, the man thought, getting up from the floor and stretching his wounded mouth into a grin. It is not he who should die, but that damned hunter. As Ned left the hospital, Sahak's mad laughter could be heard in the corridor for a long time. He just happened to be passing by a figure wrapped in bandages from head to toe. Only his eyes were watching the man closely, and he ordered him to make sure that Sahak didn't do anything stupid, and he was immediately told that everything would be done. Glancing sideways in the direction of the patient's room, the senior noted that a person must look at his situation objectively. Otherwise, he would be thrown out like that idiot. What kind of talent does Sahak have? Dumber than an oak tree, won't even understand that he was locked there in order to be able to create a smokescreen. Ned chuckled along with the figure, saying that the blonde should also be thanked, thanks to Sahak's rampage. The commander of the Knightly Temple Detachment had let his guard down. He needed to secretly infiltrate the Knights' raid and steal the artifact from them, then eliminate the commander himself inside the dungeon. And then the third diocese of the Temple of Light would pass into the hands of the devil worshippers. Because Ned himself, Strayer, was a dutiful disciple of the devil worshippers. Their symbol is a silhouette resembling a devil's head on an orange background. And therefore, the mission was very important, as it would later strengthen the influence of the devilish order. Turning to the figure, Ned asked to find out more about that very hunter guy. The man noticed that he was using the martial art of their sect, which only the teacher and students possess. Strayer didn't know if he was the assistant sent by the teacher, but then why didn't he contact the cult through official channels? You need to get close to this person so as not to miss anything. And Sahak is excellent for this. And if it turns out that the stranger is not from a sect, it will be necessary to simply eliminate him. No concessions. Anna Primrose nervously chewed her thumbnail. She had no idea that this strange client was so knowledgeable. She saw before her the corpse of a huge, real predator. He had just been transferred into the room by Jeffir from the Silver Room. The guy folded his arms across his chest and glanced at the stunned girl, asking what she thought about it. After coughing and expressing wild admiration, the nun agreed to process the goods. Total. Sales list. Predator's corpse. 1 body. No magic stones. Part of the brain and bones are destroyed. Shopping list. Divine power potion of the highest grade. 5 pieces. Prayer beads filled with God's miracle, medicine. 1 piece. Salamander stone. 1 piece. Rental of a silver alchemist's set. Grass blessed by the sun. Grass blessed by the moon. Deer antlers, etc. Anna said that she could find everything on the list. The main thing was money. For everything together, it would be 5,000 gold. So Jafir would have to catch 3 more traders. He nodded, replying that it was no problem. He would catch as much as he needed in 3 weeks. So let the nun prepare the goods. The guy noticed something interesting on the shelf. A bottle of church wine made of dark glass. He suddenly had another request for Primrose. The next day the weather was fine. There was not a single cloud in the sky. Jeffir sat at the dining table in the hunter's shelter, frowning at his new brothers. An overly pleased Goth, raising his mug of beer, suggested introducing themselves to each other again, despite the fact that they were all already acquainted. He pointed to the smiling, kind-hearted Marco, the team's tanker, who saluted Jafir. Dale was sitting next to him. He had only been here for 3 months, but he was an excellent swordsman. The guy cast a frowning glance at the newcomer and turned away. Got pointed at Jafir, declaring that he was the long-awaited newcomer. But the guy lowered his head and said nothing. The atmosphere at the table became tense, so Gott, pretending not to notice, raised his mug of beer again and offered to drink. He turned to his guys and made scary eyes, hinting with his whole appearance that they were acting like idiots, because the newcomers would bring them all good. They needed to improve their relationships. Marco scratched the back of his head, wondering what to do, since Jeffir was also in a bad mood. He looked down at the bread and cheese on the table, guessing it was because it wasn't food fit for such a table. But it was the best they could get while they were in debt. Finally, Jeffir broke the silence by announcing that he would say everything at once. He put his hand behind his back, causing his comrades to noticeably tense up. Then he took out a bottle of wine, which he had begged from a nun, and slammed it down on the table, declaring that he would not drink just anything. The boy's eyes lit up like new coins at the sight of such a treasure. It turned out that this was a gift from the White Rose, which an ordinary slave would never even dream of. The hunters clinked glasses, and Jeffer expressed hope that they would work together in the future. The guy had a plan. He helps these three earn achievements, and they help him steal monster corpses. Before the raid, they're all in the same boat. The atmosphere at the table improved, except for Dale's mood, who was still frowning. The others received the newcomer quite warmly. Jafir watched the boys, since he had already been on the same team with Goth in a past life. It was roughly clear what he was like. He needed a good teacher to move up. But as for the other two, they were supposed to be dead by now, so nothing was known about them. Should Jafir train them well, or is it better to get rid of them? The warrior's gaze settled on Dale, whose face had not once smiled all evening. Of Jafir's lips twitched. He hid it behind a glass of wine. The guy decided that he would figure it out as he went along. Man is a creature that treats favorably the one who gives him what he wants, the one who loves wealth, money, the one who thirsts for fame, success. Well, for those who strive to gain respect, well, there is no need to explain this. Jafira's thoughts returned once again to the one who was that one annoying thorn in the side of his path, wherever he went. Dale kept a wary and angry look at Jafir, and he was not the type to adapt to someone who was looking for conflict. The young hunter could not get used to and accept the newcomer, and he kept thinking that he did not like him at all. Even before gathering at the common table, God and his team decided to have a talk with the old team in the barracks. The boss told the guys that they would receive a huge benefit from the deal. He was currently 4th rank, and the others were 5th. And if their rank increased, the attitude towards them would immediately change. God looked at the team seriously, saying that he was relying on their help and asked them not to argue with the new guy, while Marco was surprised that an ordinary miner could save them and pull off the deal. Dale, still bandaged, folded his arms across his chest, frowned, and remarked that Goth had the right to receive him, since he was the commander. But why didn't their commander consult with the crew in such matters? The guy thought that this idiot was just lucky, and while they were all unconscious, he pretended to catch the predator. Did Goth really believe that a useless miner could kill such a monster? Goth laughed, asking who Dale thought killed the monster, but Dale angrily exclaimed that he was more interested in the question of the deal, because if they were exposed, the entire team would end up in prison, or even be executed. The loud conversation attracted the attention of the other warriors, and Marco put a finger to his lips, warning Dale that they could be heard. He said that Jafir's joining their team had long been predetermined. Moreover, they would only split the reward for the cleanup between the three of them, so it was worthwhile to just observe the new guy for a start. Remembering this conversation, Dale slammed his glass down on the table. What nonsense! Why did the guys even gather to watch? Idiots! One who calls himself a commander made the decision single-handedly, and the others sold out for a bottle of crappy alcohol. The guy looked at Jafir with a frown. No, he won't accept him. Why does some outsider come and set his own rules? Dale looked away and smirked at his own thoughts. Because if the new guy was a crook, it would be revealed right away. Anyone who could only talk would never last in this place. This lesson will be taught to him by the hunters themselves, and of course, by the dangerous dungeons. The entire team walked across the dry ground, their cloaks fluttering in the strong wind. Their path lay to the cave village of Edrin. This village was founded in a stone mountain and remained untouched for several hundred years. Marco, like a child, was amazed by what he saw. He said out loud that he never knew that there was such a place just 2 days' walk from the temple. It was amazing if people even lived there. Got, smiling, explained that it was even cooler inside. The village had everything: a bedroom, a living room, a guest room, and even a hotel where those who came here on a mission or came from the temple to treat the sick stayed. The man himself had also come here. Marco groaned enviously, replying that the commander should have taken him along at that time. He looked around the cave entrance, ruined and completely covered in cobwebs. The place was now a lair of monsters. Jeffer was the first to enter the cave to look around and use his skill. As the rest of the team appeared from behind, torches in hand, Jafir's shadow fell upon the household goods that the people had hastily abandoned there. The warrior immediately used his magic control skill, Perception Mana. He walked along a ruined corridor, splattered with blood. The hunter knew that this skill would help improve his senses by enveloping his entire body in mana. and could also release mana onto the Earth's surface. Things located in the detection zone, movements that occur, especially physical objects endowed with magical power, a person can feel them so clearly as if they were all touching the skin of the person entering. Jafir moved forward carefully skirting the web, the rest of the team following behind him. Sometime later, the warriors emerged from the cave where they had been scouting and were surprised to see what they had seen. Dale exclaimed in shock, surprised that there was a dark steel spider inside. Jafir replied that he could say for sure just by looking at the tracks at the entrance. The former miner glanced around at everyone gathered, urging them to listen to their future strategy. The guy started drawing a plan of the room in the sand with a dry branch. First, you need to move inside into the web, then get to the hole where the baby spiders are. Then you need to pour a paralyzing potion around, wait a bit, and kill everyone. When Jeffer explained that it would be difficult, since he would have to maintain perception for a long time, since spiders sleep during the day, and he would have to act carefully, Dale rudely interrupted him. He began to complain, gesturing discontentedly, that the problem was not whether it would be hard or easy. After all, if there really is a dark steel spider inside, the team will not be able to finish it off with just 4 people. The dark steel spider was a spider-like monster with tough, iron-like skin that had high striking power and protection that no knife could penetrate. Due to its extreme fertility, the dark steel spider reproduces incredibly quickly, putting the predator in no way near the level of danger of the spider lair. Dale clenched his fists, adding that this was not a place that such a company could clear out. Let Jeffrey report to the higher-ups that they would need reinforcements. He might have expected Jeffrey to be angry, but he was very surprised when he suddenly said that it wasn't a bad idea, because if Dale wasn't sure, then there was no need to go at all. The guy pretended to be a fool, easily saying that he could clear out the lair on his own. Dale didn't expect to hear something like this, but he immediately became confident in his guesses. This bastard who joined them is a common charlatan. According to his stories, he hunted the predator alone, fought with the authorized person of the heresy inquisitor Sahak. Dale had never seen any of this with his own eyes, and now this guy smugly claims that he can clear out the monster's lair, and if that's possible, why does he need the rest of the hunters? Dale smiled as he threw off his cloak as soon as the team entered the room. The hunter concluded that the dungeon was not so dangerous. He hoped that Jeffer would not now think that the hunters would immediately listen to his every word. Now he would see how long he could pretend to be a clown. The guy, completely forgetting about safety precautions, reached for the dusty shelf and touched a thread of cobweb with his hand. The hunter instantly began to sweat from excitement and cursed under his breath. He couldn't believe that he had made such a stupid mistake. Moreover, trying to pull his hand away, Dale realized that he couldn't peel the web off himself. He began to wave his hand furiously, trying to get the annoying substance off his glove. But then from the darkness, small bodies with numerous pairs of yellow glowing eyes appeared. These were the dark steel spiderlings, who came running at once at the noise. Dale took a step back, grimacing in disgust at the vile creatures. The next moment, one of the hidden spiders crawled forward and, squeaking loudly, jumped on him. The boy made some strange sound out of surprise as he watched the little monster fly. Jafir immediately turned in his direction. The guy found himself next to the young hunter in no time. The spiders, seeing that there was more potential food, now rushed into the air in a crowd to catch their prey. Jeffer didn't hesitate and rushed to help Dale, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt and throwing him back. The guy made another strange sound, noticing only that his left hand was without a glove. It was firmly stuck to the web. Meanwhile, the little spiders managed, as it seemed to them, to reach their victim, and the whole group sank their little fangs into Jeffy's hand. Several seconds passed. The warrior did not move from his place and did not even flinch, while the clicking sound was heard in the air. He was saved by a special skill for managing magic, perception mana, which created invisible armor over the entire surface of his body. The warrior smiled, looking at the puzzled spiders. What was going on? Couldn't their sharp teeth really bite right through? The warrior clenched his fist to grab more spiders, pulled back his other hand, and swung it. The next second, he hit one particularly large spider that had latched onto his arm with all his might, the mana increasing the damage several times. Dale fell backwards, immediately trying to crawl away as spider corpses fell at his feet. Jafir loudly ordered the entire team to immediately gather together for the attack. The guys, being scattered in different corners of the hall, quickly ran up to each other. Finally, they were very close, standing in a semicircle and holding their weapons in front of them. Now not only small monster cubs gathered before the hunters, but also spiders, to put it mildly, larger ones. Their huge paws frighteningly towered over the people. The spiders also did not waste time. Like a single organism, they grouped together, preparing to attack. Of course, a plan is a plan. God alone knows what will happen to the hunters in the dungeon. So when the hour of battle comes, the actions have already been predetermined. For Marco, Jafir gave his cloak and ordered him to wrap the hammer in it. This was not the usual whim of an arrogant warrior who aspired to become a commander, but real help in battle. Dale and Goth were also told to wrap their blades in their clothes, as a regular blade would not cut spider threads. So at least you can remove the webs with a weapon. Marco fought off the spiders, spitting webs at him with his cunning hammer. The man was delighted. He had succeeded. Even though the web would stick to the hammer, these creatures were weak, and he could still swing the weapon. More and more creatures landed on Goth's blade, and the man was amazed, briefly wondering how many spiders there were. Tens, hundreds, or even thousands. Dale, with his gaze blinded by rage, smashed the spiders without any extra thoughts, encouraging himself with war cries. One particularly nimble spider managed to slip past the team's ubiquitous weapons. Like a small horse, he briskly crossed the entire perimeter of the hall. The spider's knife-sharp steel legs pierced Dale's shoulder and cut deep into his shoulder. The pale boy, looking at the splattered blood, shouted furiously, calling on the hunters to hurry. Jafir said that if the guys manage to help him and drive all the creatures into a pile, he will be able to grind them into powder with a few blows of his fist. And indeed, with the help of mana, the small and large bodies of monsters literally exploded from the attacks of the human body. Spider corpses were scattered throughout the cave, some with missing limbs. The hunters froze in the middle of the hall. Some were sitting on the ground, some were kneeling. But they were all breathing heavily, as they had managed to finish off all the monsters in this area. Dale grabbed his shoulders sharply and cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth. The wound was quite deep. He reproached himself for relaxing, and even for letting this hateful bastard help him. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the voice of the one he despised so much. Jafir handed the guy a bottle with some kind of liquid and asked him to drink. The new guy explained to a gloomy Dale that it was a restorative mixed with medicinal herbs, something like a healing potion. The blonde was in no hurry to take what was given to him, immersed in self-flagellation. Throughout the entire battle, Jafir had seen right through the room. His magical perception and accuracy were simply on another level. And he knew for sure that Dale would be the first to fall into the web. The boy asked out loud if the warrior had anything he wanted to say. Jafir smiled, replying that anyone can make mistakes. They just need to be more vigilant next time. Of course, he noticed how Dale treated him, and while Dale, with a bottle in his hands, looked angrily after him, the guy thought that everything was not so bad. In his past life, Jafir often had to train poor fighters, and it was not uncommon for him to find that no matter how hard he tried to teach them something, he still couldn't do it. However, Dale seems to have realized his mistakes and pulled himself together. At least some hope can be placed on him. Besides, with such a bad character as his, words are unlikely to help. It is better for a warrior to be allowed to realize his mistakes in practice. Jafir now, but after clearing the dungeon, he should draw the right conclusions. Will he continue to sit outside with his tail between his legs, or will he submit and follow the warrior? After a short rest, the time for a fierce battle against the monsters came again. While Jafir was distracting the huge spider with his dagger, Marco attacked the monster from behind. The warrior aimed the iron end of his hammer straight at the monster's belly, bypassing its tenacious paws. Got drenched in sweat, exclaimed triumphantly, "The paralyzing agent has restricted the spider's movements." Dale, breathing heavily, decided to attack the spider at full speed, running quickly, holding his sword forward. The sharp, poisonous tip of the weapon sank into the flesh of the nearest spider as if through butter. The image of his involuntary teacher stood before his eyes. Jafir was explaining that, unlike their backs, spiders have a rather soft belly, and you need to aim there. Sweat poured down Dale's tense face, and he gritted his teeth, forced to admit that everything was just as the damn newbie had said. While the blade of his sword, sprinkled with poison, plunged into the wombs of the spiders, the hunter continued to think about the correctness of the newcomer when he talked about the habits, characteristics, weak points of these monsters. Everything was justified, and even the method of fighting. The guy suddenly pulled the sword out of the spider and got angry. How did that idiot know about everything? Letting out a war cry full of anger and indignation, Dale did not understand who that freak really was. A tense hand thrust the sword with all its might into another belly, right up to the hilt. The next moment, Dale pulled out the weapon with such force that the monster was thrown back several meters. Seeing the huge dead carcass next to Goth and Dale, Marco praised him. The hunters were overjoyed at their work. From somewhere above, Jeffer's voice was heard, who said that it was not bad for the first time, and that they should continue in the same spirit. His team turned and looked up, stunned. The new guy, his hands hanging on his knees, was sitting on a huge, unprecedentedly high pile of dead spiders. Dave cursed. While the three of them barely finished off one creature, this guy took down a mountain of spiders. Jafir jumped deftly to the ground, putting his hands in his pockets, and noted that it was time for something to eat, so he asked Got to get some provisions. During the meal, Marco suddenly asked Jafir what he used to do. The guy replied that he was an adventurer. The hunter shook his head. That was not what he meant, but rather, he wanted to ask whether the newcomer was an apprentice of a member of some major guild. Dale didn't show it, but he was also interested in listening. Jafir, having swallowed her piece, fell silent for a moment and smiled. He remembered his teacher. They were in a cave. He was sitting on the floor while Jafir was training diligently. A wary gaze followed his student from under a low-pulled hood. Jafir returned to the present, his gaze suddenly becoming sad. He abruptly changed the subject, saying that the most important thing now was that there was only one room left with the spider. Marco smiled brightly, nodding, and Goth asked what the next steps were. Without answering, Jafir walked up to the spider's corpse, and to the boys' surprised looks, cut off one of the monster's legs with a dagger. He immediately broke the limb in half at the bend, revealing green flesh inside. Now the guy was holding two spider legs in his hands, which looked like sharp battle scythes. Turning to the others, he announced that the team had had enough and should now get out of here. The guys, hearing this, opened their mouths as if on command and stared at Jafir in shock. For 4 whole years, young Goth was in a group of hunters, during which time many of his comrades died, but the boy managed to survive. There was only one reason for this. He always avoided the dangerous bridge, only casting wary glances into the abyss while standing on the edge, choosing only the safe path along which he could easily pass. Now on that raid, he immediately changed tactics. It would be stupid to share with others if such a catch could bring in good money. Previously, the hunter obediently followed others, thereby losing the opportunity to get promoted. But if no one provided protection to the man, what choice did he have? Jafir's words quite calmly and agreed, thinking that from the very beginning he had planned to take down the creature alone, so it would be better for the others, with such low skills, to step aside. Marco cleared his throat and suddenly said something no one expected to hear. Since the whole team came here together, maybe they should go to the end together. Got made scary eyes, turning to his comrade. What kind of nonsense was he talking? But he was completely stunned by the calm tone of Dale, who lazily said that he was also for company is better than alone. The commander began to shake all over, begging the boys to put their brains back in place, because if they overestimated their capabilities, they could quickly end up in the next world. Staring at Jafir, the man relied on the newcomer's prudence, hoping that he would decide to dissuade the boys due to their lack of use. The newcomer closed his eyes tiredly, saying that it seemed the hunters had misunderstood him. He meant just to leave, not to leave completely, because now they would be distributing responsibilities. God almost burst into tears from the realization that he couldn't escape this difficult battle so easily. Finally, it was time to go meet the main spider and her subjects. Jafir was the first to enter the cave, making his way through the thick veil of cobwebs. Trying to move silently, he tried to step only on the toes of his boots. The silhouette of a guy appeared at the edge of the cave entrance. He carefully looked inside. Jafir carefully examined the room, as far as the natural light in the form of holes in the ceiling allowed. There, inside, is the center of this dungeon. Human eyes, accustomed to the darkness, examined the countless small spiders around their main treasure. Here was the clutch of the dark steel spider queen, guarded by an army of monsters. An unusual-looking spider with sharp fangs on its head descended along the web, a night spider, a guardian spider guarding a hole for laying eggs. The spider queen herself is the mistress of the spider lair, a huge creature with a long body and steel chitin. The space around her was strewn with eggs, in which future monsters with steel chitin were developing, and larvae. Japrier strained his eyes, assessing the number of spiders that he and the other hunters would have to fight. He carefully took a few steps forward, approaching the cliff. Sensing movement in the distance, a warrior spider descended from a long, sticky, and very strong web. Then, with several pairs of eyes flashing green like lanterns, the second one arrived. Noticing the dagger-sharp limb, Jafir stopped, realizing that this was the safest distance to approach. To ensure that the queen could lay her eggs in peace, the spider knights provided her with protection, remaining in their positions and blocking the path of anyone who dared to approach the clutch. With a disgusting, repulsive slurping sound, another egg emerged from the spider's womb, along with its internal mucus. Jafir, without looking away, extended his left hand to the side and used the ability of the silver key. Several bags fell out of the air onto the ground. The sacks, pushing each other, fell on top of each other. They contained ordinary flour. The guy, without wages any time, grabbed one and swung it. He threw the bag straight into the pile of spiders, and the others followed him in turn. The thin fabric tore, and a huge pile of flour fell right on the spiders, raising a cloud of dust. The frightened creatures, not understanding what was happening, began to tremble in the air, fighting with an unknown enemy. The flour gradually settled on the web, landing directly on the clutch containing the spider and her offspring. In a large cloud of dust, the silhouette of Jafir appeared with a bow in his hands. The warrior raised the bow to his head and pulled the bowstring. The tip of the magic arrow gleamed in the darkness. The arrow burst into flames, flew off the bow, and immediately flew down. The flight of the deadly weapon was accompanied by a loud whistle, but Jafir was not afraid that this would give him away. The arrow hit the chitinous shell of one of the spiders and bounced off to the side. A flame ignited, small at first. Hot sparks in the tightly packed flour provoke a chain reaction of spontaneous combustion. Now that the fire had spread across the entire area of the abyss, the explosion doubled in size, and it even had a name: Flour Dust Explosion. Jafir had moved away from the edge of the abyss in advance, and was now running towards the exit until huge tongues of flame rising from the bottom of the abyss began to lick his heels. However, the latter happened quite quickly, and the guy, holding a heavy bow in his hands, had to speed up and run. The warrior ran, hot sparks playfully tingling his back. But Jafir was not frightened. On the contrary, he smiled at his thoughts. Of course, these bloodthirsty creatures, who were now rushing about in the tongues of flame, could not be finished off. The hunter knew this for sure, and hearing a furious hiss behind him, he continued to run. The fire did not harm the spider's steel shells, but only irritated them further. Slowing down, Jafir waited until one of the knights got closer and fired an arrow at him. Oh yes, poisonous arrows that hit the spiders right in the soft parts, causing them to roll over on their backs and fall dead. It was a potent poison of the 72nd Poison King Fade, number 68, Variol. The peculiarity of the poison was acute pain. More and more spiders, surrounded by tongues of flame, ran along the tunnel. Ignoring the corpses of their kin, they continued to approach the enemy who dared to disturb the peace of their queen. Insanely fast, they jumped over each other, all in order to teach the impudent man a lesson. Suddenly, Jafir stopped and turned sharply, colliding with the jaws of a huge spider, which looked like a small mound compared to him. The spider, quickly moving its sharp paws, emerged from the turn, seeing the man. The burning creature, trying to crawl further along the tunnel, immediately got stuck in its own web. Earlier, before the battle, Jafir had shown the hunters a lump of something, explaining that it was a spider's iron made of dark steel. If you squeezed it like a pastry sleeve, webbing would emerge. Goth asked if it would work on spiders, and they told him that unless the legs contained a special enzyme, the spiders would stick just fine. Goth grimaced in horror. The corners of Dale's lips curled down in disgust, and only Marco reached out to take the clot. Jafir had asked them to scatter spider webs in the designated places on the way out, and then they simply needed to wait outside. The thing is that the web in the king's hole is much thicker, and you can't kill the monsters by fighting there, which is why you need to lure them out. A huge spider, hissing deafeningly, floundered through the burning web of its own brethren. Jafir descended the steep path on his own backside. In the left hand that activated the silver key, the very same scythe made from a severed spider leg appeared. Having comfortably adjusted the gun in his hands, Jafir first pulled it back, then forcefully pushed it forward. The tip of the improvised spear hit the spider's head right between its fangs. The boy pulled out his scythe and cut across the spider's head, slicing it open. Greenish blood sprayed out, and the cave shook from the monster's squeal. Having taken the sharp weapon from the disfigured monster, Jafis realized that only one spider knight remained. Suddenly he saw something that made the warrior flinch. Another spider, even larger than the one before, jumped out of the darkness onto the monster's corpse. He, making screeching sounds, pushed off with his dagger-sharp paws, piercing the hard shell of his dead brother. The warrior, without wasting time, hid all his weapons in the silver room and rushed forward. Hearing the scratching of fiery paws behind him, he immediately sped up, trying not to catch on the stone in the dark tunnel. His pursuer was no ordinary spider. It was the queen herself, larger and more vicious than the usual night spiders. Jafir didn't need to see to know that the monster was drooling and snapping its sharp teeth, wanting to swallow the obnoxious man who had killed her unborn offspring. Got, with his spear at the ready, heard loud squeaks from the tunnel and immediately shouted, calling on Jafir to run faster. Something in the queen spider's belly began to gurgle loudly. The next second, the fiend released a stream of purple light straight from its mouth. Looking back as he ran, barely hearing the sounds, Jafir realized that the spider's venom was about to fly at him. He had been told that the acidity of such venom was very high, but it was its special effect that he should be afraid of, a curse that blocked the abilities of defense and regeneration. Even during general classes, the Poison King Fade used teaching materials to tell his students that a person with a low level of defense would melt in a matter of seconds. Slamming his fist, on which a snake tattoo was hidden, on the board, Fade looked at the students with his only remaining eye and exclaimed, "If you are not tired of living, you must avoid poison at all costs." Luckily, Jafir managed to run to the edge of the tunnel at the last moment and push off from the stone with his toe. He flew out of the darkness, down like a strange bird, and right behind the warrior, a whole stream of purple poison splashed out from a narrow passage. The guy flew down, helping himself in flight with his hands, trying to keep the drops of poison from getting on his skin. And at that time, the spider broke through the narrow passage of the tunnel, damaging him with her own body. A purple, foul-smelling, vile liquid from the Spider Queen slowly dripped down the rocks. The still-burning monster flew out of the tunnel, as it was pursuing the man too quickly. Stones from the destroyed half of the tunnel fell down like a waterfall. Jafir managed to group himself and land on the ground without damage. Now the dark steel spider appeared before the hunters in all her glory, hissing loudly. Seeing the huge monster, Marco almost fell back, although he kept a firm grip on his hammer. As soon as Jafir found himself on solid ground, he shouted at the top of his lungs, calling on the team to stay in position. Marco, Goth, and Dave reacted immediately, gritting their teeth and ready to fight. Having activated the silver key again, Jafir ran like lightning, clutching the scythes made from the limbs of the slain spider in his hands. He, being close to the spider's body, planned to attack her from above. The guy jumped up and landed on the monster's head, plunging his sharp weapon into it, then deftly slid down the shell. A deafening, pain-filled scream from the spider was heard, and green liquid spurted out of the monster's head. The queen began to thrash about, and one of her sharp paws sank into the ground, knocking Goth, who was standing nearby, aside. Meanwhile, Jafir found himself on solid ground, and standing confidently on his feet, twirled his scythes in his hands. Standing in front of the wounded spider, the boy grinned playfully, calling her to him. The creature's huge, wounded muzzle, taller than him, squealed furiously, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth. Jafir stood fearlessly before the spider, deciding to take on the role of tanker, as he was the only one who could compete with the queen face to face. His mind briefly flashed back to the moment when he had explained the strategy to the hunters and their commander before the battle. While the warrior diverts attention, the others hack at the creature and finish it off. This caused genuine surprise in the boys, which was immediately reflected on their faces. Goth's hands, clutching the weapon, began to shake. All this time he had lived because he had avoided the dangerous bridge, because he considered his life priceless. And now, faced with such an unprecedented danger, the hunter's entire being was overcome by uncertainty. Looking at his team, those whose commander he was, the man remembered that he tried not to expose them to mortal danger by not working at full capacity. And now, raising his head to see the spider in full height, the main question arose before Goth. Would he be able to overcome such a colossus? Large beads of sweat ran down Dave's face from tension and fear. The guy clenched his teeth to hide his state. But his thoughts were still somewhere in the past. A group of older hunters turned their attention to the newcomers, ordering them to quickly prepare lunch and polish their equipment. When Goth, grimacing, replied that his team were the same hunters, the group of offenders laughed contemptuously. Let them stop talking nonsense. They are not fighting, so let them go cook food. At least there should be some use from them. Now Dale cursed under his breath, remembering his own feelings at that moment. How long would they tolerate such a shitty attitude towards themselves? Proudly raising his head in the face of danger, the boy firmly decided that the hunters now had nothing to fear, because they had come such a long way. Leaning forward, he swung his sharp sword. They can and will fight, no matter what. God, seeing the unprecedented determination on the blonde's face, was very surprised. Marco also withdrew into himself for a moment, lowering his head, lost in doubt. Initially, the hunting team would not have even dared to go against such a monster. The events of the last few hours have proven otherwise, and even to their own surprise, the boys have gathered their spirits. They found somewhere inside their souls an extraordinary power and a desire for life, for victory. And it's all thanks to Jafir. After his appearance, something changed forever. Up until this point, everything had been going perfectly if the team had followed Jafir's words, so it's definitely worth trusting him again. Straightening up, Marco, calling the others forward, shouted loudly that they could do anything. Got in despair, slapped his palm across his face. Damn it, these guys don't even listen to their own commander. This made him feel incredibly ashamed, and now he couldn't just stand aside. So he screamed loudly and rushed forward, straight at the monster. Got remembered well Jafir's instruction to strike at that crucial moment when the outer layer of the shell cracks from the explosion. For a moment, the queen was distracted by another warrior, and this gave Goth an advantage to attack. The man, having tried to thrust his spear into the spider, immediately warned the others that the creature was not so impenetrable inside. Only the outer layer of the shell was strong. Marco grinned, pulled the dagger from its sheath, and rushed forward, quickly finding the monster's weak spot with his gaze. The sharp steel penetrated the monster's soft tissues like butter, and green, stinking blood spurted out. Marco quickly put the dagger back in its sheath and armed himself with his hammer again. The spider's severed womb absorbed the warrior's heavier blows. Jeffert had previously shown his comrades the exposed flesh of the spider. The guy pointed to the nerve bundle running down the center of the legs and advised them to aim there. As Jeffert had said, Dale was now cutting that spot with a blade that was well lubricated with paralyzing poison. The sword entered halfway into the monster's flesh, and the boy rejoiced, letting out a cry of victory. But unfortunately, things didn't go according to his plan when he pulled out his sword and suddenly raised his head. A net of dangerous web was already falling on him from above, ready to grab a man, like a fly. Dale was paralyzed. He realized that he would not have time to dodge. Jafir rushed to his aid, descending from somewhere above, furiously waving his weapon. The warrior jumped on the spider's head, stunning her for a moment with a powerful blow, and saliva sprayed from the creature's mouth. This bought Dale some time. He screamed and managed to jump to the side, and the web the queen released did not hit him. Jafir, stopping not far from the monster's mouth, immediately boldly called on her to look only at him. The spider, her remaining eyes flashing, bared her teeth again and squealed angrily. Jafir, once again fearing nothing, rushed towards the enemy, waving his scythe. There was a fierce fight between him and the spider. The angry mother rushed at the man, but he did not allow himself to be harmed. Dale watched this fight and admired the skills of Jafir, who repelled absolutely all of the Spider Queen's attacks. The hunter even had a hard time following his movement. Just a few hours ago, Dale was looking at Jafir as if he were crazy, insisting that 3 hunters wouldn't have enough strength to kill this monster. Jafir interrupted him, assuring him that as long as he, the one who burned the spider eggs, was in front of the queen, she, in a fit of anger, would pay practically no attention to what was happening behind her. Raising his index finger, the boy added, More importantly, the Black Steel Spider Queen has one unusual feature. Dale made sure that everything was as Jeffer said. About 5 minutes had already passed since the start of the fight. The Spider Queen barely moves from the spot where she fell after running out of the tunnel. Because the queen spider produces her offspring in a small brooding chamber, she has a habit of barely moving her hind legs, making this area quite safe. And how did Jeffer possess such incredibly impressive and truthful knowledge for an ordinary newbie? After all, with the exception of a web or stamp attack, the most effective blows will be delivered to an enemy that is right in front of the spider's eyes. Jeffer was used to this type of combat from fighting the large spiders inside the dungeon. Dale understood that now, while the newcomer was distracting the queen's attention, he needed to immobilize her with a paralyzing poison, and the monster's death would only be a matter of time. Marco was now more confident than ever, swinging a sledgehammer, that they could do it. Gott, gritting his teeth and covered in the spider's blood, convinced himself that they would succeed. The tip of his poisoned spear struck the queen's open wound, coating her insides with poison. The enraged creature sharply raised its wounded paw upward, pulling Goth, who was hanging on his own spear, along with. He screamed in fear when he found himself at a fairly decent height. The spear was firmly stuck in someone else's flesh. But the spider saw in front of her only one hated enemy, and, spitting saliva, she hissed loudly. Seemed to excite Jafir as he looked at the monster's sharp fangs. The spider pushed off the ground with its hind legs and began to furiously attack the human being. With this movement, Goth's spear slipped from her body, and he fell to the ground from a great height with screams. The queen fought to the last. She will not forgive the pathetic people who dared to touch her children. The glands with her purple poison on her stomach opened up again. She decided that the poison would kill their bodies slowly and painfully. Jafir's palm appeared out of nowhere in the air, and he purposefully extended it forward. Unexpectedly for the spider, he leaned forward and, with one hand, grabbed the fang, and with the other he plunged it straight into her stomach. Making his way through streams of green blood, the boy felt the poison gland in his neck and grabbed it. Making sure he had a firm grip, Jafir twisted his clenched fist with all his might. The warrior's forehead was bulging with the incredible strain, but he knew he had to be strong. After pausing for a moment, Jeffer pulled on the iron, pulling it out. He immediately grabbed the belt buckle and unfastened it. Holding the iron tightly in one hand, he tugged at one end of the belt. The next step was to tie the gland with a belt. The guy did this quickly, without delay. Thanks to these manipulations, the spider will not be able to use poison for several minutes. Leaving the iron dangling outside the queen's body, Jafir grabbed the weapon and ran across her body, jumping up. Once in the air, the warrior knew where he had to land. There was nothing to worry about. The spider, at first confused and having lost sight of her prey, the next minute saw him right above her head with her two remaining eyes. Jafir dropped to the spot between her eyes, hitting it with all his might with the heel of his boot. There was no need to rush in such a matter, only precision was important. The guy's intense gaze bored into the spider, just as she bored into him. The rest of the hunting team also kept a close eye on them. The one who stays focused will win this battle. The midday sun illuminated the enormous carcass of the spider, from which the hunters slowly but surely separated the massive legs. The mountain-sized creature was dead, and the hunters joyfully congratulated each other on their victory. They had succeeded. But Dale, wiping the sweat from his forehead, looked closely at Jeffer, standing in the distance. The guy thought that this victory had nothing to do with him, Marco, and Goth, no matter how much he didn't want to admit it. After all, the one who finished off the monster was precisely Jafir, the newcomer to their team, who was now examining the dead spider, his scythe thrown over his shoulder. Dale finally realized that the hunt and its success depended on who was leading it. Looking at Jafir, who was about to cut up the carcass, he thought about what would happen if he followed the new guy. Meanwhile, Jafir himself was pondering what to do with the dead queen. He wouldn't be able to remove her traces, and he couldn't carry her away entirely as he had with the predator. A few captured spiders could be given to the White Rose. When he decided that he would take only the most necessary things from the spider, he heard his name being called. Turning around, he was embarrassed to see how Dale, who had recently been glaring at him, was now politely spreading out a travel bag so that Jeffer could rest. He tiredly drank water from his canteen, watching Dale convince him that he knew how to butcher monsters and criticize the other hunters for their hesitation. Having quenched his thirst, Jafir thought contentedly that, Due to the fact that he had fought with the group, he had been able to conserve a decent amount of mana, so there was no need to worry about being caught in Asura's debt collection during the hunt. Looking at the other hunters, who were happily cutting up the spider's carcass, laughing and arguing among themselves, the guy decided that these three weren't so bad. Jafir suddenly became serious, realizing that this was where their journey together would end. The boys certainly won't be able to boast of their strength and ability to fight in a battle against a strong enemy. Having put the flask cap back in place, the guy thought that there was currently an acute shortage of skill levels, equipment, and team members. We absolutely need to look for a way out. We need some kind of countermeasure. The entire team of hunters, having collected their catch, returned to the city after a successful hunt. Jafir did was go to the monster broker Anna Primrose, or rather, to the nun of the Temple of Light. The girl was delighted to receive such a valuable specimen, a real predator. The guy handed her a heavy bag of money, saying that he had put a little more in there so that the money would go to good use. The happy nun greeted the next customer, saying that the goddess also saw his piety and asked if he had brought enough bags of subspace. Jafir silently watched from the sidelines as the scene of illegal trade in broad daylight took place in the temple of the goddess. But even now, no one believed that the temple was exclusively a place for the clergy. The money that the believers donate to the temple is collected over the years, and the temple was built next to the city so that the temple knights and battle slaves could destroy monsters. The warrior chuckled and thought that safety was worth paying for. At least now it could be bought with money, but it seemed that soon it would even become a problem to sell one's own life in exchange for the safety of one's children. Jafir and Anna left the temple. The sun was gradually setting behind the horizon. Warmth was in the air, and the singing of evening birds could be heard. The girl said that her client was very lucky. The buyers for the predator and the spiders showed up on time, and all the monsters were in excellent condition, so they were able to sell at a good price. White Rose winked at the guy, continuing to chirp about how she found it hard to believe such a quick sale. But Jafir interrupted her, asking how things were with the money. The corners of the girl's lips turned down. She said that the guy was a bore, but then launched into a dry analysis. 48% of the intended amount, 20% would be deducted from the profit, which would be returned to the temple as payment for the debt. Then Anna stunned the guy by handing him a suit and a card to enter the laboratory where Jeffrey was signed up to clean. Lightly tapping her notebook on her chin, the nun said thoughtfully that the chemical equipment was quite large and very valuable, so they wouldn't lend it to the warrior just like that. At 7 in the evening, everyone leaves the laboratory. It's entirely at the client's disposal. Jafir smiled lightly. This option was much safer than stealing quietly. There were always only a few people to clean the lab, so he would go there today. The guy said out loud, shrugging his shoulders, that since there was no other way, there was nothing to be done, and Primrose, laughing, said that the client was entitled to an hourly rate for this. A voice was heard behind them, announcing that he had finally found the nun. Slowly turning around, Jafir saw Ned Strayer. He asked the girl to give him some time to talk. The man's inscrutable face was difficult to read. He smiled welcomingly at the couple. Jafir, however, was not so calm. He cursed under his breath, unable to accept the fact that he had been unlucky enough to meet his enemy at just such a moment. The Inquisition's confidant is Ned. Among the 12 confidants, he is the only one considered a first-class fighter who has received recognition from the temple itself. This was the official information about the man in this world, but for Jafir, he was someone else. Anna Primrose laughed lightly and did not expect to see Ned here. He was not going to invite her on a date, probably to ask for advice about a loan. But she was a little busy right now. The girl was playing. She knew that the man's target was her client. Since Ned is Sahak's boss, who was disgraced by Jafir, she expected that these idiots would want to get even with the client and would come up with something original. What a cheeky fellow. He wants to fight right in front of the temple priest? In a quiet voice, Anna suggested to Ned that they chat later, and she would offer goods at low interest rates, since the temple trusted him. But the man did not calm down, pretending not to understand the hints, and persistently asked to be received, even promising to treat him to tea. When he invited Jafir to join him, he stepped forward, shielding Anna from his rival with his hand. Raising an eyebrow, Strayer lazily asked the guy if he knew their Sahak. The warrior lowered his head and smiled, asking for clarification as to who it was, citing his old age, and the fact that he didn't remember all that rubbish. Ned narrowed his eyes but kept smiling as he looked at Jafir. He returned a sly look and was not embarrassed under the man's attentive gaze. They were too close to each other. The air sparkled. Two multicolored forces collided with an explosion on the spiritual side. This frightened the birds flying past, and Anna, grabbing her shoulders, leaned back, feeling how their magic seemed to penetrate deep under her skin. So powerful was the energy. She wasn't stupid. The girl immediately realized that Jafir's level was not similar to that of a combat slave. Most likely it would be close to the Knights of the Temple. Ned Strayer was of the same opinion, looking with a grin at the slave frozen in front of it. Even just standing next to him, the man understood why Sahak didn't just walk past the guy. Of course, he didn't come here to fight, but why not miss the opportunity? Taking a fighting stance, Ned's body glowed red. He decided to have some fun once. Jafir was not far behind. Blue energy engulfed his entire body. But their plans were not destined to come true. The time for battle had not yet come. This was the decision of Anna Primrose, who had been standing aside until then, and she shouted in a loud voice that was not typical of her, ordering the men to kneel. The girl extended her hand, from which a golden beam burst forth. Ned and Jeffrey, who had almost collided in a fight, froze in place. It was all about the slave mark, a slave mark that the priests of light leave at their discretion within the scope of their authority. One was on the shoulder of both warriors. A priest can force obedience on someone he has branded, and that is exactly what Anna did. The symbols on Ned and Jafir immediately lit up with a bright light, even through the thick fabric of their clothes. Against their will, the men slowly sank to their knees before the nun, the tangible energy of both of them vanishing. An angry Anna, as soon as the men calmed down, approached Jafir. Her blonde hair flew across her face as she swung. The girl's palm landed very accurately on the warrior's cheek, with a slap so strong that his head swung to the side. Like a nun who had misbehaved, the nun grabbed Jafir by the collar and led him away, shouting that he was an idiot and had forgotten where he was, that he was really tired of living and that he needed to be taught a lesson. As she walked, without turning around, she called out to Ned, who was standing silently. Turning her head, the air around Primrose became electric as she warned that the boy was her plaything, and she would turn anyone into a chop if they laid a finger on him. Ned, bowing low, only grinned and said nothing. When the strange couple had moved far enough away and turned the corner, the nun was able to relax. She sank down onto the stairs and dropped her face into her palms, lamenting that the client had fallen for the dangerous guy's provocation, and her hands were still shaking. Anna explained that Strayer is a first-class confidant, meaning he is very strong, and almost no one knows how he fights. Well, everyone who saw and felt this for themselves is long dead. She suddenly jumped up and flew up to Jafir, who was calmly standing by the wall, shouting that she would soon die from her client's adventures, and if something happened to her book of expenses and income, then the guy would go to his forefathers. Finally, the girl finished her speech and exhaled angrily, frowning. Unexpectedly for Jafir, the nun reached out her hand to his aching cheek and ran her fingertips over the skin. The sharp anger quickly gave way to tenderness, and the girl quietly asked the warrior to act more carefully, because outside the temple, she would be able to protect him. Baring his teeth, Jafir easily brushed her hand aside, saying that this could be called a warm greeting if that guy had actually intended to do something. The nun wouldn't have had time to intervene. The boy slung his uniform over his shoulder and, when Anna asked where he was going, replied that he was going to the lab. Since his opponent had revealed himself, the preparations were almost complete, and it was time for Jafir to hurry too. He stopped abruptly, as if he had forgotten to say something important. The guy turned his head and asked to fulfill one more request. Anna grimaced, realizing that her client had no intention of stopping at the first one. Meanwhile, Ned Strayer rose to his feet and patted his knees to get rid of the dust, cursing as he realized the power of the brand. Ned grinned evilly, trying not to release the raging anger from what he felt on himself. Even when he was with his teacher, a tall man with long blue hair who painted right on the floor with a huge brush, Ned did not expect to hear those words from him. The teacher wanted his student to go to the temple and become a slave, allowing himself to be branded with shame. Strayer, pressing his hand to his chest, exclaimed that he hated these scum. But the long-haired man, without turning around, abruptly interrupted him, calling him by name. The disciple was dumbfounded when he heard that 2 followers of the devil, whom they had sent to the temple under the false status of priests, had been repressed. Continuing to draw symbols on the floor, The teacher explained that the scrutiny of priests had been intensified, and that those who had not yet been exposed were avoiding risky actions. This method would no longer work. The brush left a long black line on the paper. However, there was still a way out. The priests of light do not monitor the slaves they have branded. They make the mistake of thinking that the mark is already enough for control. The teacher stopped and turned to his student. He needed to take advantage of this miscalculation, have Ned brand himself, enter the temple, and steal the reward from the raid dungeon. The man said that only Strayer could complete this mission successfully. The priests of light will never know that they have found a way to neutralize the brand. Grabbing his shoulder, where the cross he hated was hidden under his clothes, Ned understood that he could not use it now. He had to wait until the time was right. And after that, the vile priests will pay for all their sins. Around a small village, residents cheerfully and amicably built a wooden fence. The women set the table right on the street, and now called the men to dinner. The workers, rubbing their backs, talked among themselves. Every 2 weeks the damn fence breaks down. Such poor areas can't afford protection from the temple. They have to put up such a fence. One of them started cursing at himself, shouting that he would kill the damn monsters if they came here. The cry of a sentry was heard, which announced that someone from the temple was approaching the village. The wounds from Ned's dagger had long since healed at the corners of Sahak's lips, leaving him with jagged scars as a memento. The man, his head held high, looked around as he walked towards the entrance to the village, where the workers, taking off their hats, hesitantly asked him what he was doing in such a run-down area. Sahak, without any preliminaries, sharply asked the resident how many people lived in the village, and he timidly replied that there were a little more than 50. The Inquisitor's agent grinned, replying that it suited him, and grabbed the red object he had received from Ned. Sahak brought it to his mouth and began to play a melody on the simple musical instrument. Right behind him, something huge burst out of the ground. A bunch of faces with eyes and sharp teeth molded into one creature. Long tentacles with teeth at the ends reached out to the inhabitants, frozen in horror. These tentacles cut people into pieces. The men's heads flew off to the side. The blood was boiling, splashing around in rivers. And in the center of this madness stood the laughing Sahak. The slave's bloody palm reached forward. Then he squeezed it hard. This was his new power. How painful it was to remember the incredible shame he had suffered. How smugly that damn miner walked away after the battle, leaving him bleeding right in the center of the square. Sahak's eyes turned bloodshot at the mere memory. He would never forgive this bastard. He would pay for everything. The man laughed louder and louder as the underground monster destroyed an entire village by the dozens, tearing its inhabitants apart. Night had fallen, and the moon illuminated the roof of the Temple of Light's laboratory, the place where equipment and potions were researched and created. So the list of ingredients: green grass remains, moldy bark of the Lita tree, secretion of rotted cobalt. Then find a gray centipede and cadaver mushrooms on the shelves. You need to mix all these reagents and boil them in a curved flask. Jafir, observing safety precautions, wearing gloves, an apron, and a cloth that only revealed his eyes, held with tongs a flask with poison number 61. Zagan, from the 72 potent poisons of King Fade. Having finished their work in the laboratory, Jeffrey and Anna returned to the nun's abode. The girl sat on the bed with a sheet of paper in her hands and watched as her client, with his torso exposed, did something with a log and a dagger. She rolled her eyes, remembering that Jafir had asked her for temporary shelter so that Ned's henchmen wouldn't find him. In response to all of Anna's excuses, he reminded her that she had promised to protect her client from the temple. Now it's not enough for her to have to let a man she barely knew into her cell. Now she was studying something strange. On the sheet of paper there was a silhouette of a man with dots all over his body, and each one had its own meaning. Jafir himself made cuts with a dagger on the steel-strong arcan wood. Having finished his preparations, he used his special abilities, summoning a clot of energy into his palm. The next moment, the guy suddenly hit the log with his palm, breaking it into pieces. When the large pieces fell away, only thin wooden needles remained on the floor, which the warrior cut out with a dagger. Anna approached the client with interest, tucking her hair behind her ear, and asked Jeffrey why he had cut the log. The guy, burning the resulting needles over a candle, explained that these needles served as a medical device in the East. The guy dipped needles into the poisons Belial and Zagan, diluted 1 to 100, and then left them for 10 minutes. But poison is an incredibly simple thing, Just a substance for weakening and killing. That's exactly what everyone thinks. When the wooden needles were soaked with poison, the boy began to carefully pull them out of the container. Who would have known that after the invasion of hellish creatures and the seizure of power by the gods, people would begin to rely on poisons? Jafir took a deep breath, then exhaled noisily, and grabbing one needle, jabbed it into his shoulder. Within seconds, the guy, whose sweat was pouring down his body, already had 10 needles on him. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair was wet, but the guy knew why he was doing this. A hissing sound came through his clenched teeth, and green veins of poison appeared all over his needle-covered torso. When he started vomiting blood, Anna, who had been sitting on the bed in fear, ran towards the client screaming. But Jafir stopped her abruptly, holding out his hand, and the girl was dumbfounded. Before the procedure began, the warrior strictly ordered her not to faint, no matter what he did. And when he gave the signal, she had to do everything exactly according to plan. Primrose asked excitedly what Jeffrey was going to do and what she meant. The guy grinned. He needed to gain fat, become stronger and more resilient. Of Fade's potent poisons can transform into completely different substances depending on their concentration. If you correctly calculate the degree of saturation and trigger the resistance effect, the poison will turn into a medicine, one that can raise skills beyond their limits. His green-veined hands rested on his knees, and Jafir was breathing heavily. The problem was in the combination of poisons, Belial, causing acute pain, and Zagan, causing drastic changes in the body. Resistance dropped behind the hellish pain. The boy, swallowing his own blood, knew that he lacked both the materials and the skill level to make a stable potion. There was no other choice. He sat cross-legged and did not dare move, because it was important to leave the needles in the right position. And the required position was called the small celestial circle. The needles themselves were stuck into the body along the entire perimeter, forming a circle. This is one of the Eastern methods of Qigong, through which magical power circulates through acupuncture points in the upper body. Internal damage can be repaired by controlling the flow of magic, or this level can be raised through training. By channeling magical energy through the small celestial circle, Jafir resists poison, and if successful, his skills will reach a new level. If nothing works out, his body will fall apart. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that there was nothing terrible about it. It was neither agony nor suffering, especially when compared to what happened in his past. When Jafir fought against powerful enemies, losing his family and friends. When Tartaros won by plunging cold steel into human flesh. And although the Demon King often appears in his thoughts, haunts him in his dreams, and does not allow him to relax for a second, Jafir has himself, and a chance to change everything forever. Immersed in everything and nothing, Jafir's body began to exude magical energy. The nun, obediently standing to the side, looked at her client's body in amazement. After some time, the color of his veins returned to normal. Jafir, among other things, ordered the girl to monitor his condition, because he might not be able to move. And when he gives a signal, you will need to stick the remaining needles into the marked places. The boy slowly turned his head and asked White Rose if she was ready to do it now. Anna, her eyes wide, carefully picked up the needle. She needed to stick it into her client's head. The nun raised her hand above her head. It was better not to ask what would happen in case of failure. Death. Now beads of sweat were running down her forehead from the tension of the situation. What should she do? Would it work? Outside the window, meanwhile, the darkness of the night was slowly disappearing, leisurely letting the morning dawn pass ahead. A few hours later, near the northern forest, not far from the Temple of Light, a red flash appeared in the still blue-black star-studded sky. The next second, the flash turned into a burning red cross with a circle in the center, and someone's screams killed the silence of the night. A flock of numerous, sharp-beaked, and very large monster birds rushed forward. A team of 3 hunters tried to escape from her. Clutching weapons in their hands, they urged each other on. The man, an axe in his hands, cursed the reconnaissance squad as he walked, wishing them all a break, since they had said that the monsters had only one nest. But there turned out to be several dozen of them there. The red cross continued to burn brightly in the sky. When the hunter in the long black cloak asked for help, his partner in the red cap shouted that he had fired a flare and that reinforcements should arrive quickly. He barely had time to say which way they should run when a huge beak grabbed the man, immediately breaking his fragile human neck. The hunter with the axe suffered the same fate, and the only slave left untouched screamed hysterically, begging the heavens for help. His cloak fluttered in the wind. The man knew that there were about 5 kilometers left to the temple, and even with good visibility, the journey would take another 20 minutes. Something terrible happened. His boot caught on the rocks, and the hunter realized that he was about to fall flat on his face. Loud curses shook the air. The man found himself on the floor, his knees resting on sharp stones, breathing heavily. Sweat poured into his eyes, but he decided to slowly turn his head, knowing that in 2 minutes there would be nothing left of him. The birds, stretching out their long necks, towered over what they considered to be a delicious breakfast. Their eyes flashed predatorily, and they hesitated, as if giving their victim time. Not daring to make the slightest movement, the unfortunate slave stared at the monsters with all his eyes. The next second, the bird that had run closest to him opened its mouth and reached out to the man. He screamed and, expecting death, covered his face with his shield. The man did not open his eyes, knowing that only a miracle could save him from a terrible death. Meanwhile, the birds were being pierced by beams of bright blue energy, cutting them into pieces. The hunter suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth in shock when he saw this energy. He managed to roll to the side when something fell loudly from the sky next to him, raising a cloud of dust. In that place, with his fist pressed against the ruined earth, stood Jafir on one knee, with his new strength and replenished energy reserves, thanks to the needles and the Eastern method of Qigong. The guy slowly raised his eyes with fury in his gaze, examining the monsters. The birds, noticing new prey, rushed in a flock with deafening cries towards the lonely man. Jafir deftly dodged the first sharp beak that caught him. He grabbed the monster's feathered body with both hands, and it let out a surprised squeak. The next moment, the monster spread its arms and screamed in pain, as the man's unusually powerful mana sharply twisted its neck. Jafir grabbed the powerful beak to tear the bird's head from its body the next moment, pulling out a long, bloody spine. The rest of the birds gathered in front of the warrior, watching as the man brandished the remains of one of their flock. Jafir quickly calculated that there were 12 remaining monsters and only 12 winged spines. Just a day ago, he couldn't even dream of what he was planning to do right now. Concentrating, the warrior generated 12 beams of energy and released them at the birds, turning their bodies into a sieve. The surviving hunter lay on his back and looked at the stranger as if he were a deity descended from heaven. The man's gaze darted over the strong body. Finally, he saw the symbol of the temple. Had reinforcements really arrived so quickly, and he was alone? The hunter didn't immediately hear Jafir's question about where the temple was, and for a few more seconds, he turned his head in shock. Somehow getting up, he pointed with a trembling hand straight ahead in the direction he needed to go along the road. Jafir replied that this was good, and literally disappeared from the hunter's field of vision, leaving behind a white flash. This seemed to frighten and puzzle the man even more than the flock of monster birds he had discovered. The hunter, surrounded by the corpses of phoenixes, looked in the direction where the stranger had disappeared. He had shown the way mechanically, as if he had heard an order from a superior officer, unable to resist the unusual pressure emanating from his savior. Having revealed the location of the entrance to the dungeon, the man regretted that he had not managed to warn the stranger when he managed to come to his senses from the shock. Of the 7 people in his group, 4 died in the dungeon, and of the 3 who got out, only he remained. It was very dangerous there. The hunter, suddenly weakened, sank to his knees and leaned his trembling palm on the cold ground. He grabbed his head with his hands, as if it would split from piercingly sharp thoughts. He needed to talk that guy out of it, ask him to wait for help, or stop him from going down into the dungeon alone. A feeling of guilt overwhelmed the hunter. He felt as if he had killed the stranger who had saved him with his own hands. But suddenly, through his closed eyes and the darkness of the night, the man felt a bright light. Looking straight ahead, he was stunned. From the direction of the dungeon, wheezing, squeals, screams, sounds of blows and someone's death could be heard more and more clearly. All this was accompanied by bright flashes that appeared and then disappeared again. The hunter didn't dare move from his spot. He only had enough strength to slowly rise from the ground and open his mouth in amazement, peering into the night darkness, cut by the light. The green corridor of trees in front of the man was completely illuminated by bright light, as if it had just become day. The silhouettes of the recent conscription could still be seen in the sky, but surprisingly, a strangely moving human silhouette could be seen ahead. Sweat poured into the man's eyes. He couldn't understand how this was even possible for an ordinary person. The previously severed head of a predatory phoenix, the size of a small hill, was dragged along the ground, missing feathers and teeth, and the trophy was being carried by a half-naked, completely whole and unharmed stranger, whom the hunter immediately dubbed the boss of the dungeon. Jafir straightened up and shook his hands against each other, looking closely at the man. He extended his hand, on which the remnants of mana were still glowing, and clenched it into a fist. The guy thought with satisfaction that his skills had increased by about 2.5 times. And if he picks out some decent equipment for himself, everything will be just great. And in that case, all that remains is to figure out where and how to get this equipment. Jafir fired a green flare into the sky, a signal that the emergency had been resolved. Together with the still stunned hunter, they looked at the shining sign for a long time. The air was filled with human screams, groans, and the disgusting sounds the monster made as it swallowed its next victim. In the epicenter of all the horror, like a king among the devil's subjects, sat Sahak, clutching a musical instrument for summoning in his hand. His mad eyes glowed in the semi-darkness. He thirsted for revenge, and it would happen very soon. A few days later, in the Temple of Light, a majestic building with rows of towers, the two were discussing the newly minted slave, who, thanks to his recent exploits, was on everyone's lips, having single-handedly cleared out a nest of black basilisks. He also finished off the 30-meter-long creature that was guarding this brood. Everything matched, both the testimony of the surviving witness and the results of the inspection of the cleanup site. It turned out that this slave had recently been actively engaged in hunting, with 20 days left before the raid. The handsome men walking down the stairs assumed that the guy, whose name they didn't know, wanted to join the raid group. The senior heresy inquisitor of the 3rd District of the Temple of Light, Matthias Greimer, a dark-haired man with long hair tied in a ponytail, asked his companion if it was worth interrogating the slave and finding out if he was a worshipper of the devil. A handsome blonde man with long hair falling on his shoulders, the commander of the Knights of the 3rd District of the Temple of Light, Lucius Giornetti, folded his hands behind his back and replied that it was not worth doing. Greimer objected, exclaiming that it would be bad if they did not find all the devil worshippers within the Inquisition before the raid began. But Lucius interrupted him. They would not be able to find everyone. The blonde stopped and smiled predatorily at his own thoughts, saying that it would be better if this guy turned out to be one of the admirers in the raid. These words caused bewilderment on the face of the senior inquisitor. Continuing down the stairs, Lucius said that the devil's followers would never reach the main creature on their own. They were just villains engaged in thievery. Therefore, it is better to take them with you, use them to find the main lair, and then kill everyone along with the creature. Matthias frowned and shook his head. As the commander of the raiding party's security detachment, no, as Sir Lucius's friend. He repeated once again that he was against this plan. Lucius threw his head back slightly and laughed loudly, his laughter bouncing off the stone walls like the moon. The companions had almost reached the massive high doors at the bottom of the stairs. Giornetti knew that the Inquisitor would start complaining, so he decided to show something only to his old friend. The man walked up to the door and abruptly flung it open, pushing it with both hands. The light that suddenly flooded into the semi-darkness made Matthias first close his eyes, then stare in shock at what he saw in the room. From the ceiling, a multitude of chains stretched down, holding and protecting relics of incredible grandeur from thieves. Lucius turned around and proudly announced that this was the Spear of Light and Mikhail's winged shield, which he had found after spending a third of his fortune searching for. The senior inquisitor threw back his head and clenched his teeth. He had not expected to see the legendary objects he had only read about in books. His friend's hand, firmly encased in armor, patted him on the shoulder, assuring him that now they would finally finish with this dungeon, which they had been storming for 11 years already, and Matthias should not worry. The blonde gave his friend a daring look. He would be invincible in this raid. The next clear morning, the sun woke up the team of hunters in the barracks. They went out to practice, and upon returning, Dale, walking behind the silent Goth, stretched and complained that he hadn't warmed up well because of the crowd on the training field. Marco walked last, quenching his thirst. He noted with a smile that it was because of the raid. Rumors were circulating that there were only 2 or 3 spots left, and everyone wanted to show what they were capable of. Dale scratched his head and said irritably that all this noise had nothing to do with them. They walked down the corridor to the rooms, but here got stopped dead in his tracks when he saw a nun coming out of their bedroom. She was taken aback for only a second, but the next moment she straightened up and walked past the hunters lined up to greet her, exclaiming that they must not forget to pay off the interest on time. Approaching the open door, Goth was the first to notice something unusual and was surprised again, while Dale kept looking back at Anna Primrose, grumbling at the unexpected guest. Left alone, Jafir sat on his bed and adjusted the gold signet ring on the middle finger of his left hand. Seeing his comrade standing at the door, the guy ran his right hand over his wrist, on which the decoration was adorned, and greeted the team. The Trinity couldn't help but notice the ring and stared at the newcomer in amazement. Marco even started to vomit water, and Goth immediately attacked Jeffer, asking where he got the jewelry from. Dale immediately thought about the nun's recent presence. Without hiding and turning his hand so that it was clearly visible, the guy answered with a smile that someone had given him the ring. A signet ring bearing the church's symbol, known as a purity ring, increased the wearer's energy circulation. Once a day, the curse release spell could be cast. Looking at his new acquisition with a satisfied expression, the warrior mentally thanked White Rose for providing him with such a useful thing. Anna Primrose took the initiative herself, coming to Jefir and insisting that after the strengthening, they needed to select the appropriate equipment. Then she gave him a signet ring, since it's not difficult to get one, and the girl promised the client to find everything he wanted. The nun prepared everything herself. Although he hadn't entrusted her with anything yet, she was incredibly resourceful. This made Jafir immensely happy. He could clearly smell gold. Anna Primrose, having passed the young hunters, instantly became serious as she walked down the corridor towards the exit of the barracks. The girl was clearly agitated by something, and even irritated, frowning. Anna recalled what she had heard about certain people from informants on the black market. Many have heard of the Guild of Assassins called Persephone. These are legendary mercenaries who enhanced their abilities with poisons. Trained in deadly martial arts, they knew how to kill, and they did it damn well. What Anna had seen over the past few days aroused suspicion. Her client was truly a highly skilled hunter. Moreover, he strengthened his body with the help of poison, and involved a nun in this. Now everything came together. This guy was Persephone's assassin. The corner of Anna's mouth twitched slightly as a thought occurred to her. Persephone disbanded several years ago due to internal conflict, but clients say that those who previously used their services, high-ranking officials and aristocrats, continue to search for Persephone survivors. These people are the best killing force, for which the rich, having incredible wealth, are ready to give almost all the accumulated or stolen money. Moreover, now is not the time to take 3 coins in commission on monster deals, since such an opportunity has arisen. A broker should hold on to such a client. The inspired nun shook her fist in the air and jumped with joy. She will find the best items for her dear client. The girl had already managed to share her guesses with Jafir, and he was surprised by this assumption, deciding that it had no meaning for him. On the contrary, the fact that he was classified as a mercenary was even for the better. After all, if White Rose spreads such rumors about him, the person the guy needs will come to him himself. Jafir was so lost in thought that he flinched when someone else's hand slapped his shoulder. The warrior's eyes widened when Goth began asking him about his special relationship with the nun, including the ring as a gift. The new guy couldn't say a word in his own defense, while Goth shook him like a fruit tree trying to get a confession. And the other guys showed him respect like a real man. Shaking his head, Jafir abruptly changed the topic to the mission in the dungeon, when he suddenly heard a strange sound from outside. Everyone present in the room suddenly fell silent and looked towards the door. Dale was the first to react, walking up to the door and throwing it open, loudly asking who was there. The blonde looked around in confusion when he realized the corridor was empty. He even looked behind the open door, and there, finally, he saw the reason for the suspicious sound. Someone had pinned a piece of paper with a knife onto a wooden surface, with a map depicted on it. Below was an urgent order given to Goth's group. They were to go to the designated location and scout out the situation. At the bottom of the sheet, one could see the government signature and the official seal of the temple. The trio bent over the paper, not understanding who could give orders in such a way, but nevertheless the document was official, with the seal and signature of the head of the hunters. Jeffer came up and snatched the piece of paper from Dale's hands. The guy carefully read what was written and looked at the map. The warrior realized that the signature really belonged to the head of all hunters. However, the order was written in Ned's handwriting. The guy smiled and crumpled the sheet of paper. It turns out Ned sent him an invitation. He needs to go there in person. Having quickly gathered his things, Jafir set out on his journey, accelerating faster and faster with each passing hour. He ran to his destination with all his might, without sparing himself. In front of him, the warrior saw only the target he needed, remembering that there were about 20 days left before the raid of the Temple Knights. The dungeon they had to descend into was very difficult, and was called the Tomb of the Abominable Princess. One of the 8 great problems of the world, the dungeon was the huge ruins of the ancient kingdom of Medea. It was filled with the living dead, and due to the difficulty of fighting, the assault on this place has been going on for more than 10 years. And so far, no one has managed to reach the main goal. And that's why the criteria for selecting raid group members are so high. It must be a hunting group that ranks at least 5th in the outgoing year's rankings, or someone who has received a letter of recommendation from a slave directly under their command, or under the command of a priest participating in the raid. If you fulfill one of these conditions, then you are in the group. And no matter how hard the team of hunters led by Goth tries now, they will not have time to rise to 5th position. Jafir was in a hurry to get to the long-awaited meeting, and he knew that in this life, he would use Ned for his own benefit. The man was a slave, subordinate to the heresy inquisitor Matthias. If Jafir deceived Ned and got a recommendation, he would immediately end up in the raid group. Strayer, who is tasked with an incredibly complex cleanup mission, simply cannot ignore a master of the exact same martial arts. He must be looking forward to testing the young hunter. Will he turn out to be a reliable ally sent by the teacher, or a criminal who stole the sect's combat techniques? Jafir couldn't miss the opportunity to use mana, and, with its help, cross a large space at once. Following the instructions in the received order, he found himself in place with one leap, from which the earth shook. Moreover, the warrior's energy had an incredible impact on the space around him. A tornado formed in the middle of the area, where there was a small wooden building. This didn't bother Jafir. He was wondering how strong his supposed ally would be, whom he would have to take with him. In the rising clouds of dust, stretching for several miles ahead, a male figure appeared, noticing the boy's epic appearance. Jafir didn't expect to hear that particular voice. When the dust settled, he saw Sahak's terrible face and his eyes burning with madness. The man asked if his opponent had come alone. Instead of greeting him, Jafir lazily ordered him to go home. The hunter had no time to play. The disfigured corners of his mouth, previously cut by Ned, stretched as Sahak grinned, saying that for the past 10 days he had not been able to forget Jafir. The wound left on his face by the enemy ached every night, and the blonde couldn't get enough sleep. Jafir remained silent, listening to the Inquisition's henchmen, and continued to watch him closely. Sahak abruptly pulled the dagger from its sheath, shouting that the boy would now see his new power. He wanted to say something else, but didn't have time. Seeing someone else's eyes right in front of him, filled with white-blue light, the man jerked forward from a brutal blow to the neck that knocked all the air out of his lungs. Jafir turned so that he was behind Sahak, and he managed to attack his opponent. As Sahak fell ingloriously face down on the ground, the hunter spat an insult contemptuously at his back. After all, Ned is cold-blooded and meticulous, and will not test him with just one Sahak. Jafir clenched his fist, certain that Strayer had hidden someone else. The guy walked out into the middle of the field and shouted at the top of his lungs, calling on the invisible enemies to come out. He would fight them all. He waited a few moments until the air became cloudy, through which quiet chuckles could be heard, growing louder. A minute later, Sahak, who had regained consciousness, was laughing loudly behind Jafir. A dangerous purple essence, which he summoned with the help of a mouth instrument, was spreading under the hem of his cloak. The man was just running his fingers along the special grooves and rudely called out to Jafir. Sahak, strangely arched back in an unnatural position, hissed through his teeth that his opponent was ignoring him again. The monster's many toothy mouths opened and closed in time with the game. Purple eyes stared unblinkingly at the man standing in front of them, the intended victim. The entity began to grow like a deadly tower, ready to devour all living things. And at the very top lay Sahak, playing a melody. Jafir froze in horror, immediately recognizing the familiar motives. It seemed that Sahak had long since been swallowed by the monster. His eyes, in which even a hint of humanity had disappeared, were devouring Jafir. The man was screaming that he would finish him off slowly and painfully, tearing him to pieces. He quickly rose to his feet, held securely by his demonic servant, and immediately commanded the entity whose name was Shoggoth to devour his opponent. The guy turned around sharply, instantly calculating the situation, thinking about the best course of action. But the Shoggoth's strength is no joke. The monster, provoked by the order, began to writhe, and its tendrils began to reach out towards the man with all their might. Jafir cursed under his breath, not understanding what this thing was doing here. Shoggoth, having swum away from its owner, struck hard at the place where Jafir stood, raising pieces of stone and dust into the air. Sahak leaned forward and laughed even harder, confident that his enemy was defeated. But a second later, his expression changed dramatically, going from happy madness to one of complete shock at what he saw. A blue beam of Jafir's mana passed straight through his pet, tearing the creature to shreds. Sahak stood behind, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Right before his eyes, something incredible was happening. How could this little man cope with the devil's spawn himself? The Shoggoth's eyes floated limply within its disintegrating body, chunks of its essence dripping to the ground. The Shoggoth itself was pierced. Jafir stood right in the middle of the open space, with his hand extended forward and fully charged with mana. Indeed, Sahak was sure that no one would ever be able to cope with the terrifying impression that this creature made on those around. Jafir was furious. He did not expect to see the living weapon of the devil's followers here. It was known that Shoggoth usually slept in a form resembling an egg. When he hears the sound of an instrument that contains the power of hypnosis, he immediately wakes up. The ocarina of hypnosis is a musical instrument used to control the Shoggoth. The combination of sounds determines the type of command the player issues. The ocarina also protects against soul pollution. The thing is that the Shoggoth, who lacks intelligence and has only an endless appetite, is not affected by physical attacks. He becomes stronger by absorbing the magic of the people he eats. Japlier first peered into the monster's terrifying mouth, which had additional mouths running through it like a small tunnel, and then fearlessly stepped straight into the Shoggoth's belly, where dexterous tentacles were already waiting for him. The beast may already be called incredibly frightening, but its true horror lies elsewhere. Pollution of the soul. This phenomenon begins to occur from just one touch to the Shoggoth. A person feels fear, sees hallucinations. When the soul is completely polluted, a state of madness occurs. Such a person completely loses his mind and attacks his allies. He is the perfect killer, an artificial monster created by a follower of the devil to kill his own kind. Watching the boy being gradually taken over by the Shoggoth, Sahak was overjoyed and kept asking the enemy if he had gone mad with the desire to die, and if he really didn't know what would happen next. Jafir's reddened eyes indicated that he was on the verge of madness, and that very little remained until his soul was completely contaminated. Very soon he would die. The warrior remained silent, did not move, and waited for the right moment. The next moment, Jafir used the Curse Release spell, and ghostly angel wings opened above his figure, and the sign of the temple shone above his head. A skill that could only be used once a day was made available through the Ring of Purity, which increased magic resistance and aided the wearer in mana circulation. The Shoggoth gradually retreated from Jafir, disintegrating into pieces. The guy took a step towards Sakak and grabbed him by the throat. He only managed to let out a strangled breath. The hand with the gold ring on its finger gripped the man tighter and tighter, and Jafir said that before he had only cared about saving his own life and the lives of those dear to him. And in his eyes it was obvious, since the world was about to end anyway. But at some point, the warrior himself did not understand when it happened. Other thoughts began to visit him. How would things have turned out if there had been some who knew how to fight among his comrades? And what would have happened if Hafir had gotten to know the other survivors a little better and joined them? So many what-ifs, but then there were other thoughts going through his head. Those whom I respected, protected, and was proud of. And those whom he cherished and loved with all his heart. Perhaps the last thing Jafir remembered on their faces would have been smiles, not hot, bloody tears, and they would have been able to live a little longer? Sahak, blinded by his own madness, suffocated by Jafir's hands, did not understand what he was talking about. The warrior did not speak these words to a wild slave, but rather was giving an account of what he had done to himself. He firmly decided that in this life, he would save everyone he could. and most importantly, to give a chance to become stronger to those who want it, even if they themselves do not realize it at the beginning of the journey. Jafir looked back at Sahak, whom he had looked away from for a moment, his eyes blazing with rage. The guy spoke in a low and dangerous tone, asking his opponent if he knew how many people he had fed to this creature. It seemed there were about 100 of them. And how many more people must die for the damn entertainment of trash like Sahak? The last thing Sahak heard before he died was that he had no right to live. Jafir, who had first let go of the man's neck, clenched his right hand into a fist, along which small bolts of mana immediately ran. The entire attack hit Sahak straight in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. The scars left by the elder's dagger stretched out in strange ways as thick blood poured from the man's wide-open mouth. Before the blonde could even clear his throat, Jafir's left fist flew into his face, literally crushing it. The guy stepped back and froze in a fighting stance. This technique, formed by a series of connected attacks, ended with a palm strike. One must strike with a magically accelerated palm at the bloody mist that the enemy dispersed. Then lightning is created by splashing drops of blood. In the East, the technique was feared and called Dragon's Cry. Next came the secret technique Royal Tiara Flow, and a few seconds later, Thunder Palm. Several bolts of lightning flew towards Sahaka, which Jafir directed at the man with the help of his palm. The lightning attack practically burned him alive. His face froze into a terrible mask in a silent scream, and the ocarina of hypnosis fell from his hands. Jafir angrily glanced at the dead enemy, thinking that he had died instantly and painfully, because after all, a charge had run through his entire body, and such a death was fitting for him. The guy reached out to pick up a musical instrument lying alone at a distance. The remains of the Shoggoth still littered the stone ground. The warrior remembered that physical attacks had no effect on him. He could only be finished off with fire, or with the help of divine power. Fortunately, the creature lost its grandeur and became smaller. One more blow, and it would be the end of it. And now Jafir didn't need to spend mana for this. Bringing the instrument to his lips, the boy played the Shoggoth's death chord, which broke the magical bond connecting his cells. As soon as the last purple parts of the monster dissipated, the warrior heard a mocking voice behind him, surprised that the boy knew this song. The voice continued to say that it was a secret song of his devilish cult. Even the Temple Information Bureau did not know it. Jafir preferred a round and Ned jumped down from a large rock ledge, finding himself at a safe distance from the boy. The desert wind blew through his long hair, the color of a bloody sunset, as the man stated with a smile that Jafir knew a lot. The hunter rejoiced inwardly. The one for whom he had run here had finally appeared. Ned, who was entrusted with a mission that was only expected to succeed, would never ignore a user with techniques similar to his own. It is obvious that he was a secret witness to the very first battle against Sahak. If Jepoder deceives the man and receives a recommendation, he will immediately be able to join the raid group. Ned is probably eager to test the slave's powers. And finally, this moment has come. Jeffer must pass the test and make Strayer believe that he is a follower of the devil. Only in this way can the warrior change the future. And if he manages to do this, then why not take advantage of another opportunity at the same time? Memories of Ned from the past stung Jafir painfully. That emotional debt he had never been able to repay, the boy now wanted a different ending for Strayer. The guy, full of determination, clenched his fist. To do this, you need to get close to Ned, then deceive him. Especially now that they were both finally face to face, and there was nowhere left to retreat. The man, looking at Jafir as if he were a commodity at the market, spoke. He had been watching the guy all this time and had come to one conclusion. Ned drew his curved sword from behind his back in a lightning-fast movement. Jafir was once again informed that his sentence would be death. A bright beam of light from his mana formed where Ned stood, and a column of dust rose into the air. The hunter knew what the man would do and was ready to attack, immediately assuming a fighting stance. As soon as Strayer approached, an electric current of mana passed through Jafir's body, and blue lights began to dance. The man thrust his blade forward, his magic looking different from his opponent's. His mana was seething like many small streams, while Ned's were white and red flowing snakes encircling his body. The next moment, Jafir was drowned in attacks from a thin blade. They rained down on him from all sides. The red trail did not disappear immediately, but lingered in the air for several moments, creating bizarre patterns. Ned, with one last swing of his arm, jumped back. His puzzled face reflected on the perfectly smooth surface of the sword. He was haunted by a strange sensation in his hand. Had he really missed all his attacks? Ned felt the back of his head as Jeffir was about to respond, and indeed, several stones, launched with magic, flew at his back. But such counteraction cannot take an experienced fighter by surprise. Strayer immediately deflected all the stones with his sword. Pulling his weapon back, the man smiled, praising Jeffir's reaction, who not only managed to parry his blows, but also counterattacked, thinking to himself that on this continent, only a few people could surpass his sword in speed. The young hunter grimaced, tossing a pebble in his hand, saying that it was unworthy to attack an unarmed man with a blade. These words immediately struck a chord with Ned. The man threw the sword aside, and it landed with a loud clang on the stone ground. Strayer immediately mirrored Jeffir's pose and stood up. The guy had been ready for the fight for a long time, waiting for the enemy and not attacking first. They repeated each other's movements, staying at a distance, slowly walking in a circle, dancing a dangerous dance. The first bolt of red mana flew into the sky, and a loud sound was heard, as if the heavens themselves were thundering. Like the thunder palm, the secret technique of the royal tiara flow surrounds the body with electricity caused by explosive acceleration. Thanks to this, a person gains enormous strength and speed. But among those from the same region, there is a way to counter this technique. The secret weapon of the royal tiara flow is floating clouds. There are yin and yang electric currents. Their electricity is attracted to each other. But nevertheless, identical flows have the property of repelling each other. This is a defensive technique. Ned gritted his teeth in tension. Jeffir adjusted his blows to the attacks of the yang flow, protected the points of impact, and repelled all of Strayer's attacks. And this is despite the fact that the man delivered blows in such a short moment, the speed of which is difficult to even follow with the eyes. If the user does not envelop his body in a sufficient amount of electricity, the attack will not be repelled. It will hit the target. When the defensive side's electrical energy is greater than, or almost equal to, the attacking side's electrical energy, the strike will miss. When the defensive side's electrical energy is less than the attacking side's energy, the defense slips past, and the strike is successful. This technique can be used in real combat only if it is trained to such a degree that in a few seconds, one can control the amount of electricity, the time, and the location of the attack. Such a technique cannot be repeated by the trick of copying the technique. Looking at Jeffir, Strayer became increasingly convinced that the guy opposite was not a fake, and not someone's plant, and this led the man into incredible confusion. The smirk disappeared from Strayer's face, and he quietly said that the secret technique, Royal Tiara Flow, was inherited only by him and the senior disciple. Breathing heavily, Ned tensed up like a cobra and asked the man standing before him the ultimate question. Who was he? His teacher was from the east, who crossed the Devil's Zone, the Sahara Desert, passed by the eastern to the local continent Aslan, the ninth in the hierarchy of the Devil's followers, the child of the East, Qin Liang, Dragon of Cold. Qin Liang rose to the position of a member of the leadership of the Devil Cult with the help of the flow of the Royal Tiara. And he had two apprentices, the heirs, who were able to understand the depth of the main technique, unlike hundreds of other ordinary students who studied martial arts superficially. The first heir is Qin Liang's natural son, Qin Gan, Mighty Dragon. The second is a foster child from the continent of Aslan, Ned Strayer. In order to understand the depth of a technique through a duel, two apprentices are needed, direct students. No more is needed, because the secret truth of the technique must be carefully guarded. Ned hissed angrily that he hadn't seen Jafir's face even among ordinary students. And not only that seemed suspicious, the hunter destroyed the Shoggoth, the cult's prized possession, to which 100 people had been fed for the sake of the upcoming raid. Strayer didn't even know if Jafir was a follower of the devil, so what was the guy's true face, and what did he want? A shadow crossed Jafira's face, and the boy noticed with disappointment that the teacher hadn't said anything to Ned. Raising his head, he sarcastically asked the man if he really thought there were only two students. Looking at the puzzled face opposite him, Jeffir laughed. If Ned had thought about it, he would have realized that not everything was so simple. And if one of the students dies, then there will be no opponent of equal strength for a duel. A busy teacher cannot guide the remaining student in everything, and it takes time to cultivate a new one. Ned froze in shock as he realized the full implications of the proposed future. Jafir introduced himself loudly, calling himself the Shadow's apprentice, who had been raised in case of Strayer's death. This is a reserve student who, according to the tradition of Eastern warriors, is secretly prepared in case of the death of an official follower. This is a hidden card for the continuation of the inheritance and a talisman for the strength of the clan. But if nothing happens to the official follower and he takes the place of the teacher, the Shadow's disciple is destroyed by the teacher. This is done to avoid unrest, since the student of the Shadow receives knowledge of the same level as the official follower. But Jafir wasn't lying, but in his case, the true Shadow disciple couldn't arrive at the temple until the raid was over. A majestic princess named Altair and her minions decided to bind such a student. At her very first command, this man was put in chains. Jafir smiled, thinking that Altair was probably still doing something absurd, completely unbecoming of his rank. And now it would be a great mistake for a hunter not to take advantage of this situation. Ned, alarmed, let his guard down and asked his opponent if he was really telling the truth, and his existence was kept a closely guarded secret. Then why had the teacher sent him here? The man added that he had already contacted him and found out that no such student had been sent. Strayer lied about contacting his mentor, but he was sure that if the guy turned out to be a fake, he would definitely give a ridiculous excuse. After all, it is not easy for the followers of the devil entering the temple to communicate with the outside world. At such times, it is correct to judge the situation on the spot. Ned's palm vibrated with a barely contained flow of energy. He decided that if he felt even the slightest suspicion, he would have to get rid of this slave. Folding his arms across his chest, Jafir calmly replied that he had been ordered not to get close to the other followers, and to hide his face and join the raid on his own, and that if anything happened to Ned, the warrior would replace him. Strayer blurted out in irritation that the guy didn't even know what his mission was, but the enemy grinned arrogantly, replying that it was offensive to him to hear such a thing. He knew that he needed to steal the dragon's heart. Inside the dragon is a magical stone called the Dragon's Heart, an item that grants the user the power of a dragon. It is said that 1,000 years ago, the vile Princess Eurydica first discovered the heart in history and took it with her to the grave. Thanks to the lightning-fast acceleration of the royal tiara flow, the temple knights will never be able to catch up with the person who has the heart. Once Ned's hand touches the dragon's heart, no one will be able to catch it. Jafir pointed at the dejected man, declaring that he was no less skilled than him. The boy used the forbidden technique, knowing how much it would hurt Ned. The man's face twisted when he heard from a stranger that his beloved teacher was not confident in him. Jafir rubbed his neck with a smile, explaining that he had already disobeyed orders by getting caught by Ned, and that the conditions for joining the raid group had turned out to be more difficult than he thought, and so the warrior had chosen to take the easy way out. Besides this, Jafir really needed to tell his followers something personal. Ned didn't expect that a complete stranger would have a private message in store for him. Jafir took a step, cutting off the man's escape route, noticing distantly that he was a head taller than him. The boy leaned towards Strayer's ear, and he could even smell the iron and herbs coming from the slave's clothes when Jafir whispered that he had information about the blood tears. This statement shocked Ned. This man could not have known about the tears. Bloody tears is his family's stolen weapon, and the man followed the teacher in order to find the sword and take revenge on the temple. Only 2 people in the world know about this, he and the teacher. Strayer, his nerves on edge, hysterically ordered Jafir to tell him everything he knew about the blood tears. But the guy, looking arrogantly at Ned, replied that he would only tell if they had a future relationship of trust. The main condition was to join the raiding group with the help of a follower. Jafir was especially irritated by the aroma of the hunters group's dwelling. He couldn't stand it. Ned closed his eyes, making up his mind, knowing he had no excuses left not to believe this guy. Through his teeth, he snapped at Jafir to follow him. He needed to go somewhere. Late at night, they arrived at an abandoned building near the temple. They both found themselves in a spacious room, where a group of people in dark cloaks seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time. Ned loudly informed the brothers that he had brought the last one. The man introduced Jafir, saying that he had been sent by the teacher to assist in the mission, and that his personal information had been checked according to procedure. The leader was obviously seated at the large table, and he announced that he had been hoping for a distinguished participant, and his expectations were not disappointed. The stranger's face was safely hidden in the shadows, while Jafir stood at a distance. Coming closer, the guy met Matthias Grimer, who was actually in 36th position in the hierarchy of the Devil's followers. The man, clasping his hands, greeted his young brother with a smile, saying that he should consider it an honor to help the student of the East in his work. After a few seconds of silence, he loudly slammed his palm on the table, attracting the attention of those gathered. The raiding party members with slave status, who would follow the heretic inquisitor's confidants, and the 40-strong hunting party became followers of the devil. And since there was a newcomer in the group, Matthias announced that he would explain the raid tactics again, keeping in mind that mistakes were unacceptable. As the participants began clapping, praising the honor of the devil cult, Jafir thought about how he had expected to recognize the devil's followers among the members of the raiding party with Ned's help. And in the end, all 40 people turned out to be like that. The guy was in such shock that he didn't even find it funny. All these people are very different from Sahak, who relied only on items with monsters, and from Jafir himself, who in his past life put ambition first. Each of the followers possessed talents and was part of an elite force assembled to carry out the strategy. Jafir could not understand. Why, having such power, do these people follow the devil? Strayer couldn't concentrate on the main thing. His thoughts were wandering about the teacher. Because if this guy showed himself, it meant the mentor didn't trust him completely. Moreover, Jafir knows about the bloody tears. What kind of relationship is there between them if the teacher shares such secret conversations and perhaps does not trust his student at all? Ned shook his head and closed his eyes. He must not drown in doubts. The teacher had given him a promise. Even as a small boy, an abandoned ragamuffin, a stately man in a white mask promised that he would take revenge if Strayer became an important person to him. For the sake of revenge, the man needed the help of a teacher. So, no matter the cost, Ned must steal the dragon's heart and escape. It must not be the shadow student, but Ned himself. Strayer opened his eyes and glanced at Jafir standing next to him. And if he, being a reserve student, raised to be a replacement, wants Ned to fail the mission in the dungeon, because only then will he be recognized as an official follower. Maybe, Strayer thought, Jafir even wanted to kill him. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Grimer's shout, announcing that the explanation was finished, and it was time to split into teams. The defender squad would guard Ned and secure the route, while the strike squad would take on Lucius. Strayer turned to Jafir and extended his hand, saying that since they were on a joint mission, they should become a team. He smiled in his opponent's face, thinking that since he was aiming for his skin and achievements, it was better to observe him from close range than to keep the guy at a distance. Seeing that Jafir was staring at the outstretched palm, Ned waited patiently for an answer, adding that he hoped for cooperation. Jafir remembered that the Ned he knew in his past life made the wrong choice. He was blinded by a sense of revenge, and, having trusted the wrong person, he lost his life. Patient by nature, a man is not needed as an enemy. In a union, he can serve as a force. Ned, by letting Jafir in, will greatly help him in overcoming what will happen in the future. The guy firmly shook the stranger's hand, agreeing to the offer with a smile. Many of his acquaintances met tragic ends in their past lives, so the first one the warrior will bring back will be Ned. After all, once, in a dark cave, where the only source of light was a patch of sky in the distance near the exit. His heavy breathing could be heard. Jafir, lying on the stones, barely dodged the blow of a stick, which nevertheless hit the back of his neck, leaving a burning wound. A moment later, the improvised weapon, shrouded in red energy, was removed from the face. That Ned from his past life, covered in dirt and in torn clothes, offered Jafir a deal. Either he teaches him the most powerful martial arts technique and helps him escape, or he dies right now and turns into a piece of meat. A mysterious connection, a teacher that will lead to a sharp growth and turn an ordinary person into the strongest. It was Ned who once taught Jafir the technique of the flow of the royal tiara. The next day, the list of participants for the raid on the dungeon, Tomb of the Vile Princess, was finally announced. Those who wished to join gathered in front of a list of names, which also indicated the time of assembly and the fact that until the day of departure for the raid, they were required to live in a certain place and train there. For safety reasons, until the end of the raid, participants were forbidden from communicating with anyone except their group comrades without permission. Everyone had to take everything they needed and report their calculations in advance. Jafir, having found his name on the lists, was satisfied and decided to sort something out. On his first expedition as part of a group of hunters, Jafir, with the help of the boys, dealt with the queen in the dungeon of the black steel spiders. Then he visited the basilisk nest alone, completely clearing it out. After visiting a village in a narrow gorge, which Ned had labeled as a goblin cave by falsifying a document, Jafir managed to get achievements for clearing 3 dungeons, as promised to Goth. The commander, along with Marco and Dale, bowed deeply to Jafir when he announced that he was leaving on a raid, and thanked him from the bottom of their hearts for all that time. The warrior looked at his team with a smile, and announced that the guys now had achievements, as well as a bunch of vacancies that had opened up after selecting 40 slaves for the raid. So promotions were just around the corner. When he warned that things would get much harder after the promotion, so they all needed to pull themselves together, Dale spoke up. The boy was embarrassed when the elder turned his attention to him. He could not say that he wanted to follow him and learn many more things. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, during the time they had spent together, this man had a goal. And this goal was so grandiose that simpletons like Dale considered himself to be couldn't even imagine anything like it. The blonde clenched his teeth in despair, realizing that he was too weak and therefore had no right to follow Jafir. But the warrior was not stupid and immediately noticed the state of the young hunter. Having gone with him the entire path of improvement, he told Dale that if he worked hard, the day would surely come when he could walk hand in hand with him. A look of hope appeared on Dale's face. Jafir turned around as he walked towards the exit of the barracks and promised that he would look forward to this moment with impatience. The boys bowed deeply to him again. 2 people who should have died at this moment in their past lives continue to live. Jafir saw their eyes filled with energy and understood that his actions were not in vain. But for now, they can be considered dead. If the devil's followers succeed in performing the summoning ritual after 3 years, many people will die, and in order to prevent many deaths, the warrior must obtain the dragon's heart. And now the moment has come to meet Anna Primrose. White Rose took the client to her office to show him what she had promised. Looking at him with a sly look, she asked if he was happy with everything. In front of the guy was the equipment that Anna had managed to get, armor and a variety of weapons. If at first, Jafir was amazed by the amount of things brought, after a few moments he smiled contentedly. As he wanted, all the demands were met. The nun got hold of blunt weapons that channel mana well. Rapiers, swords, sabers, spears, even a small mace. The tomb of the Vile Princess is a dungeon teeming with living skeletons that no longer feel pain. Strong bones provide the undead with protection against attacks that cut flesh, inflict pain, and drain stamina through bleeding. Jafir knew exactly what to do in such a situation. Crush the skeletons with blunt weapons. Inspecting what he had brought, Jafir scratched his chin and concluded that he was satisfied with the quality and would take everything. Anna clapped her hands enthusiastically, and the client noticed an unremarkable sword among the huge amount of weapons. Jafir pulled the long Sword of Sunset from its stand, stretching it out in front of him. It was a relic found by the knight 100 years ago in the Sunset Mansion. The sword emitted an unknown energy. White Rose looked at her client with confusion. She may have found everything he asked for, but a long sword isn't the most effective option against skeletons. What was this slave up to? Jafir's eyes sparkled in the reflection of the sword's tip, and he knew that in the upcoming dungeon he wouldn't have to worry about just skeletons. More about the Temple of Light, which is about to end the 10-year assault on the dungeon. And also about the followers of the devil, who are ready to risk their lives for the sake of the existence of the cult. The warrior must eliminate them all and obtain the dragon heart, since all members of the raid are his enemies. Last but not least is Ned, who doesn't trust Jafir yet. And even when Strayer heard the truth, it didn't convince him. No, it's not that simple. After all, if the hunter fails and they have to engage in combat, everything will end like last time, until one of the warriors is overthrown. Jafir was so deeply immersed in his own thoughts that he didn't immediately hear the knock on the door. A nun from the Temple of Light entered the room, cheerfully apologizing for being late and introducing herself as Angelina, a sorceress in the laboratory. Sorcery is what imbues equipment with power, such as magic, holiness, and acceleration. The higher the sorcerer's skill, the more powerful and lasting the power. The nun asked if the client in front of her was the one Anna had spoken of, and Jafir nodded. As far as he knew, Angelina was one of the most powerful sorceresses in the temple. The girl laughed, calling the guy handsome, and asked him to rely on her. Angelina took out the beads and, turning to the Mother of Glory, called upon her to emit light. A glow immediately began to emanate from her hands, which soon moved to the middle of the room. Thus, the blessing was received by clothing made of griffin wool, a long sword of sunset, boots made of griffin skin, a staff of ordeals, a spider's club made of black steel. Even though Jafir had prepared himself for a clash with the raiding party, he couldn't help but put all his efforts into preparing for the dungeon. And if he couldn't withstand the ominous energy of the grave of the vile princess, then his inglorious end would come. At this point, the basic preparations were completed. Anna Primrose handed Angelina a bag containing 3,000 gold coins for 5 items. The sister, holding her payment tightly, waved goodbye to Jeffrey and the nun. The guy stood with his arms folded across his chest and suddenly thought that 3,000 for an illegal deal with the sorceress Angelina was too cheap. White Rose had done a good job. The girl offered to pay for the work and was surprised when Jeffrey asked if she was sure. The client, frowning, suggested that the equipment was not cheap and that the nun had not received her share of the commission, to which White Rose replied with a smile that they were not strangers. Then Jeffer, looking slyly at Anna and smiling in response, thanked her for her efforts. White Rose, catching someone else's gaze, turned pink. Trying to distract the client from her condition, Primrose coughed and turned away. The corners of Jafir's mouth turned down, and he said innocently that he had no money. The nun immediately came to her senses. She certainly didn't expect to hear this. The guy calmly replied that he hadn't been able to raise any money during his recent forays, so he couldn't give him anything. Anna waved her hands, shocked, asking if the client was making fun of her. Jafir didn't torment the girl for long and immediately activated the silver key in his palm. From the silver room, he took out 2 potent poisons of the Poison King Fade, number 68 Belial and number 61 Jagan. When the nun saw the potent poison of Persephonia in the client's hands, her eyes lit up with greed. Of course it was a good deal. And what a deal! Jeffer decided that he could afford to stall for time and raise the bottles high above his head. Anna must try to take them away from him. This was retribution for all her evil deeds. The girl kept jumping up and down like a little dog, trying to reach the desired poison with her hands. As he left, Jeffer warned the girl not to sell to the mole and to be careful, to which Primrose only nodded. She continued to wave to the client for a long time, wishing him luck and asking him to come see her for change when the raid was over. The next morning, all the recruits gathered in formation in front of the main building. In addition to the followers of the devil, healers and knights of the temple also gathered. The followers themselves assumed that together they amounted to about 100 heads. Jafir remembered that among so many people, only a minority survived, and this time history would surely repeat itself. A loud yet commanding voice was heard, the owner of which came out to the assembled group. It was the leader of the group and commander of the Temple Knights, Lucius Giornetti. On his direct order, the raid was declared open. The raid team for the Tomb of the Vile Princess dungeon consisted of the following: a squad of Temple Knights, officially priests; combat knights, 18 people; healers, 10 people. Then the lowest formation of the detachment of Temple Knights, hunters, status, slaves, a total of 20 people; inquisitors of heresy, official status; priests, combat inquisitors, 12 people; healers, 6 people. The lowest formation of heresy inquisitors, trusted persons of the heresy inquisitors, status, slaves, only 20 people. Vanguard squad, close combat, pathbreaking, research and reconnaissance, rear defense squad. The total number was 86 people who were divided into groups according to their role: rear detachment, long-range attack, recovery, magic assistance, and so on. They all moved under the leadership of 4 people: the leader of the healers, Arno; the leader of the rear detachment, Riona. One of the main ones is the leader of the vanguard squad, Matthias. And of course, the raid group leader, Lucius, led the people into battle. When he appeared before the warriors, tall, stately, and majestic, they began to greet him loudly, calling Lord Lucius the Son of God. God leaves a special mark on a person whom he especially cherishes, a stigmata. The owner of such a mark is called the Son of God or the Daughter of God. While the sacred son or daughter is alive, they receive the highest powers from God. And after death, they continue to serve God in the guise of angels. Lucius received the stigmata when he was 7 years old. He is called the Son of God's Light. People greet God's sons and daughters with tears in their eyes, treat them like angels and respect them, even consider it an honor to see them in person. It's hard to believe that Lucius personally showed himself to the ordinary members of the squad. Suddenly, Jeffer heard strange sounds from the side where Ned was standing. He turned his head and saw how the man was hiding incredible irritation behind his thick hair, and he didn't even notice how his clenched teeth were grinding in anger. The melodic voice of Lucius Giornetti was heard again, announcing that he wanted to make a prediction. Like a skilled orator, the man, gesturing, promised that this time they would finally put an end to the 10-year raid on the grave of the vile princess and solve one of the 8 great dilemmas of this world with their own hands. It was promised that the names of the raid participants would remain in the temple, and the slaves would be freed. The majestic armor reflected the rays of the midday sun as Lucius called upon them to endure 2 weeks of rigorous training and walk the path of honor. The raid team burst into screams, everyone asking the almighty Arya to help them with the eternal light. The training for the new recruits would be truly challenging, and the location where it would take place was not that easy to get to. Scream Peak is a building on one of the highest mountains, and the participants didn't just walk there. They climbed the mountain like mountain animals, maneuvering on slippery ledges. Jafir mentally cursed the temple and Lucius as he climbed to the top, wondering what honor the knight's commander had spoken of. Of course, after successfully completing a large-scale raid, glory and honor will follow for participation. However, in reality, it was not for something noble like heroism and saving humanity. It was simply good business built on human lives. Before the training began, Grimer called all the participants to him and handed out bags containing a piece of a tombstone from the dungeon. They had to get used to the ominous energy of the tombstone and wear the stone close to their bodies for 24 hours. Preparation and storming of the dungeon takes several years. Political procedures are carried out to obtain the right to conduct the assault. Participants are recruited, and donations are collected to cover various expenses. After a successful raid, roads and cities are built on the cleared site. This is big business in which the right people make a profit, including a higher price for the land. The main temple of the Third Parish Temple of Light is the outpost of God's son Lucius for the assault on the tomb of the vile princess. Talents who have the potential to participate in the raid are always being nurtured, and those who are here are truly elite, selected through regular training. Rihanna ordered the participants in training to take the flying light as an enemy attack. Anyone who touched the light 3 times was considered dead, and they had to raise their hand and leave. A training golem made of stones with the temple's sign on its head and a wooden army were placed in front of the warriors, all controlled by light magic. The stone and wooden army began to move, and then went straight ahead, scattering people who did not expect such an onslaught. The warriors were taken aback by the level of difficulty, defending themselves with all their might, some even deliberately exposing themselves to the flying light in order to knock them out of the battle. Jafir just caught the merciless attack of one piece of wood. He braced himself and lunged with his foot, breaking the soldier in half so hard that splinters flew off him. Ned ran up to him, asking on the go if his new comrade was aware of the ban on using the royal tiara flow technique during training. Jeffer asked with a smile if he looked like an idiot. They sped up and both caught up, running in step. There was a huge golem ahead. Ned jumped right on its stone head, distracting the monster. At this time, Jafir was scattering wooden warriors in different directions. Having dealt with the tree, the guy raised his sword towards the golem. Ned repeated the motion, bringing his blade down furiously, severing the stone head from the rest of the body. The two manas clashed, not in battle against each other, but with the goal of defeating a common enemy. The golem crumbled into many small stones, as did his wooden army. Arno's voice was heard, announcing that the Destroy 500 Golems operation was complete. 15 minutes of rest. The healer leader was pleased. These slaves are just what we need. Compared to the last raid, they keep up with the pace much better than expected. The man's gaze fell on Jafir and Ned, tired after the battle. Arno noted their skills and harmony in battle. Perhaps this time such a team would really be able to clear the dungeon. The healer stood in front of the resting squads and raised a cross into the air, from which emanated a bright light, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. Arno said with a smile that he had healed the wounds and relieved the fatigue of all members of the vanguard squad. With an even wider smile, the healer leader added that thanks to the healers, the raid teams would be able to spend 2 productive weeks, equivalent to 4, and announced that training would begin again from the very beginning. On the night of the last day of training, the warriors were informed that training was over. None of the teams had dropped out, and starting tomorrow, a hellish march towards the dungeon awaited them. So now was their last chance to get some rest. Ned decided to get away from the noise of his comrades and climbed up the high tower alone, sitting down right on the cold stone. His peace was immediately disturbed by Jafir, who asked if the man was going to eat today, since he had hardly eaten during all the days of training. He arrived with a bowl of the excellent stew that was being handed out in honor of the last day of practice, but Strayer turned away, saying that he had already eaten enough. The man looked straight ahead with his head down and said that to achieve maximum acceleration, he had to watch his weight. Jeffer looked at him thoughtfully, chuckling. Then he put his plate of food on the floor, deciding to follow Ned's example. And to the stranger's surprised look, he replied that if Strayer failed, he would have to take on the mission himself. The man perked up and exclaimed with a grin that Jafir was still thinking of getting ahead of him. Jafir smiled and put his hand behind his back, asking him not to make such a stern face because he had brought one good thing. The guy raised an eyebrow slyly and showed off a bottle of temple wine, because if you warm up, you'll move 100 times better. Under Strayer's stern gaze, behind which he hid his confusion, Jeffer filled the glasses he had brought. Having twirled the dishes in his hands, the man suddenly asked the guy how much he knew about his, Ned's, life. Strayer opened up after a few sips and admitted that he had initially thought that Jeffer wanted to kill and take his place, but over the course of all his days of training, it had become clear that the hunter had no intention of causing harm. That's why Ned was even more confused. He remembered the hoarse whisper in his ear that had spoken of bloody tears, about how he was sure that only he and the teacher knew about this, and how he was ready to kill the enemy, if only he would tell what happened to the family weapon. But the guy caustically replied that he would tell only when he realized that trust had been established between them. Taking a sip of wine, Ned continued to say that the information he needed was his secret. If Jeffer knew everything, then logically, he should get something under the pretext of blackmail or information. The man turned sharply to his partner sitting next to him and defiantly asked what his phrase about trust meant and what he needed in general. Jeffer looked at Strayer and realized that he had changed a lot over the past few days. After all, at the very beginning, the man tried to recklessly kill the warrior. How long had he avoided Jafir, making no attempt to get closer? Apparently, being together for 2 weeks does have an effect. Jafir straightened up, replying that Ned must have asked the wrong question. The guy stood up and dropped to his knees, saying that the man should ask about the location of the bloody tears and about their current owner. Just like the first time, Jeffer leaned close to Strayer to tell him everything. What he heard threw Ned off balance the second he heard the name. As a young boy, his father brought him to a tower where, under several chains, was the very sword, the heirloom of the Baron Strayer family, the demonic sword, Bloody Tears. Leonard explained that their ancestor received the weapon as a trophy after destroying the desert demon. The ancestor dedicated this sword to God, and he in turn granted the Strayers the status of barons and ordered them to care for the Bloody Tears from generation to generation. Looking at his son's delighted face, Strayer Sr. was overjoyed. He told the boy that he would soon take over his status as a baron, and along with that, inherit such an honorable mission. Leonard patted Ned on the head and made him promise that he would become an outstanding knight to serve the Blood Tears, and the boy nodded in agreement. The father laughed, adding that this time there should be a good return on investment, which could also be passed on as an inheritance. In front of the Temple of Light in the city square, the cries of a man were heard. He was begging Alden to return the sword. Leonard Strayer, who was struggling and screaming at the top of his lungs, was held tightly by the knights. The man wanted to convey that he had only put up the estate and his status as a baron as collateral. And since the Bloody Tears were not included, he ordered the priest Alden to return the sword immediately. The priest, a tall, gray-haired man in temple robes, smiled as he asked how the head of the family could cause such a commotion on the temple grounds. Strayer Sr. was mistaken, Alden assured him, because the Bloody Tears did not belong to his family but to Baron Strayer, and Leonard now had no rights, since he had put his own status as collateral. The veins on the man's forehead stood out from what he heard, and he growled furiously. He even managed to get past the guards and pull the sword out of its sheath. It seemed that no one had time to keep track of how Leonard ran towards the priest, cursing at the top of his lungs, with only one goal. Of course, he failed to realize his impulse. From both sides, the head of the family was attacked by the closest knights of the Temple of Light. One of them cut off his hands in one fell swoop. The second pierced his stomach with a sharp blade. Blood gushed from Leonard's mouth. His little son saw all this. When the severed hands fell at his feet, the child screamed hysterically, calling for his father. Alden slowly approached the man, in whom life had not yet died, quietly saying that he should be glad that the commoner's sword did not touch the aristocrat and the bishop's son in the Temple of Light. Alden placed his hand on Leonard's head, as if absolving him of his sins, and whispered that if things went badly, his son would have to be executed. Over the square where the man's body lay as a warning to others, the desperate, terrible cry of his son could be heard for a long time. 12 years ago, this was a common sight, especially in dungeon speculation, and investments in dungeon assault and raid group powers were also common. Item prices were very high, and dungeon-related financial goods became popular. At one point, investors were able to make a huge amount of money using this, but the raid kept failing. So a fake guild of vagrants was created to pull off the investment scam. A multitude of unfavorable factors came to light, and when everything came to light, the resulting economic crisis was called the bursting of the underground bubble. The Temple of Light, whose fortune was built on selling dungeons deformed by financial commodities, deceived countless investors before the bubble burst, telling them the situation was safe. The temple sold goods that were no different from a piece of paper. This was done in order to reduce its losses and make a profit. As a result, the investors who bought the investment products with loans from the temple, like Ned's father, went bankrupt and ended up on the street. And the guilty priests, despite the largest fraud in history, did not pay for their crimes. All this time he survived to destroy the temple, remembering the moment of his father's bloody murder. Strayer wanted revenge on the priests, especially the priest Alden, who under the pretext of friendship deceived his father and took his life. Ned scoured the world to find his family's symbol, the bloody tears, which had never been heard of. A bitter, betrayed, and hurt "why" escaped the enraged man's lips. His teacher, mentor, best friend. Ned screamed, unable to control his emotions, and asked Jafir in a strained voice why the sword was in the teacher's possession. The hunter said that the teacher had recently revealed to him the true identities of the head of the Devil sect and the leadership of the 12 apostles. It turned out that real sinners were hiding behind the masks of virtue. The head of the sect and half of the 12 apostles are high-ranking officials of the Temple of Light. Ned was wrong if he thought he knew everything and that nothing would surprise him. This information knocked the wind out of him. Then Jeffer, folding his arms across his chest, told Strayer that the teacher's words about a loved one, about retribution, were all nonsense. On the difficult road to the dungeon, walking in formation, the boy told them that the teacher planned to give the dragon heart they had brought to the head of the Devil sect. And if this happens, they will forever be unable to touch even a hair on the heads of the sect's minions. It will be too late to take revenge. When Ned realized that the teacher he considered his own family had betrayed him, he could only curse. The man thought that if this was not true, then how could Jafir know the words that the teacher said? Everything that Ned lived for seemed to have been ripped out of his chest, leaving a gaping void. And what to do now? Meanwhile, the troops were approaching the massive entrance to the dungeon. Jafir and Ned raised their heads, looking around at the tall building. This was the tomb of the vile princess. One of the hunters, wrapped in bandages, even began to shake. The level of this dungeon was unlike any he had been in before, and an ominous energy emanated from it that tore at the depths of the soul. His neighbor in line, a gray-haired and very strong old man, scratched his beard with interest, thinking that this was interesting and worth trying. The leader of the vanguard squad, Matthias, was the first to approach the gate and opened it wide. The team asked each other questions about whether this was really one of the world's great mysteries, looking around nervously. With his usual blissful smile, Arno drew attention to himself and reported that, as had been said earlier, this was a dungeon that had been under assault for 10 years. There are purification objects located everywhere, heavy metal figures, symbols of the temple hanging on chains. This means that the floor has been cleared and is currently being cleansed. As the squads descended the stairs, the leader of the healers explained that the dungeon consisted of 9 floors. Last time, the raid team managed to clear the dungeon up to the 7th floor. We even managed to destroy the guards of the 8th, penultimate floor. But because of the ominous energy rising from the lower floors, monsters continued to appear here. And right at that moment, an army of skeletons began to advance on the detachment, grinning disgustingly and snapping their teeth. Matthias Greimer ordered everyone to prepare for battle, and for the vanguard squad to form line 3. He himself, having pulled the sword from its sheath, smiled broadly. Let the party begin! At the same time, other important events were taking place in the Temple of Light. Before entering the temple, 2 ministers were talking about something, one of them thanking the other for the visit. A smiling blond man of about 45, the head of the 3rd parish of the Temple of Light, Bishop Alphonsus Giornetti, Lucius's uncle, said that due to the raid, the temple's fighters had left the monastery, and he could not believe that the guest had arrived to borrow a defensive army. His interlocutor laughed, replying that in times like these, one must help one another. Because after Lucius's departure to the dungeon, the Knights of the Temple arrived at the main temple as the 3rd parish from the central parish. Cardinal Alden Rusker of the Temple of Light smiled broadly as he extended his hand confidentially to the bishop. In the tomb of the abominable princess, a real hell was happening. All the monsters from the underworld rose there. Hundreds of armed skeletons moved like a cloud towards the aliens who disturbed their peace. Covering themselves with their shields, the knights fought off the evil spirits quite well. The men from the hunting party even managed to talk to each other. Some didn't see the end of this thunderous army, while others thought it was too easy a fight. The man in bandages, seizing the moment, quickly told his comrades about the information he had heard. The mistress of the dungeon, the princess of horror Eurydica, was once a great magician who appeared once every 1,000 years, and she most likely locked her subjects alive in the tomb. And over the course of 1,000 years, several hundred, if not thousands of plunderers came here, so there are a lot of human bones here. As the team moved down the corridor, they heard sounds more terrifying than ever before. Coming towards them, along with ordinary skeletons, were huge bone golems, a horror assembled from several hundred human remains. The monster's paw, from which bones literally fell out in midair, was wielding pieces of the building's iron fastenings. The creature's eyes glowed with a bright yellow light, gleaming terribly in the semi-darkness. The golem swung and struck straight at a large crowd of people. They, unable to group together, scattered like figurines in different directions. A minute later, the evil spirits created a shockwave of skeletons. She knocked the troops off their feet, and those who stood at a distance covered themselves with shields and called out to the supreme Arya. The leader of the rear detachment, Rian, stepped forward and loudly commanded the sacred chain of light to bind her enemy, holding out a staff with the symbol of the church. The chain, obeying the order, entangled the golem in several rows. Shouts of joy were heard all around. Orders were given to break the monster while it was tied up and not to let the skeleton warriors go. It seemed as if the golem was truly giving in, fading and disintegrating with every passing minute. But suddenly his fingers, 3 outgrowths of human bones, grabbed several chains. The tendrils stretched out to the sides. The chain broke. The golem was free. The warriors began to report this, warning their comrades. Matthias, holding the sword in front of him, recited a prayer. May the goddess guide and grant a ray of light in the darkness. From precise movements, imitating a cross, the monster began to burn and disintegrate. The senior inquisitor of heresy knew his business, and not a single muscle moved on the man's face as he rushed at the enemy. The knights froze in amazement, looking at Mr. Matthias. Nothing else was expected from him. The stately figure turned to the teams and, cursing, urged them not to relax. After all, if these piles of bones exist, then somewhere nearby there is someone who controls them. And indeed, when the squad went a little further, they were met by a skeleton mage, a mid-level monster who possessed some spells and could control skeletons of a lower level. A mage, dressed in a cloak, stood confidently on a chaotically moving pile of human remains, holding a long, strange staff in his hands. While reciting a prayer as he walked, the images of which appeared right in the air, Arno shouted to Matthias that they needed to deal with the mage because he would summon golems, to which the squad leader spat that he was aware of it and there was no need to rush him. The man glanced sideways at the defensive squad, who were holding church staffs with sacred light, and thought that they needed to be used to get closer to the magician. The team needs to go deeper and destroy all the golems on the way. Matthias began to nervously look around, looking for something because if it was not found, the fight would drag on. When golden locks of hair appeared ahead and their owner called for everyone to step back, the senior inquisitor realized that he had found a loss. The commander of the Knights detachment from the 3rd District of the Temple of Light appeared before the magician in person, wearing massive armor and wielding a long spear with the temple's symbol at the top. Matthias, Ned, and Jeffrey felt an unprecedented strong energy, turned around at once, and were stunned. A stream of bright, scorching light, deadly to evil spirits, filled the entire corridor, burning every skeleton that got in its way. The bones flashed in the air like matches. The ancient tombstone that had been feeding the skeletal mage's energy split in two, and a green, caustic liquid spilled out. Giornetti winked at the team and remarked that if the tombstone wasn't broken, the mage would get on their nerves with his spells, although if they were destroyed simultaneously, it wouldn't matter. The cries of the warriors who had captured the magician and his golems were heard. All that remained was to deal with the remaining evil spirits. Rihanna remembered that in the last raid, it took half an hour to destroy the tombstone. The Spear of Light had incredible power. Ned looked at Lucius from under his brows, not expecting such power from the Son of God. And Jafir assessed the equipment, which cost 2 million gold. Yes, Giornetti was truly irresistible in his golden armor, while possessing an angelic appearance. Having cleared the 8th floor of the ubiquitous skeletons, the squads began setting up camp. Medics were tasked with tending to the wounded, and to avoid becoming a victim of the monster at night, it was necessary to set up purification facilities around the perimeter. Taking advantage of the general confusion, Jafir slipped through one of the stone arches. Having made sure that he was left alone in the small room, the guy began to carefully probe the stone wall. Finally, the fingers felt a brick that was different from the others. Jafir smiled contentedly. He finally found it. At the temporary military strategic headquarters, the High Command discussed future strategy around a table made of crates. Lucius sat at the head, waving his dagger across the map. According to intelligence, the raid team would need about 6 days to reach the main room. Now they needed to launch an offensive and destroy all the tombstones. Riona, who was sitting nearby, exclaimed that it would take 2 days. But the leader, running a blade through his armored fingers, interrupted her. Last year they made good progress by taking the short route, but in the end it all ended in failure. Riona suddenly fell silent, and Arno and Matthias remained silent, not daring to contradict Giornetti. The man drew a figure symbolizing a warrior of light across the map, showing how the warriors reached the tomb last year. Others with skulls on top immediately appeared around the figure. Escaping the attacks of the guards protecting the passage, the knights retreated back and found themselves surrounded by a legion of the dead. It was not worth repeating the same mistakes. If it takes more time, no big deal, but all the slabs need to be destroyed. The healer leader thought, even if the team falls into a trap before the main tomb, good warriors will die, and the fewer of them, the higher the risk of failure in the decisive battle. One of the most important tasks this time is to conserve Commander Lucius's energy and get him to the main monster as healthy as possible. Arno was confident that with the current commander it was possible, he would be able to defeat the monster. But a year ago they almost reached their main goal. A single guard at the entrance to the tomb did what seemed impossible. The bones, pressed against the door, fell down with a disgusting sound, scratching the surface. This monster, shrouded in purple magic, broke the team's entire fighting spirit with just one glance. Everyone was brought out of their thoughts by a deafening scream, full of pain, coming from the direction of the camp. Matthias irritably pulled back the curtain that was hiding them from the warriors, hissing through his teeth what was happening. The man's eyes widened in horror and incomprehension. A huge Shoggoth was devouring people from his squad. Screams were heard everywhere. Someone was calling for help from doctors. The Inquisitor, dumbfounded, looked at the blood and severed body parts, not understanding what was going on. Even though they had prepared 5 Shoggoths for the strategy, now was not the time. They couldn't have used them at this moment. What idiot did that? Matthias turned around abruptly. It so happened that at that moment, the leader of the rear, Riona, who had run up to the exit, turned around. Arno peered into the distance, narrowing his eyes. All the leaders looked in the same direction at the same time. It was a premonition, or rather an instinct, thought the stunned Lucius, a feeling of hidden danger with his whole being. By the brick wall, in which there was now a gaping hole with a strange round lever in it, stood one of the outstanding slaves, Jafir. He asked rudely why the commanders were staring at him and abruptly pulled down the lever handle. The stone floor beneath their feet cracked into several pieces, as if a powerful earthquake had just occurred. Where the edges had been marked by destruction, the floor began to rise, forming huge steps, each with a man standing on it. Lucius, Matthias, Arno, and Riona found themselves on different levels, but one thing remained unchanged. From the very bottom floor, in which openings had now formed, more shoggoths could be seen. The whole dungeon started moving. The day before the list of participants for the raid was announced, at a meeting of the Devil's followers, Matthias told his minions about the plans for the raid. The passage to the main evil spirit is protected by a powerful magical barrier. Until the guards fall, the doors will not open. But when everyone gets into the main hall, the passage will close, and this will remain until the monster is killed. The reconnaissance group discovered this and deciphered the magical runes that were written all over the passage. When one of the warriors raised his hand, asking if the wall could be broken down, the man snapped that then the raid wouldn't have dragged on for 10 years. The lower the level, the stronger the magic, and the wall couldn't be destroyed at all. Grimer grinned, saying that Commander Lucius was not so simple, so he took action. Borrowed a legendary item from the Holy Pope, the Stake of Faith. The Stake of Faith is a legendary item, an indestructible sacred relic, available for rent from Lucius for 10,000 gold coins, rent for a year, deposit of 100,000. Giornetti wants to wedge the door shut with a stake, preventing it from slamming shut. And even if these doors were made by a great creator, the sacred object cannot be broken. The strike team assigned to Commander Lucius will provide a distraction, while the others are to draw him as far away from the entrance as possible. Brother Ned will then steal the dragon's heart and escape through the passage left behind. The man, clasping his hands in front of him, bared his teeth and announced that after this, the shoggoths could be awakened. Shoggoth is a living weapon. This monster eats people and becomes stronger from their mana. The person it touches falls into madness. People like Lucius and the other commanders have strong defensive magic. Their minds won't be clouded. But most importantly, ordinary priests will not be able to resist 5 shoggoths. Commanders will lose concentration at the sight of crazed priests killing their allies, and it will take about 3 minutes to eliminate them. Grimer, with a broad smile on his face, concluded that this way the monster would have enough time to deal with Lucius, and the followers would be able to escape from the dungeon with heavy losses, reporting to the temple about another raid failure. Next, Matthias presented a special elixir received from the leadership. If you drink it, the effect of the slave seal will disappear for a while, and the priest's orders will not work. You should drink it before entering the tomb. But in order to get out, you will need the ocarinas of hypnosis. You cannot whistle into them mindlessly, especially before the start of the attack. Jafir clutched the ocarinas in his hands, grinning, and thinking that the devil's minions were well prepared, he was delighted. Just before activating the device, the guy made sure the team was completely relaxed and settled into camp. He brought the instrument to his lips. Since there was a large group of doctors here, there would be no serious problems. The sound was not heard immediately, but some slaves recognized the melody. Purple monsters slowly emerged from the bags of the devil's stunned minions. They were incredibly hungry. The shoggoths grew in size so quickly that the warriors did not have time to react in time. They rushed around the room in panic, screaming in horror, watching the death of others. Jafir, who had been watching from around the corner, shouted at the crowd with all his might, ordering them to gather in one place and form a group so that it would be easier for the healers to carry out the cleansing. As the boy ran further, he knew that his cry would be heard, and the command would be carried out, closing ranks. Running up to the wall, Jeffer reached for the needed brick. But suddenly a chill ran down my spine from an unfamiliar sensation. The warrior turned around abruptly, feeling someone else's gaze. The commanders looked at him with wide eyes. Matthias clearly remembered Ned introducing the boy to him, saying that he had been sent by the teacher to help him complete a mission. After a few seconds, he unmistakably recognized Jafir. But what was he doing there? The hunter's hand slowly reached out to the brick, pressing gently on it. And when the mechanism came out, the guy, for some reason, rudely and disrespectfully called out to his elders. Then he pulled the lever with all his might. The device was not expected to be discovered until 3 years after the raid ended. By that time, the dungeon had been converted into a shelter from the onslaught of demons. This is a security mechanism that changes the position of the walls by rearranging the piles and supporting structures of the tomb. Jafir had already been here with his comrades, and now knew the layout of the dungeon perfectly. Lucis peered greedily at the back of the fleeing Jafir, remembering Matthias's proposal to test such a strong guy for his involvement with the devil's followers. The man gritted his teeth, noticing the tall stature and silver hair, recognizing the slave who perhaps really was a follower of the devil. But it didn't matter, because with the slave seal, he wouldn't be able to resist orders. So Giornetti pointed his spear at Jafir and ordered him to stop. But the guy, bouncing off the walls, literally flew away with the help of his mana. The squad leader was shocked to realize that the slave was not stopping. Grimer immediately realized what was going on. The warrior was under the effect of the elixir. The man angrily clenched his teeth, realizing that he himself was to blame for what was happening, having trusted the wrong person. Matthias drew his sword from its sheath, swore foully, and called out to the goddess. But something happened that he could not have expected. The hand in which Grimer held the weapon was slashed as if by fire. Ned appeared next to the man, as if out of nowhere. Receiving a wound is a consequence of the Eastern weapon of the elastic sword, flexible enough to be hidden behind the belt, a terrible blade that encircles the skin and tears it to shreds. Bleeding, Matthias turned slowly, his gaze questioningly calling out to his companion. But Strayer remained silent and again aimed his blade. Ned, having slashed the commander once more, rushed after Jafir. Even though he blocked Matthias's attack, there was still one left, and Jafir had to get away from it himself. Lucis rushed into the attack, aiming his divine stake of faith at the first fugitive. The bright golden beam almost caught up with the guy. Turning around, he felt how very soon he would be struck down by the legendary weapon. But suddenly the beam bounced off him without causing injury, and the warrior continued to run further. Lucis turned pale. He had never heard of the stake of faith missing before. Jafir waved playfully at him, mentally apologizing, since no attacks were working on him right now. All thanks to divine luck, which temporarily grants incredible luck. Jafir received such a blessing from the goddess of fortune, having used one of 3 strokes of luck so far. It was a gift at the beginning of his new life from the gods as support and advantage upon his return. And it was given to the boy by Mercedes. That very day when Jafir returned to the past. The moment the guy saw the list of benefits, this strategy struck his mind like lightning. The security device moves all the structures of the tomb and forms a new structure of the dungeon, meaning that for a short time in the place where there was no path, a road appears. The checkpoint becomes useless, and if you're lucky, you can reach the room with the monster. Jafir, bending one leg at the knee, was about to land softly on the floor with the other. Now luck was on his side. Having dropped down, he continued running and felt lightning from someone else's mana behind his back. The warrior smiled, noticing that Ned had already caught up with him, and he returned the smile, replying that it was obvious. After all, what Jafir can do, Strayer himself can do. The hunter was momentarily surprised by such determination. Even before the raid began, standing on the tower, Jafir tried to convey his thoughts to the stubborn Ned. He probably thought that, contrary to the plans of the devil's followers, after everyone entered the tomb, he would steal the dragon's heart and run away with it. The hunter, having assumed this, immediately continued that such a plan was a failure from the start, and that the two of them needed to kill the main evil spirit in order to survive. The man stepped back, thinking that Jafir was making fun of him. Jumping up, he shouted that he was tired of listening to this nonsense. Was it really all the hunter could come up with, killing the creature together? The guy shook his head and calmly asked Ned to sit back down so he could tell him something. When the plan was announced, Strayer had time to sit down next to Jafir and think about what he had heard. Still, there was one problem left: trust. The man asked why it would be bad if he ran away with the heart. For Jafir's information, Ned can also show the speed of the flow of the royal tiara without anyone catching him. And in general, what will happen if he becomes the owner of the dragon's heart? Jafir explained that, firstly, the power of the heart can only be captured in a special way. Otherwise, it will simply kill the new owner. And Jafir himself cannot do this, but he knows someone who can help solve the problem. Jafir continued bending his finger, Secondly, the man who arrived as a ferryman to the main temple of the third parish is Cardinal Alden. If Ned shows up at the meeting place, Alden's pair of knights, true professionals, will begin to pursue the follower, and the news of the escape and betrayal will open the hunt for Strayer by the entire devil cult. Jafir looked seriously at his interlocutor, warning that when he said the entire cult, he also meant the teacher, the master of the flow of the royal tiara. The guy asked if Ned was confident. "Are you sure you can deceive all these people without Jeffers' help?" Emerging from his thoughts, the warrior focused on escape. He skillfully jumped between the stone columns of the mobile mechanism. Green lines ran the entire way, with Strayer running behind the guy, keeping pace. He recalled how he approached Matthias, saying that he wanted to hand over the dragon's heart to the cult leader personally. The man, looking at him suspiciously, replied that as a responsible person, he could not make decisions that did not correspond to the planned plan. But when Ned rightly noted the suspicious appearance of the carrier, who might be suspected of treason by the Temple of Light, Grimer thought about it. However, he smiled, noting that the teacher had probably told Ned about the ferryman Alden, so let him just do his job, because the followers had prepared an impeccable plan. Matthias added that the man from the east told his student a lot of things. The structure of the organization is secret. The faces of the other brothers and the leadership are little known. Apparently, the teacher trusts Ned very much. As bitter as it was to admit, all of Jafir's words turned out to be true. Father Strayer's sworn enemy and absentee killer, Cardinal Alden Rasker, was one of the leading figures in the diabolical cult. He was in such close relationship with the teacher that he was recommended for an important mission. Alden ruined and ended the life of the person closest to Ned. And the one whom the man admired and considered his savior had been deceiving him since Strayer's childhood. The fugitives, having passed a small corridor, noticed that a huge bone golem was already waiting for them in a recess in the wall, its empty eye sockets gleaming predatorily, from which a green light was pouring. Ned immediately raised his hand back to get a better aim and used the lightning of his mana. As Jafir continued on his way, the man unleashed all his rage and pain from betrayal on the golem, attacking it with such force that the monster instantly crumbled into the many bones that made up its body. This blow provoked Strayer so much that the desire to destroy both the follower of the devil and the Temple of Light turned into a need. The air became more and more electrified with each passing second. Jafir sensed the change, glanced back, and shouted at his comrade, warning that if they slowed down even for a second, they would immediately lose. Ned shook his head and tried to calm himself, barking back that he knew it himself. Jafir didn't say anything else, but he understood how his partner felt, and now was not the time to take revenge. Moreover, there were only 15 seconds left until the end of Divine Luck. It was vital for both of them to speed up as much as possible now, so as not to get caught. The seconds slowly flew by. 11, 12. Jafir saw, felt, they were already close. At the 10th second, the fugitives managed to slip through a brightly glowing opening, similar to a portal. Once on the other side, both saw the back of a skeleton knight a few meters away. The monster looked truly terrifying, tall, in massive armor untouched by time. He turned around, completely enveloped in a purple haze, and from his empty eye sockets, lights of the same color looked at the uninvited guests. At the 8th second, Ned and Jeffer did not stop. They ran straight towards him. A voice was heard, befitting its owner, sepulchral and eerie. The skeleton, reaching for a weapon, wheezed that the heart belonged to him. He growled terribly, raising his sword above his head and turning to face the men. Jafir, anticipating the knight's next move, shouted at Strayer with all his might, urging him to jump. The skeleton lunged forward, its purple magic crossing the floor in an X shape, trying to reach the aliens. But they quickly grouped together and jumped over the deadly beam. At the heights, the men's keen eyes quickly discovered what they had come here for. Right behind the skeleton, at the very floor, there was a gaping hole through which one could get into the last room. The knight extended his bony hand, it crunched, and a clot of magic splashed into the air. Ned, running past, left only a trace of his red mana in the monster's hand. Jafir, making his way forward, thought distantly that never in his new life had he been so focused. 3, 2. The opening leading to the last room inexorably decreased, following the rearrangement of the blocks. 1. Both men miraculously slipped through the gap. The fall ended with pain from landing on the cold stone floor. At that very moment, the doorway closed behind them with a bang. Jeffrey was lying down. Ned, his head down, was sitting on his knees, but both were breathing heavily. When the warrior exhaled with a smile and a broken breath, his partner shook his head, whispering that he himself did not know what he was feeling now, joy or surprise. It was hard to believe that they were able to get into the main monster's room in this way. In the center of the room, several stories high, a tall, pointed altar was installed, with patterns applied to it, as if it were held by chains around the entire perimeter by smaller altars. Ned stood tensely, his gaze sweeping around the hall, which was empty of both living and dead souls. When he suddenly heard a girl's quiet voice, he shuddered. Jafir narrowed his eyes, apparently hearing the dungeon keeper. Blue clots of energy began to slowly appear in front of the altar, and a soft, mesmerizing voice continued to ask the new arrivals who they were, and to say that the energy of the night behind the door was still strong. The void repeated menacingly that the men had disturbed the sleep of the royal family. Then in place of the clots, a thin female figure in long robes appeared. Meanwhile, the remaining raid team fought for their lives, and soon it was announced that all the Shoggoths had been captured, and the walls were no longer moving. The leader of the rear detachment gave the order to gather everyone and check the survivors. The healer leader asked Commander Lucius what his next orders would be, and he was still reeling from what had happened. The slave brand is a tattoo that the priests of light place on the bodies of slaves, thereby forcibly subordinating them to carry out orders. How could it be that now the brand had no effect, even if the Son of God gave the order from a kilometer away? Wasn't there a slave brand on that bastard, or did he have something that canceled out the tattoo? First, the Shoggoths appeared, and then this guy launched some strange mechanism that no one had ever found before. The dungeon began to move, as if some god was happily playing with a dollhouse. The realization of the scale of the disaster hit the leader of the vanguard squad right in the gut. All these facts indicated that the team was infiltrated by followers of the devil. The blonde gritted his teeth in despair. After all, he had assembled a group of trusted people and slaves who were directly subordinate to them. He immediately turned to Arno, asking the names of the fugitives and whose subordinates they were. After thinking for a second, the man replied that the blonde man was Jafir, the one in red was Ned, and Jafir had joined the squad on Ned's recommendation. Lucius's eyes widened in horror when he heard that Ned served under Matthias. The subject of their conversation stood at a distance, peering into the void formed by the movement of the dungeon. He could barely contain himself, burning from within with impotent anger at the escaped Ned and Jafir, who not only abandoned the rest of their henchmen, but also created a mess. The man's hand creaked as he gripped the hilt of his sword. This was his chance to gain recognition from the devil's cult and achieve success in the Temple of Light. But now, because of these freaks, his perfect plan had failed. Grimer quietly asked his brothers to pause the operation and get ready. When surprised voices were heard behind him, the man turned around, his eyes blazing with madness, and gave the order to kill or be killed. As Matthias had expected, the footsteps of the Temple of Light's teams could be heard from the side, walking towards the souls of the devil's followers. Giornetti, having gathered his courage, led his subordinates and the army. The man he had considered a close friend all his life only shook his head slightly when he heard the heavy tread. Barely containing his anger, Giornetti addressed the man by name, asking if he had anything he wanted to tell him. Raising his flaming sword into the air, Grimer flashed his teeth and replied that he himself did not know whether they needed to find out anything. In the monster's main room, a girlish figure, her snow-white hair scattered across the stone floor, waited for answers from the guests. Jeffrey and Ned seemed in no hurry to answer. But something strange was happening to Strayer. He couldn't take his eyes off the girl, and he guessed that she was the owner of the tomb, Princess Eurydica. His eyes greedily examined the beautiful features, the red wine-colored eyes, and the slender figure. The man couldn't believe that the one who had caused such a brutal bloodshed 1,000 years ago turned out to be such a sweet girl. The chronicles lied. And how could such a man do something terrible? And in vain they dug up the tomb of the deceased in search of a dragon's heart, which might not be there. Her melancholy gaze enchanted, captivated, and called to something. A red haze reached out to Ned, but he didn't notice it at all, thinking only that he was ready to do anything for Eurydica, just to ease her sadness. The man took a step forward, but suddenly almost fell nose down, catching his nose on a rock. He seemed to wake up from a dream to find himself hanging in the air, looking straight into a glowing pink circle. Jafir held his partner aloft, grabbing his cloak, and with a displeased hiss, called him a fool for falling for such a cheap trick. Ned was sweating profusely, counting off the seconds in his mind as he stared at the magic circle he had almost stepped into. It was a trap of that very sweet, at first glance, princess. Everywhere they could hear a voice that was no longer alluring, but laughing disgustingly. And the picture in front of the men changed with lightning speed. Eurydice's once beautiful face had split into pieces like a plaster mask, and in place of her mouth and eyes, there was only blackness. When something wheezed, happy that this was a great opportunity to catch people, Jafir realized that they were about to be attacked. The monster suddenly leaped forward, long, deadly vines trailing behind it. Now looking like a living hunter's nightmare, leaned over the people, her sharp teeth clicking together. Her mouth opened wide, and she rushed at the men, growling that they would soon die. It was difficult to describe what Eurydice had become, a white face with no eyes or nose, only a creepy mouth. Her hair still stretched in different directions, but thorny, withered vines began to grow and writhe right out of her body. Magical beams of red and blue colors stretched from her across the floor, getting closer and closer to Ned and Jeffer. Jeffer couldn't resist the pleasure of making fun of the would-be romantic Ned, whose darling turned out to be a monster, and he, as expected, cursed his comrade, citing an illusion. The next second they bounced away from each other, escaping from the deadly rays. It turned out that it was a special skill called Black Hand. The red hand steals the body's physical resources, the blue hand steals magical energy, and Eurydice can create several hundred of these hands at a time. The report of this raid stated that the crew was unable to cope with the princess's abilities and became something like vessels for Eurydice. In the end, Lucius, barely alive, still defeated the princess, who was constantly recuperating at the expense of other fighters. The warrior felt this gaze on his skin, colder than a frozen river, a gaze that wanted his death. On the throne, shrouded in blue haze, sat proudly the god of debts, Asura, stroking the animal, strewn with precious stones, sitting on his lap. The iron wall skill was given by the god of debt, Asura. The fatigue and damage received during the skill's use accumulates as debt, and when the magical energy level is depleted, the debt also accumulates. Asura smiled predatorily, revealing a row of snow-white strong teeth. He was anticipating the imminent harvest. There was a moment of silence in the part of the dungeon where the raid teams remained. The warriors were divided into two armies. Grimer stood at the head of the devil's followers, while the subordinates of the Temple of Light, led by Giornetti, gathered in a group on the other side. Lucius glared at Matthias, asking why he was trying to sabotage the operation, and when he had managed to join forces with the other side. Frowning, the man did not answer. He knew that the Son of God was not a fool. After Shogoth and the unbranded slave, he could not help but understand that he simply wanted to interrogate Matthias to confirm his suspicions. The culprit would not be able to escape even with the help of the slaves, and he knew how the structure of the dungeon had changed. Even if the follower manages to escape, the leadership of the devilish cult will finish him off when they learn of the mission's failure and return empty-handed. There's only one conclusion. All that's left is to finish off the raid team, and to survive, you need to kill Lucius right here and now. Realizing he had nothing to lose, Matthias chuckled, mockingly mimicking Lucius by repeating his question. Is it really the only thing that worries his friend about when exactly Grimer did it? The man had long since given up on his fate, and Lucius, the son of God, armed with legendary-level items, the head of the healers, and a group of battle priests. Matthias needs to finish them all off without the Shoggoths and the princess. However, he had one more trick up his sleeve. Those troops only consider one side to be the enemy, but even on their side, the brothers' followers remained unnoticed. If you hit the weak spots in the defense, there will be a chance to improve the situation. The closest slave, standing behind Matthias, noticed that he put his hand behind his back and began to explain something with his fingers. It was their secret sign language. The commander ordered, "On the count of 3, everyone drink the elixirs." The eyes of the bandaged slave sparkled with understanding. After the elixir, it was time to move on to Plan B. He touched the bottle of medicinal mixture in his pocket, a special elixir provided by the leader of the devil's followers, which helped temporarily remove the effect of the slave brand. The brunette grinned and suggested that Giornetti arrange a duel, as prescribed by the laws of honor, and if he wins, he will be told everything the man wants to know. 3. Lucius's eyes narrowed. He suspected the man opposite of deception here too. Matthias bent another finger, showing the number 2. He continued talking, and almost talked about what would happen if he won. Unfortunately, he decided to finish the count too late. The Son of God abruptly ordered his squad to attack the former leader of the Vanguard squad. Giornetti straightened up. His order carried not only the need to obey the commander, but also had an effect on the slaves. It was impossible to resist. The squad immediately perked up, their bodies weakening like rag dolls. Matthias clenched his teeth in despair and cursed. He was really late! The first bottle, made of strong glass, fell with a clang onto the stone floor, slipping from the hands of the first slave. Trembling voices denied and made excuses, but the power of the priests was stronger than their own will. The weapons were immediately released from their scabbards. The slaves were enveloped in a green haze. Their faces were filled with sincere regret. They were shouting that they did not want to do this. The veins on Matthias's face stood out as he turned to his own team, who had unwittingly betrayed him, calling them worthless scum. Lucius mercilessly stated that this was an order from the Son of God above, who stood on the same level as His Holiness the Pope. And while the order was in effect, the slaves did not obey other priests. Now they only needed to be killed to stop the attack. The man closed his eyes, whispering to Matthias that he was sorry. The pain of betrayal still burned in his soul and mind. They had been friends since childhood, ever since they entered the academy. Now that both were 30 years old, by this time many difficulties had been overcome, both in everyday life and on the battlefield. So close that they understood each other without words. Giornetti could not believe that his friend had stabbed him in the back. Pushing all his feelings into the background, the blonde quietly ordered, first of all, to destroy the traps set by Matthias. The slaves, blinded by the thirst for murder, led by the Son of God, rushed into the attack. The Reaper of human lives did not have to wait long. After a while, Matthias's army, his confidants, and the devil's followers lay in a heap on the floor, covered in blood. Suddenly, the mouths of the dead began to move strangely. Their lips began to twitch, as if on their own. Sliding with tenacious paws through puddles of blood, shuddering centipedes with the symbol of the devil on their small heads crawled out of the bodies. The devil's brand insect is a parasite found in the stomachs of devil worshippers, and it is this that gives them physical strength. The devil's brand on his shell allows followers to gain the abilities of both minions and priests. Noticing the insects, Lucius immediately stepped on one of them, and the squelching sound of the crushed body was heard. The blonde frowned, his handsome face showing genuine pain as he said that he trusted Matthias when he entrusted him with the selection of slaves, and he had fallen so low. Who would have thought that all these slaves would turn out to be impudent, disgusting followers? The man glanced at the corpses, then looked at his former friend, who was sitting leaning against the wall, bound in the chains of light. Arno, standing silently next to his commander, knew that Sir Matthias was very strong, and it would not take him even half a minute to deal with a large number of slaves. But there is no doubt that the Son of God is much stronger. After all now, despite all the confidence and victory, it was the devil's worshipper who sat at Giornetti's feet. The brunette angrily spat out the blood that had collected in his mouth. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he didn't think he would be the one who lost. During the entire battle, they failed to hit Lucius even once. The man clenched his teeth in impotent rage. Was there really such a huge difference between them? Between the Son of God and the Fallen One? An inopportune question came to mind. Did the Heavenly Father himself forge the links of this chain in which he was wrapped? Matthias leaned forward, coughed, and vomited his own blood onto the floor. At first, there was a desire to say goodbye to life. But then something approached from the depths of the body to the throat, replacing the nausea. Grimer held a small ball with the devil's symbol on it tightly between his teeth. The sick eyes slowly rose to see their tormentor. If this was fate, it was worth making a decision. Giornetti did not notice any changes in his former friend and continued to try to find out the reason for his betrayal. The brunette smiled and chuckled. Is it really still not clear? Continuing that if Lucius was so interested, the man burst into a shout, ordering the goddess to be put on all fours and demanding answers, while he stuck out his tongue, on which the very same pea was rolling. Lucius's face twisted at what he heard. but a second later, he stared in horror at his former friend's tongue. The leader of the healers also opened and closed his mouth in shock, recognizing the object. It was too late for words. The devil worshipper bit into the pea and began chewing it, sharp fragments flying out of his mouth. It didn't take a second for the light chain to be broken by Grimer's newfound inhuman strength. What Cardinal Alden Rasker held out in his hand at the Temple of Light was the secret weapon of the devil's follower, the Stone of Revelation. It was combined with the insect's mark, turning a person into a demon. It had to be used at the most critical moment, which is what Matthias did. He was swaying from side to side against his will. Once the stone is used, it is no longer possible to become human again. The transformation was almost complete. Now there was almost nothing left of the human shell. And Matthias thought only about how Lucius had been unworthy of what belonged to him from the very beginning. If a man is destined to be under God's power, he cannot resist it. And Matthias, in his demonic form, now had nothing left to make him cling to human life. Lucius angrily ordered his squad to attack immediately, because after the transformation, the power was no longer controllable. Arno held out a cross on a string, calling on the goddess Arya to shed light on her sons. Light of War. It significantly increased the abilities of allies, increasing physical strength and endurance, magical energy, defensive skills, healing and light effects by 120%. Rays of bright, scorching light, like falling stars, rushed towards the evil spirits. The horned demon seemed to meekly await its fate, looking at the light of war. He decided that the attack was useless and extended his long, clawed paw forward. Matthias smirked as the light shattered against an invisible barrier next to him. But suddenly he noticed something that made the demonic entity shudder. Now it was not the light that stood in the way, but the Son of God himself, clutching the divine spear in his hand. Grimer decided in a matter of seconds what move to make next. Lucius's sacred spear came into play. The blow of God's judgment fell upon the monster, and for a moment, the figures of the former friends were illuminated by a bright glow. The knights looked in amazement at the area where their commander had disappeared. They were confident of a quick victory. But very soon they realized that their expectations were not destined to come true. When the flashes disappeared, those present saw that Matthias remained completely unharmed. The demon's clawed hand held the end of the spear tightly, while Lucius struggled to move the weapon even an inch. The knights, not knowing what to do, immediately grabbed their spears. It was hard to believe that their commander's attack had no effect. Rihanna bit her lip and couldn't stay away. She needed to help Giornetti, but if the legendary weapon didn't work against the enemy, then what was the point of lower quality items? A sudden thought struck the girl like lightning. There is a way out. There was one more legendary item they hadn't used yet, the Faith Stake. It was located in a spatial storage, a small capsule that the commander entrusted to Riona and ordered to be used not only to wedge the doors of the monster's room, but also in unforeseen circumstances. The priestess ran forward, thinking that she should use the stake in conjunction with the commander's attack, and then her chances of victory might increase. As she ran, she reached into her bosom for the thick leather case that contained the capsule. But with horror, I discovered that it was empty. The stake of faith had disappeared. At the same time, Ned smiled predatorily, examining the leather capsule of the spatial storage. When he decided to use the thing in the case, he realized that it was an excellent plan. The beams of light coming from the monster princess continued to hit the places where the uninvited guests were standing. Strayer merely dodged the attacks and counted the seconds in his mind. When the boys landed on the floor again, the red and blue hands began to fade in the air. Everything was as Jafir said. The ability disappears if you avoid it for 15 seconds, and you won't be able to use long-range attacks all the time. Magical abilities utilize the brain's full potential, so casting powerful spells repeatedly can melt your head. Serious sorcery must be diluted with simple magic, unburdening the body. In such a case, even excellent equipment won't help you survive. When the hands almost completely disappeared from sight, and thorny branches from the princess's head began to reach forward, the warriors realized that they had to attack. First, a step back and forth, new branches suddenly grew out of the ground, and the princess, with a roar, tried to catch the people. Jumping deftly right over the thorns, Jafir ran forward with his sword at the ready. Ned followed him. They needed to climb up. Both of them sped up, using magic, and thin lines of mana trailed behind them, throwing lightning at the monster's body. A fight is full of unpleasant surprises. Even knowing the future, It is impossible to predict absolutely all of the enemy's moves. Jafir was armed with Sunset, a demonic sword that possessed a powerful striking force of darkness or light. Depending on the magic of the owner, this sword is the best weapon for someone who is not a priest. The tenacious vines, intertwined with each other to form powerful paws, flew off in different directions. The hunter spared no effort or his own magic, attacking the princess and the tendrils extending from different parts of her body. The monster roared loudly, causing Eurydice unbearable pain. But now she had lost her human features. In battle, equipment was of great importance. Did you have enough items on you? Did you have loyal comrades? And did you have enough spirit and endurance not to waver? Large beads of sweat rolled down the concentrated faces of Jeffer and Ned. Would they be able to cope? From one side, Strayer attacked the monster, red mana cutting through the air like lightning. On the other hand, Jafir uses the sword technique Light of the Royal Tiara, Dragon's Ascent to Heaven. Finally, the warrior jumped off Eurydice's huge body onto the floor, leaning on his fist. He managed to cut off the monster's head, and the flesh seemed so ancient and dark that not a drop of blood spilled from the wound. But at that very moment, a black clot began to rise towards the ceiling above the severed part of the body, writhing wildly, taking on various shapes. Ned glanced questioningly at his partner. He shook his head, and the man understood without words that this was not the end. Jafir ran up to the princess, watching as she began her transformation. It wasn't that easy to defeat a monster. Suddenly, a mischievous smile played on the guy's lips. This is exactly what he expected, having learned from his past life experience. A few seconds later, when there was no point in further delay, Jeffer called out loudly to Ned. He replied that he knew everything, and suddenly leaned forward, approaching the monster. The long cloak with the Temple of Light symbol on the back fluttered in all directions as Strayer found himself almost completely enveloped in a purple haze emanating from the princess. Even during the strategy discussion, Jeffer warned that if the monster was left without a head, it would take on a second form, and this would give it even more power. But there is good news. It is tedious to wait for the moment in the transformation process when the monster cannot use skills and move. Ned, remembering this well, immediately opened the leather capsule of the subspace storage. The man felt an incredibly powerful impulse that pushed him back. The stake of faith, in its true size, flew out of the capsule at incredible speed, blazing with fire, and sank into the transforming monster. This legendary-level item reacted to the energy of the unholy creature and automatically released powerful sacred power. Splashes of divine light filled the room, and the stake, digging deeper and deeper into the princess, made her wheeze and scream in unbearable pain. Jafir ran forward and immediately cut off another branch of the growing energy limb from Eurydice. The majority of the damage will be done by the stake of faith, and the warriors are required to swing their swords at that time to prevent the monster from pulling the stake out of itself. Although the stake of faith is considered legendary, the sacred power has its limits. Once its power is exhausted, the stake will become an ordinary piece of iron. Lucius, who borrowed the stake for a huge amount of money, probably did not intend to use it for an attack. Grinning vengefully, Jeffer decided that the money wasn't his, so he didn't care, and dutifully continued chopping off fresh limbs. For some time, the stake of faith continued to shine with divine light, fulfilling its direct duties. But, as Jafir had predicted, the stake's power soon wore off, its legendary properties timeless. This meant that the weapon had registered the neutralization of the enemy. The warrior angrily threw aside his now useless weapon. As it had already lost all effect from the sacred magic, the creature had proven too stubborn. The guy decided that, given the princess's strength, he hadn't spent much, and drank a magic elixir that restored lost mana. As the third empty bottle fell to the ground with a clang, Jeffrey wondered how things were going with Lucius and the demon Matthias. Giornetti had already secured the support of the goddess of light, however, even in this scenario, the outcome was the same. Although the stake of faith pinned the creature to the ground and stopped its transformation, one human eye managed to grow on the floor among the clots of dark matter. Ned, lowering his head, immediately noticed him and almost reached for the ground. This did not escape Jafir's notice. He immediately called out to his comrade, saying that the creature could not be reborn in such a state, and that if he killed it, the door would open and a guard would arrive. The hunter suggested that they quickly find the dragon heart and threw the man a bottle of red liquid. Ned silently caught the healing potion. Jafir carefully ordered him to take it just in case. Anything could happen during the search. The man looked closely at the warrior, who did not even turn to face him, looking for something on the floor. Strayer couldn't believe that the main monster of the dungeon, which is called one of the 8 mysteries of the world, was defeated by just 2 people. It's simply incredible. And although he didn't consider himself a weakling, even such a miracle was beyond Ned's power, all thanks to Jafir's strategy. It went beyond all bounds of surprise and suspicion. It felt like he had simply foreseen all of this. The men's stream of thoughts was interrupted by a loud sound that came from behind them. Both turned around sharply and in sync, staring at the massive door, which was shaking from the furious blows. The purple haze turned into a poisonous liquid, and it flowed in large drops onto the floor. The skeleton knight on the other side, clutching a weapon in one skeletal hand, was beating the stone door with all his might with the other. The knight's magic gradually seeped through the gate, slowly but surely. If at first the smoke was weak, barely noticeable, then after some time, the magic intensified. Jafir and Ned, 2 small human figures, could only watch what was happening. Smoke of purple and black colors enveloped the people and approached directly towards what remained of the princess. The red eye lying on the floor opened when the knight's mana touched it. Her eyelids fluttered, and Eurydice began to cry, hot tears falling straight onto the floor. The voice that recalled the knight Georgius echoed throughout the hall, and at that very moment, an artificial hurricane formed. Ned shielded his face from the wind with his hand, asking Jafir what was going on, but he himself didn't know. This was not in Lucius's report on the assault on the dungeon from his past life. It turns out that when the warriors entered here without killing the guard, the future changed. As soon as Jafir thought about this, a female figure, vaguely reminiscent of a princess, grew out of the eye. Looking at the stake of faith, the figure looked back and, with its empty eye sockets shining, raised its hand, pointing its finger at something. The stake began to slowly descend into one of the openings of the changing dungeon. The figure turned around abruptly, its face like a gray mask. No mouth, no nose, only black eyes with red pupils. Ned and Jafir began to attack the princess from both sides, swinging their weapons. Jafir's sword glowed with the color of his mana, a bright blue. Strayer ran forward, his dagger glowing blindingly red. It seemed that the figure had deceived them, or that it was the ghost itself. The men nearly collided with each other's bodies as they tried to crush Eurydice. Strayer was amazed to note that he hadn't felt the cut at all, and Jafir immediately understood what kind of ability they were dealing with. Medea's ancient magic is the curvature of space. Ned looked down to find himself standing on a magical circle glowing green. He immediately jumped back, turning over his head, and the next moment, a multitude of thorny vines stretched from the circle towards the ceiling. Seeing the transformed princess up close, the man froze in disbelief. A new incarnation of Eurydice rushed towards him, her arms spread out in flight like wings. Red eyes looked straight into the soul. One clawed hand reached out to the warrior. Ned stood as if spellbound, not daring to take a step or attack the creature. Jafir immediately came to the rescue, putting his palm forward. He used the ability of the Silver Room. The princess's figure froze in the air, twitching awkwardly. She was held tightly by the Spider Queen's web, which Jafir had used to wrap it tightly around his fist. Helping himself with his other hand, he, gritting his teeth, pulled Eurydice closer and closer. She twisted her black mouth and hissed angrily, and bright red veins bloomed on her face. The muscles in Jafir's arms were strained to the limit, and he continued to wind the web, sparing no effort, trying not to rush. The warrior used a basic method of energy management: enhancement. Space distortion works well as a defensive technique, but due to the distortion of space, the caster's own attacks are blocked, meaning that when Eurydice attacks, the warriors will be able to strike back. The princess's figure rose above the room, her black, tattered cloak fluttering in the magical wind. She lowered her hands, and from her monstrous fingers those same thorny vines grew, reaching out to the people. The monster's eyes widened, and in its red pupils, one of the uninvited guests was reflected, who was about to pounce on her with a dagger. Ned swung his weapon straight ahead, Eurydice's body hidden from his sight by the red beam of his own mana. The man cried out in victory, deciding that everything had worked and the attack had worked. But the next moment, joy gave way to bewilderment. The attack seemed to be reflected back at him. Time seemed to slow down, and blood spurted from the follower's body. It was all about Medea's ancient magic, which reflected the damage received. The princess loomed menacingly over the bloodied strayer, who was unaware that, depending on the caster's abilities, the reflected damage could be increased threefold. Eurydice stretched out her hand forward and sharply lowered her finger with a sharp nail down. She used her dark hand ability, and dangerous, no, deadly red and blue streams of energy soared into the air. The movement of his finger meant one thing to Ned: damage and pain. The man screamed hysterically when the first streams touched his wounded body. The process was not over. Jaffir's fist was already flying towards the monster. Swinging his sword, the warrior ran up to Eurydice from behind, the veins on his hand standing out from the tension, snake-like movements running up to the phalanges of his fingers. Jaffir hunched over, taking a fighting stance, and thrust his palm forward, using the thunder finger, a powerful bolt of lightning, as if from the heavens themselves, struck the princess. But this could not harm the mistress of the dungeon. She was already creating another spell in her palm. The hunter turned sideways and drew a blue line in the air. Bright flashes ran along the entire length of Eurydice's arm, blocking of energy pathways. An Eastern technique that cuts off the veins through which mana flows, weakening the enemy. It cannot inflict damage equal to a melee strike or a sword strike, but precise movements will prevent the enemy from casting a spell. The power of the princess's magical flow is incredible. As the great magician believes, if Jaffir did not have the knowledge to use this technique, he would not have had a chance to block her magical veins. As Jaffir mentally thanked Altair for his daily battles, the monster flapped its arms and flew back. The next moment, the princess opened her red eyes wide and lowered her head. The warrior used the dark steel spiderweb again. Two thin but infinitely strong threads were firmly attached to Eurydice's shoulders. With their help, the warrior managed to pull himself up and end up right next to the monster's body, in order to touch it with the help of the divine object. The princess threw her head back and screamed piercingly. In Jaffir's hands were the enchanted rosary that he had taken from the silver room. The guy had acquired them from the White Rose. Each wooden bead contained a spell from the Temple of Light, but the same spell could not be used twice. Having broken the thread, Jaffir deftly sent several beads flying towards his partner. There were 9 seconds left until the dark hand was removed. The beads flew straight into Ned's chest, shining with a bright light. The man was still captive in the tenacious currents. Jaffir was satisfied. This minion of the devil would definitely not die. However, kindness played a cruel joke on him. The guy was distracted for just a minute and immediately paid for it. The princess noticed this, and one of the thorny vines, listening to its mistress, struck her rival as if with a whip. Jaffir flew back towards the wall, landing painfully on the hard stone surface. The guy hissed in pain and cursed. This damn monster freed himself from the magic block in just a second. What was even more of a surprise to the warrior was that in an instant, he found himself under attack from numerous vines that tightly grasped his arms. The huge, soft pink magical spheres flying towards him clearly did not bode well. Having immobilized the man, Eurydice was able to use magic to finish him off completely. Jaffir could only hope for a miracle as he wriggled and struggled to escape the tenacious grip of the vines. However, this did not undermine his fortitude. Jaffir only thought that he had gotten himself into trouble again. The spheres, flying towards the wall, exploded, irrigating everything around with flame, between which the violet color rushed. Eurydice, like a mechanical doll, tirelessly waved her arms in long robes, directing the spheres. The sound of breaking glass was heard in the Temple of Light, and a small cup shattered into tiny pieces. Angelica entered the cell and, seeing Anna on her knees, asked if everything was okay. The girl assured her that everything was fine and that she was simply lost in thought. The nun, thinking about her own business, began to collect the fragments, and suddenly, with a gasp, sharply pulled her hand back. A burning pain in her fingers sobered her up a little. Primrose pressed her palm to her mouth and looked thoughtfully at the remains of the cuff. The nun thought too often about her client, whether he was okay, whether he was using the items she gave him. Having finished cleaning, Anna went to the window, continuing to wonder whether the rosary beads had been charged with too little healing power. The very same rosary beads fell from Jaffir's bloody palm, scattering across the floor. Leaning on his left elbow, he struggled to stand up, his body, cut up by thorns, aching mercilessly. Not far from him, Ned lay on his side, unconscious. The warrior stood up, looking around greedily, realizing that the moment had been lost. But this only played into the monster's hands. It's funny, one of the 8 greatest mysteries. Even before his reincarnation, he could easily kill this monster. How disgusting it is to feel helpless from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. All items have been used up. The weapon is no longer suitable for battle. What else did Jafir have left? Privileges from the gods that turned out to be useless nonsense. The skill Iron Wall, wielded by the god of debt Asura, fatigue accumulates as debt when using the skill. And when the mana value reaches 0, it returns to the user in full. The egg of an unknown sacred animals. If Jafir opened the egg incorrectly, some animals might reject him and kill him. It was a real lottery. Divine luck bestows incredible luck. But now was not the time to waste the remaining 2 charges, because regret and despair after a wrong decision are the best food for the gods. Sacred item Sword of Light requires skills unattainable for an ordinary person, but not for priests of light. Rebirth. Resurrection 3 days after death. After activation, the soul passes into the possession of the god of death, the Sword of Light. And rebirth will take away Jafir's will. He will become a puppet for the gods. Now he either had something that was useless in battle or something that he didn't have enough space to use. There was nothing left that could change the situation. What the gods did could in no way be called good-naturedness or a gift to an ordinary person. When Mercedes came to the warrior, it became clear that this was all for God's amusement. The gods have chained Jafir, like a watchdog, for their own amusement. It is amusing to watch a man writhing in search of at least some grain of hope. Eurydica was slowly floating towards the guy, her red eyes sparkling in the semi-darkness, and ominous red mana was reaching out from her hands. The warrior decided to do something reckless for the last time, if he was destined to die here. The weakened hand rose, and Jafir began to draw some kind of sign on the floor with his own blood. He knew that this would certainly not please the gods watching over him. When the deed was done, Jafir closed his eyes from the bright light shining straight into his eyes. The room sparkled with divine purity, which seemed to appear out of nowhere. Snow-white wings stirred the frozen underground air, and their feathers fell softly onto the bloody floor. A powerful force pinned Jafir to the floor, the highest angel, with 2 pairs of wings. A stately woman in snow-white clothes loudly asked the warrior what to understand this. Her voice sounded as if from outside, menacing and at the same time gentle. The angel asked how the man knew this blasphemous sign. The guy grinned, realizing that someone very important had come to visit him. All he knew about this symbol was proof of the gods' shameful failure in the past. They had banned the sign, and punishment was imposed for depicting it. Heavenly punishment, instant death for anyone who violates divine prohibitions, is one of the worldly rules. As soon as Jafir finishes drawing, he is a corpse. He realized that he couldn't feel any magical traces of Eurydica. Perhaps the angel had put up a barrier. She continued to demand an explanation, piercing the man with her gaze. But Jafir decided to go all the way. He read the worldly rule. Higher beings with a high spiritual rank cannot penetrate the world of lower beings. Mercedes shook her head, reminding the boy that it was she who sent him into the past. An angel who has a connection with a lower being also receives the right to visit the lower world. Frowning, the angel said that she had already allowed the order of the answers to be disrupted, but there would be no second time. And therefore, Jafir must tell where he knew this sign that insulted the gods. Mercedes fell silent in shock after hearing only one word from the man. Pulling himself up on his hands, Jafir raised an eyebrow, demanding money from the angel for the information. Angel was taken aback by the impudence. She even began to doubt the man's sanity. Mercedes's beautiful face darkened with anger, her wings spread, and the air immediately became electrified. Jafir understood that he was playing with fire, and such a game would cost him not only his worldly life. The finger that hadn't finished drawing the symbol seemed to be glued to the floor. He couldn't move it. Perhaps this was an angelic ability. Mercedes angrily declared that the warrior should not flatter himself. Many gods were angry at the symbol drawn, and were now discussing ways to kill the man. Angel called Jafir an ignoramus who had crossed moral boundaries, but the guy immediately interrupted her, grinning, and ordered her to kill him. Mercedes fell silent again, once again struck by the behavior of an ordinary person. Jafir openly mocked her. asking if an angel had the right to kill, and whether she would be able to deal with all the consequences of this act. After all, if you look at the other side of the privileges that the gods granted him, it becomes clear that each of them wants something from a person. Asura gave Jafir a double-edged sword so that he could fight to the end. But the gods don't need a suicide. They get real pleasure from watching the carnage. The god of death offers great power in exchange for a man's soul. And those who want to see him in the ranks of their legion will not yield Jafir's soul to the god of death. Such a conflict is completely disadvantageous for both parties. So the gods sent an angel here, not allowing the warrior to finish drawing the sign. Mercedes lost all patience and, squealing, asked what the man wanted. Jafir frowned and demanded to be given more privileges, because the ones he had become useless. It would be more fun if he died now. Raising his head, he cried out desperately to the gods, warning them that if he died, they would get nothing. This audacity seemed to give the warrior strength. He rose to his feet, continuing to shout, "No one can entertain the gods the way he does, so we need to start placing bets." The god of heaven and the god of deaths silently watched and listened to the man. The god of death, clutching a grapevine in his hands, also thought. The blacksmith god, the god of medicine. They all pondered what to do. The goddess of luck, perhaps the only one of the gods who was genuinely worried about Jafir, looked at him with sympathy, pressing her hands to her chest. The goddess of light was silent, clutching the sword in her hand. The next moment she chuckled, saying that it was interesting. Hearing her voice, Mercedes looked up sharply. A bright white light poured from the ceiling, illuminating two figures, an angel and a bloodied man. Jafir dared to raise his head, covering his eyes with his hand from the blinding glow. The disheartened angel cried out in despair, asking why the gods had decided to do this. There was no answer, but a beam of blue light spilled onto the floor, with white energy swirling around it. Eurydica, who had been standing motionless all this time, seemed to wake up from sleep. Dark, monstrous eyes suddenly opened, scanning the room. Through the fog that poured into the room, the monster saw the vague silhouette of Jafir approaching. He smiled slyly, fearlessly exclaiming that his girlfriend had obviously been waiting for him for too long. The princess bared a row of dagger-like teeth and hissed piercingly. Her abilities also activated, and hands, blue and red entities, began to dance in the air. Like a bird of prey, the monster, with its claws extended, rushed at Jafir along with its hands. Eurydica was confident of her victory. Her mana glowed red, and the princess herself did not notice anything unusual. The monster swung its right hand, creating a huge flaming sphere capable of burning several people at once. But the princess's clouded mind did not immediately comprehend what happened next. The warrior cut in half the magic hands that were reaching out to him, obeying the magic of their owner. The gods took pity and decided that this impudent man should receive help. A sacred sword of light materialized in the warrior's hands. Its peculiarity was that when an unworthy person picked up the sword, it burned up. But now the restrictions have been lifted under special conditions. The goddess of light, Arya, one of the three supreme deities, burst into laughter, her voice ringing and clear even through the thick armor. The goddess was surprised by Jafir and gave him a sword, promising to also reward him with the best artifacts from her treasury. Asura, drooling, was perplexed that the goddess allowed some person to use the sacred artifact. A mocking, deep male voice was heard, which pointed out to the god that he should not care, since the sword was not from his collection. The god of heaven, Akeros, one of the three supreme deities, resting his cheek on his hand, as one of the three, also believed that man should live. Akeros didn't say it out loud, but he was alarmed that the god of death, who had never interfered in the human world before, had suddenly shown interest in this mortal, and until the god of heaven knew what death was planning, he would not give the boy up. Meanwhile, Jafir went on the attack against the princess with his sword at the ready. Her figure gradually began to disappear as Eurydica used her space warping ability. But she didn't take into account that there were no barriers for the divine object. Even though Eurydica was a great magician, she would not be able to protect herself from the sacred object using human magic. The blow from the seemingly weightless but powerful weapon hit the monster right in the head. Japheth used the active skill of the Sword of Light. It was called Yahello, which meant, "Let light be shed." The attack was decisive, and when the blade touched the monster, An explosion was heard, and the space was blazing with divine fire. After a few agonizing moments, everything went quiet. The blackness on the princess's body gradually faded, revealing her human features. The monster's claws fell off, disappearing like ash from wood. The snow-white face of the beautiful Eurydica was half hidden by ash-blonde curls. The girl shuddered when she opened her eyes and found herself lying on the lap of a bloody young man. Thanks to Yahello, which had a high-level curse purification effect, Jafir managed to completely dispel Eurydica's curse, although he did not expect to be able to use it. The warrior became curious if this was really her true appearance. The princess closed her eyes heavily, whispering that it was the longest and most terrible nightmare. She was very weak, and barely moving her dry lips, she asked the hunter who he was and how he was able to relieve her of her suffering. After waiting a moment, Jafir gave his name, stating that he was a follower of Eurydica, one of the 12 heroes. Long ago on the seashore, a brave knight, clad in armor, knelt before Her Highness, holding in his palms the heart of the black dragon Kaiseros, asking her to accept it as a gift. Placing her palm on the offering, Eurydica noticed that Knight Georgius had done a titanic job. Embarrassed, the princess smiled timidly and asked the man to address her simply by her first name. He immediately stood up, and through the sea breeze blowing his blonde hair, he heard Eurydica, who, with admiration and hope in her voice, asked if Georgius wanted to tell her something after the victory over Kaiseros. The man slowly lifted the visor of his helmet. The young people's hands intertwined. The setting sun, hiding in the water, watched the first kiss of two lovers. At that moment, they believed that everything would be fine, and this became their biggest mistake. The princess told Jafir about a magic circle on the top floor of the tomb, which contained a real treasure, the Elven Tree of Life. This circle is needed to remove the curse placed on the dragon's heart. Thanks to the power of ancient elven magic, Eurydica maintained her life for 1,000 years, and even managed to cleanse the dragon's heart, but in exchange, she lost her human form. A slight smile touched the girl's lips when she said that Jeffrey and Ned had helped her find her way back, and now she didn't know how to thank them. The princess closed her eyes again. The end of her briefly extended life was near. Her body had reached all conceivable limits, and there was almost no time left. She looked at Jafir carefully, her voice steely as she asked him why he needed a dragon's heart. He shook his head, replying that it was a long story, and they needed to hurry. The warrior asked to read his memory, placing his palm on Eurydica's palm. With the contact skill, a unique ability of the legal, the girl managed to read Jafir's feelings and memories. She saw the warrior's past life, filled with pain, destruction, and suffering. The life where the human race was defeated by the demon king Tartaros. Eurydica's eyes looked at the ceiling in amazement. What she saw truly shocked the princess. But what's more, Jafir returned to life in the divine pantheon. The high angel confronted him with a difficult choice. Jafir returned to his past life again, showing people dear to his heart, and how selflessly he fought for the sake of all humanity. Once again, those who helped the warrior appeared before Eurydica's eyes, and the tears, the suffering of those he loved so much. While the princess was lost in her memories, a fierce battle continued on the upper floors. The high ceilings shook from the incredible attacks. The son of God and his former friend, who became a real demon for the rest of his days, had been fighting for hours. Matthias laughed madly as he fought off the divine spear's attacks, mocking Lucius's expression. When the demon attacked, the blonde screamed heavily. Even with the help of divine items, such an opponent turned out to be very strong. This energy, which with every movement broke the strengthening spells. Another deadly mana flower was blooming in Matthias's palm, and he kept laughing, reveling in the strength and feeling of the Almighty's power. The flower flew towards Giornetti, who covered himself with a shield. Along the way, the seemingly innocent spell turned into a blazing column of fire. Its echoes even traveled a long distance, touching the warriors standing to the side. Arno gritted his teeth in anger. They were completely bogged down in repelling the blind attacks. The army of light could not enter the battle. Behind him, Lucius's loyal slaves hid in the shadows, rejoicing in the power that the devil's followers always sought. One of them hoped to obtain the Revelation Stone if he could get close to the chief healer or the vanguard commander. He simply had to time it right when the priests would let their guard down. The man, grinning, slowly pulled a dagger from his sleeve, approaching Arno. The healer will die in the name of his religion, nothing personal. But the followers stopped, staring at the dark streams of smoke slowly approaching him. The devil's mark on his body began to glow. He had never experienced such pain before. But it wasn't just him. The rest of his followers felt it too. And the next moment, devilish insects burst out of their chests, eating away at their flesh. Arno turned around at the heartbreaking cry, and seeing this picture, was horrified that there were so many followers of the devil among the priests. The centipedes moved their legs furiously, writhing on the floor near the bodies of their former owners. It was Matthias who was to blame for this, and his exceptional demonic skill, Collect. He took the insect energy from the devil's followers. Grimer chuckled as he thanked his brothers, whose meaningless lives would be used for greater power. Seeing the black ball with a golden rim in the middle, Lucius immediately warned his warriors about the danger of the spell, calling on everyone to use any available defensive abilities. An explosion of incredible power was heard, stunning the warriors of light who were standing too close. Lucius managed to create a protective field that protected him and the priests standing behind him. Those who did not manage to hide were literally burned alive. Giornetti felt with horror how small cracks appeared on his protective field, like on glass. The flames, in small tongues, gradually made their way through the protection. The blonde man implored Matthias to stop his atrocities. The demon's face twisted into a grimace of hatred when he heard Lucius's words. He certainly shouldn't have spoken of atrocities. Many years ago, a flower of envy slowly grew in the boy's heart. He wondered how Lucius Giornetti, at the age of 7, could have received the stigmata. Besides, Lucius never claimed the title of God's son. Teenagers train until they are 15, and only then compete for the right to stigmata. This is the oldest tradition. And what will happen then to little Matthias, who from the very beginning claimed the right to be called the Son of God? The adults' voices vied with each other to insist that money had been invested in the Grimer family, that it was a scam, that the goddess had really deceived everyone, and that all the funds needed to be returned quickly. According to ancient manuscripts, if a person who was not on the list of candidates to become the Son of God receives the stigmata, an era of catastrophes and destruction begins. It seems that dark times are returning to the Temple of Light. Now the demon, striking, asked his former friend why his father, after electing his son, deceived people with his sermons, said that they could survive the apocalypse by receiving the useless blessing of Lucius, traded in them, extorted funds from believers. Does Lucius himself know how many people lost everything because of him? How many took their own lives? The entire Giornetti family are crooks. No, worse, a bunch of murderers. And if that's not crime, then what is? The Temple of Light initially turned a blind eye to these machinations, and soon allied itself with Lucius's family, committing so many terrible acts without anyone being held accountable. Matthias's demonic face twisted horribly with rage, and he screamed that the true evil was the Temple of Light. Eurydica let go of Jeffers' hand. They sat opposite each other in the lotus position, and now the girl saw what the future could be. She cried at what she saw, asking why people lived this way. It was very sad. The warrior, lowering his head, wondered where to begin his story. Finally, he revealed that the demon invasion the princess had been trying to prevent would begin in a few years. This time, Jafir wanted to win and didn't want to suffer another defeat, so he wanted to ask Eurydica for something. The warrior knew that the power of the dragon's heart could only be captured through a special ritual. If all the rules were not followed, the heart would destroy the chosen one. The guy knew that he could perform the ritual. At first, Jafir planned to take a different path. But since Eurydica is nearby, the circumstances change. She has experience. She is a girl and will cope much better. Being a great mage, she had once already mated the dragon heart with Georgius, the first dragon slayer. Jafir looked at the princess seriously, asking her to do it again now, but only for him. Eurydica closed her eyes, gathering her courage. She lowered her head and shook her head, quietly replying that she was sorry, but she could not fulfill the request. The hunter's eyebrows furrowed at this answer, and he cursed under his breath. About 1,000 years ago, the world was on the brink of total destruction. The strongest of the 7 dragons, Kaiseros, burned most of the world with his fire. Kaiseros was once one of the 12 heroes who fought against the demons, but a cunning curse drove him mad, drowning the glorious hero in his own madness. Death began to strangle the lands on both sides of the horizon. Of those worthy of Kaiseros' strength, Only Princess Eurydice and the knight Georgius remained. And also the Golden Dragon, who took the side of the people. 11 heroes had to engage in a brutal battle with their old comrade to protect and preserve peace. The bloody battle between the heroes and the Black Dragon lasted for more than 1 day. But in the end, Georgius's blow closed Kaisaros's eyes forever. The events that took place during the era of Zephyr and Eurydice unfolded only due to the fault of the demons who summoned the devil into the world of people. According to the unbreakable rule, gods cannot descend on the lands of worlds, except for those that already belong to them. But the devil Tartaros broke this rule. The ability to summon demons of all kinds allowed him to infiltrate the human abode. Those devil worshippers who helped Tartaros in this founded the Cult of the Devil and are now preparing a springboard for the next coming of the demon from the underworld. Zephyr assumed that Eurydice, having seen the memories, had already understood his goal, since it was similar to what the princess and her knight had done. Aristocrats, priests, so many influential people didn't care about the world. They only cared about the jingle of coins in their purses and pockets. Greed pushed them into collusion with the followers of the cult. In the end, their purchased indifference undermined the resistance's position. The only warriors standing against Tartaros's tyranny were Zephyr's comrades. The guy clenched his fist, reminding himself that he had returned to the past not for a good life, but only to fight once again and win. The warrior extended his hand to Princess Eurydice, begging the most powerful mage in human history, who led a squad of 12 heroes who had convinced them to fight side by side against a common enemy, to help him too. Give strength to protect the common human home. Eurydice looked at Zephyr, painfully thinking about her answer. How painful it was for her to find similarities in the two men. Zephyr and Georgius were so different and at the same time similar. Georgius stood by the window in their palace, and when Eurydice asked if he was afraid, he easily objected, saying that the princess and the golden dragon had lifted the curse from the dragon's heart in just a few years, and had performed the fusion ritual many times, and everything would be fine. The man didn't doubt for a single second the remnants of the demon army that fled into the desert, the red dragon, who foamed at the mouth as he looked at the lands of people, and they had the power to protect the light. The knight quietly added that he could protect from them, too. He walked up to the skillfully crafted cradle in which his and Eurydice's newborn daughter lay. Georgius reached out to the little girl, and the little hand grabbed his finger. The man wanted to give his daughter a world without war. Everything went wrong. Purple smoke began to pour out of the special room, and a heart-rending male scream was heard. Eurydice's dearly beloved husband lay on the floor, his body shaking terribly, as if an unknown force was twisting his limbs in all directions. The princess and her maid burst into the hall. The girl stretched out her hands to her beloved, shouting his name. But the maid tried her best to stop her, saying that it was very dangerous. She needed to be careful. The next moment, blue-violet smoke blew onto the woman, charring her face. Her naked human skull continued to click its teeth for a few more seconds. Eurydice realized in horror that this was the same energy that Kaiseros had when he lost his mind. A demonic curse. As soon as the girl thought about why this had happened, since she had cleansed her heart of filth, she suddenly heard strange footsteps. The golden dragon, in the form of a stately man with golden horns and long hair, was heading towards her. He apologized with a mocking voice, saying that he had done a little magic and created the illusion of dispelling the dark spell. The dragon snapped his fingers and said that it was fun to pretend to be his comrades in arms, but he had a mission. Eurydice jumped back, but a spell began to curl around her figure like a thin golden snake. The man used the skill Dragon's Tongue, an exclusive dragon skill that imposes silence, shutting Eurydice's mouth forever. The princess wanted to scream, but she couldn't make a sound and only greedily gasped for air. She fell to her knees, clutching her throat with her hands, and the golden dragon clicked his tongue, saying that if she and her husband had not hunted for the dragon's heart, the couple could have spent their allotted years of life together. Eurydice's skill amazed the dragon. She flawlessly performed the ritual over Georgius and the cursed heart. The skin slowly peeled off the knight's limbs, and soon his once handsome face turned into a bone mask with empty eye sockets from which a purple glow emanated. Now the princess had to watch as her husband, with the help of his limitless power, destroyed all living things. The skeleton rose to its feet with a growl. The hair that Eurydice loved so much hanging like lifeless straw from its exposed skull. Georgius turned into a real monster, became bigger and taller, hanging over his wife, and no longer saw her. His hand reached for the weapon protruding from the stone. The silent princess, raising her head, could not believe her eyes, wanting to die from the pain that was tearing her apart. The room was filled with a bright, eye-searing purple light. Eurydice told Jafir that she had torn the dragon's heart from Georgius's chest with her own hands. A whole millennium had passed since then, and along with the cleansing of the curse, she had been waiting for a hero to whom she could give the dragon's heart. With regret in her voice, the princess told the warrior that he had earned the right to do this. But his body was not ready for the ritual. The boy would be torn to pieces or permanently paralyzed. Jafir knew about this. He could no longer strengthen himself with the help of potent poisons. If he didn't hold out for several months, the energy flows would become tangled. A mixture of the poisons Jagan and Belial can only be used at a low level of training. One can say that the hunter has used all the methods of rapid growth. After thinking a little more, Jafir quietly said that there was still a chance of success. Eurydice guessed the warrior was thinking of using divine luck. If there was even one chance for a better outcome, then with the help of luck, it could be made absolute. But nevertheless, Jafir miscalculated, because divine luck will be needed more than just once. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't know about it. The princess wanted to tell what she meant. But the next moment, her body seemed to be pierced by an invisible arrow, and the girl's throat was tightened by a golden magical noose that appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed her throat, coughing loudly and hoarsely, and the frightened Jafir immediately approached Eurydice. But the princess immediately guessed what was going on. It was the golden dragon. And even after 1,000 years, the dragon language still holds her. The princess gritted her teeth in anger. This time she wouldn't tolerate it, even though the spell prevented her from talking about it, but the knowledge could still be passed on. Jafir carefully lifted Eurydice from the floor, taking her by the shoulders. The girl quietly said that at that moment she would have to choose between the person she loved most and someone else. The boy stared at the princess in amazement, and the image of Alteo popped into his head. His eyes lit up with the realization of what he was about to experience. Eurydice leaned weakly on Jafir's chest, telling him to take all of her artifacts and become stronger. Only after that would the heart become safe, and the princess herself would rebuild the walls of the tomb so that she could leave without clashing with the priests. The girl squeezed the warrior's shoulder, realizing how difficult it would be for him. If Jafir wants the dragon heart now, he must take all the dangers into account. Red dragon, blue dragon, these are huge monsters that amaze the imagination. Moreover, the ice dragon, who with his power could lay waste to an entire army. A green dragon with a gem in its chest, but don't be fooled by its beauty. Jafir will have to kill all 4 dragons within a year. There is no more time. When the girl asked if the warrior could do it, he frowned. But then a sly smile touched his lips, and Jafir asked the princess if she considered him a weakling. 1 year will be enough for him to finish off 4 scaly ones. Having promised Eurydice that he would show her the world in which she and Georgius were raising their daughter, Jafir extended his hand to the puzzled girl. The warrior was confident that he could handle it in 6 months. Let Eurydice entrust him with this mission and watch over him from the other side of the abyss. The princess stood up, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes for the first time. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. She realized that this burden had been unbearable, but now a feeling of peaceful calm had come. Eurydice felt sorry that she was entrusting Jafir with a mission that she could not complete. The altar in the middle of the room glowed with a bright green light, then split into many pieces. The chained dragon heart floated out from there straight into Eurydice's palms. Jafir finally saw the legendary item with his own eyes. The heart of the dragon Kaiseros, and the warrior had a determination worthy of a new hero. The princess extended her hand to begin, the stone hanging freely in the air. The dragon heart slowly floated towards Jafir's chest, surrounded by a yellow glow. Divine luck has been activated, the one that temporarily bestowed incredible luck. The stone, now free, rose proudly upward, plunging the room into golden light. And then came the deafening darkness. Jafir decided that he was inside his own consciousness, looking down at his own hands. Healed from his injuries, he stood in the darkness in a shell of blue glow, and he realized that he had felt a similar feeling before. But he was not alone. A huge alien eye with a burning red pupil appeared behind the warrior's back. Jafir turned around sharply, prepared for the worst. A huge clawed hand grabbed the small figure of a man. The black dragon, his ugly mouth wide open, looked at the bug in his paw that dared to take possession of his power. This dragon is the mind of Kaizaros, remaining in the dragon heart. Jafir understood that this was only a feeling of presence, so powerful that it squeezed out the soul. It was difficult to believe that these were the thoughts of a creature that had died 1,000 years ago. The dragon brought the man closer to his eyes, noticing that he smelled of the gods. The monster added irritably that it seemed like those splinters had sent their puppet to him again. The red eye flashed with hatred. The snake had no intention of passing on its power to someone like Jafir. The next moment, the huge mouth began to gnaw and tear the human flesh in its paw with its teeth. Things were going very badly for Lucius and his army. The demon easily chopped off the heads of his knights and mockingly kept count of the dead. Matthias's third and second numbers were Arno and Riona, whom he held by the neck with his clawed paws. The grip only tightened a little, and the walls of the dungeon were already stained with human blood. Now there is only one son of God left. The blonde screamed furiously and pulled back the spear, which was burning with divine fire. An attack of incredible force rushed at the demon, and he disappeared from Lucius's sight. But the next moment, he suddenly appeared behind his former friend, laughing. The demon swung and tore Giornetti's back with his claws. He didn't even have time to group himself or dodge. An incredible pain pierced the fragile human body. Lucius clenched his teeth. Grimer was pleased. He decided that the squad leader was exhausted, looking at his constrained speed and dulled reactions. The blonde gave Matthias a withering look. The bastard was using demonic power more and more, and thanks to his regenerative abilities, only Lucius himself felt the effects of the blows. Grimer's next punch landed squarely on Giornetti's chin. This time he managed to react in time, and quickly coming to his senses, attacked the demon. The end of the spear that Lucius had hoped to pierce Matthias with ended up in his paw. He held the spear with the blonde hanging on it as if he weighed nothing. The demon extended his hand, whispering a particularly powerful spell, and a stream of devilish fire poured out towards Lucius. The man hissed, shielding himself from the stream of fire with his shield. Matthias pulled the weapon out of his opponent's hands, throwing him against the wall. Lucius flew into the stones, which cracked behind him from the impact and began to cough violently. Now neither Arno nor Riona can help him. There is only one way out. But this could put the blonde in mortal danger. The demon's clawed hand cast a demonic spell in the air. It was time to finish everything. A huge fireball appeared in place of the symbols. Grimer laughed madly, swung his arm and was about to say goodbye to Lucius. But suddenly I felt some unusual, alien energy. The demon's gaze darted around. He didn't understand what was happening. Something passed through the created fire sphere and destroyed it. Something white flashed in the air. How did this white feather end up here? Lucius rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips with the back of his armored hand. A stately figure with snow-white angel wings appeared behind the man. The golden halo on the back of the previous version of Giornetti's head was golden. How much is he willing to sacrifice this time? His brows furrowed as Lucius replied, 1 month. The voice said that 1 month would not be enough. It would take 6 months. The finger touched the halo. A golden flash exploded in the air. White fragments fell to the floor. Giornetti's spirits were revived. His wounds had healed. And now only the tattered cloak on his back reminded him of his defeats. The demon was beside himself with rage, and he was amazed to notice that he was experiencing animal fear. What he saw simply couldn't happen. It was impossible. Could it be that an ordinary man, even though he was God's son, Lucius became his equal? With a single wave of his hand, the blonde created a multitude of divine bullets in the air, which immediately pierced the demon's entire body, leaving Matthias looking like a sieve. Black, thick blood poured onto the floor. Grimer fell on his back, accusing Lucius of betrayal and secrecy because he had hidden this ability for decades. The man slowly approached his defeated opponent, telling him about the glimmer of honor, a skill that only a son of God can use. It is the power of an angel that the owner of the stigmata becomes in the future. But in exchange for this, part of his lifespan is given. It is a secret of the temple, known to the Pope and the Cardinal. Therefore, the average life expectancy of God's sons is no more than 30 years. Sooner or later, Despite the dreams of living long and happily, an enemy is encountered along the way, forcing one to use one's ability. The temple sends God's sons to deadly places every now and then, and for good reason. This order is cruel. Such people are jesters dancing to the temple's tune. Lucius looked at the demon with disgust, asking if he really wanted this power so much that he was ready to betray his friend and give up everything. Matthias grinned with all his might, replying that Giornetti only said that because he had been chosen as God's son. But the only difference is that the goddess recognized his life, but not Grimer's life. But what was the difference between them? Matthias was a gifted child, on whom hopes were pinned. Why did everything turn out this way? Tears gathered in the corners of the dying demon's eyes. The goddess who gives no answers is so endlessly merciless. The dragon heart levitated in the air, the gold inside it melting from the burning fire around it. Ned's bloody hand trembled. He barely opened his eyes, not understanding why there was such silence around, and what had happened to the main monster. The man strained his eyes and suddenly came to his senses completely from what he saw. The main creature, sitting with its back to him, was doing something with Jeffir lying in front of it. Meanwhile, Lucius desperately waved his hands over the bodies of his assistants, calling on the goddess Arya for help. When the leader of the healers and the rear squad began to cough, the man asked worriedly if they were okay. How bitter it was to admit that the trio were the only ones left alive. Giornetti simply concluded that the raid was over, and it was time to return. In the darkness where Jafir was, a glimmer of light appeared. The dragon, still clutching the man in its paw, began to wheeze and spit. This energy prevented him from harming the warrior. The human being was protected by a female silhouette that appeared in front of him. Jafir watched the silhouette with intense interest, assuming that the light was due to divine luck. Is this figure trying to protect him? The guy grinned. It was worth relaxing for 5 seconds, and she was already doing everything her own way. This is not reality, but the labyrinths of human consciousness. The main thing here is the brain. If Jafir succumbs to fear, Kaiseros's mind will be immediately bitten off by it. Even if the ritual is successful, this cannot be allowed. The warrior felt incredible strength within himself. A voice from outside whispered to him, ordering him to remember who he was, and the hunter began to free himself from the dragon's clutches with his bare hands. Blue mana slowly created armor on his body. After some time, fully clad in armor, Jafir raised his head proudly. The paw holding the man suddenly released its grip. The black dragon growled in fear as he felt the burning sensation. Jafir, approaching the dragon's face, pulled his fist back to attack. His blow hit the dragon right in the eye. Physical strength and magical lightning did their job. The wounded monster, blinded in one eye, roared deafeningly, writhing. Jafir deftly jumped down, landing on one knee.